Okay. Good morning, honorable members. Let's remain standing for meditation and a short prayer. Thank you very much. You may be seated. Checking. Honorable members, I just beg your indulgence. There's a new member that has to be sworn in. I'm just waiting for them to bring the proper documentation, and then we'll start with our sitting. Thanks. Yeah. Okay, I think we're ready for the swearing in of the member. Honorable Koma, can you please ask your member to come in for the swearing? Mayor Chivenga, I do believe, because I have before me an oath, you are taking an oath, so you are going to have to raise your right hand and read the oath out.
Can I read it? I, Ntabiseng Angeline Chibenga, swear that I will be faithful to the Republic of South Africa and will obey, respect, and uphold the Constitution and all other law of the Republic, and solemnly promise to perform my functions as a member of the legislature of the province of Gauteng to the best of my ability.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Okay, no, thank you very much. You're going to sign, there's 3 pieces of paper that you have to sign, and then I will countersign, and you will then be a full member of this legislature. Thanks. Honorable Chivenga, they will give you your full package during the course of the sitting. You may take your seat, ma'am. Thank you. You're welcome. Honorable members, we have no announcements, but we do have an MEC statement in terms of Rule 79, subsection 1. Agali dumedisa ne? Yeah. Good morning to all of you, honorable members. Honorable Poho, I saw your eyes. They told me that I missed something important. Thank you. Ki dumedise le baagi ba Gauteng bo botlhe, ki dumedise le lona baeng ba rona. So, MEC Nkomorale Khuku, can you give your MEC statement in terms of Rule 79, subsection 1?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker and honorable members, I rise to update this House on the latest development in the matter between the Gauteng Department of Health and the Cancer Alliance. Madam Speaker, on Friday, the 5th of December, 2025, the Gauteng Local Division of High Court upheld the department's appeal and overturned the order issued earlier this year by Judge Tibenar. That order had directed the department and the hospital executives to file specific reports and updates on cancer services while the broader appeal process was still underway. The High Court has now set the order aside and dismissed the application brought by the Cancer Alliance with costs. In its detailed findings, the court held that the department's appeal had strong prospects of success and that the previous execution order was inappropriate. The court also found that the claims of irreparable harm were not substantiated, noting that Cancer Alliance does not bear responsibility for patient admissions for diagnosis or treatment. It further held that the waiting list relied upon at the time did not justify intervention under Section 82, subsection 2 of the Superior Courts Act. Importantly, the court reaffirmed the constitutional right to a fair and impartial appeal process under Section 34. Madam Speaker, while we acknowledge and welcome this judgment, our focus remains exactly where it must be, on patients who need cancer treatment now. We continue to prioritize access to oncology services across Gauteng. Work is ongoing to reduce waiting times, strengthen turnaround times for care, and secure ensure the resources needed for sustainable oncology capacity. We are working very closely with Treasury to ensure that these services remain adequately funded. Furthermore, Madam Speaker, the clinical and operational plan to improve oncology services is already being implemented at Charlotte Maxeke Academic Hospital and Steve Biko Academic Hospitals. These interventions form part of our broader commitment to expand treatment capacity, addressing systematic gaps and ensuring equitable access to life-saving cancer care. Madam Speaker, this ruling affirms again the importance of proper judicial process, but more importantly, it reinforces the department's responsibility to deliver safe, reliable, and constitutionally compliant cancer services to the people of Gauteng. Our commitment to cancer patients remains firm, remains solid, and remains grounded in strengthening our public health system for all who depend on it. I really thank you, Madam Speaker, for this, including your support, Madam Speaker, and the legislature in relation to this issue. It doesn't go unnoticed with all those leaders and the members of the committee that have been behind this process. Thank you so much, led by yourself, Madam Speaker, because you never doubted the department in this area. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, MEC Nkomaraluoko. Honorable members, we have received 10 requests for member statements and agreed that we are going to allow all 10 of them. So the first one would be Member Adams. He is online.
Thank you, Honorable Madam Speaker. Honorable Madam Speaker, honorable members, as the ACDP, we say that Gauteng stands at a difficult emotional juncture. Our communities are wounded by violence, trauma, and a declining sense of safety. Yet, amidst this pain, our people continue to demonstrate resilience, compassion, and courage. Today marks the first installment of a four-part theme dedicated to restoring hope and lifting the emotional spirit of our province. In this regard, I am pleased to propose the launch of Gauteng Stories of Strength, a legislature-led initiative that will highlight positive acts of community resilience across the province. This intervention requires no additional resources. Each committee during its routine engagements will identify one uplifting community example, a local hero, a youth initiative, a women's collective, a safety project, or any interventions in the respective portfolios that reflects human strength and social solidarity. These stories, Honorable Speaker, will be compiled and disseminated through weekly 3-minute snippets issued by the Office of the Chairperson of Committees and shared across constituency offices and legislative platforms. This effort aims to shift the provincial narrative from fear to possibility, reminding our people that hope is not abstract, it lives amongst them. Honorable members, in times of distress, the most powerful intervention we can offer is to make hope visible again. Hope is what our people need. Hope is what they're yearning for. Hope is what our people are lacking. And hope, Madam Speaker, is exactly what we aim to facilitate going forward. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Adams. Honorable Moody.
Madam Speaker, recently I was approached by the Sanmugan family regarding the placement of their grandson, who has successfully completed grade R at Laerskool School Doringkloof in Centurion. Despite thriving at this school, the family has been informed that he will be moved to Irene Primary Grade 1 in 2026. This decision has caused immense distress, not only because Laerskool Doringkloof is the closest school to their home, but also because the placement system reflects inaccurate distances, creating administrative irregularities that directly affects the family. The grandmother, aged 72, has already endured an attempted hijacking in the area. She would be forced to travel through to drop off her grandson if this placement is enforced. The child himself has built strong bonds with his teachers and peers, and the prospect of uprooting him has caused him emotional harm. Despite repeated attempts by myself, as well as the family, to resolve the matter with departmental officers, the family has received no meaningful feedback. Honourable Speaker, while this case is urgent and deeply troubling, it is not unique. Across Gauteng, countless parents and guardians face similar frustrations with the placement system. Families are left in limbo, children are unsettled, and administrative delays compound the anxiety of households who simply want stability and safety for their young learners. I therefore call on the Honourable MEC of Education to urgently intervene, not only in this case, but to address the broader systemic challenges that undermine confidence in our school placement process. We must ensure that proximity, safety, and the emotional well-being of learners are prioritized, and that parents receive timeous, transparent communication from the department. Honourable Speaker, the future of Gauteng's children depends on our ability to act decisively and compassionately. I urge the MC to take immediate steps to restore fairness and trust in this critical system. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Moody. Honourable Ngobeni.
Madam Speaker, the incredibly tragic shooting that took place in Sourceville Hostel in Atteridgeville, Pretoria on the 6th of December, which saw the death of 12 people, including 3 children, is an indictment on this administration. Yes, Madam Speaker, we as the economic freedom fighters see this tragedy, which is one of the most brutal incidents to happen of this kind in this year, as an indictment on the Department of Economic Development for failing to properly administer liquor licensing laws and clamping down of illegal taverns. It is indictment on the Office of the Premier for failing to usher in special redress and transforming of apartheid-era hostels into safe, habitable social and family spaces. It is an indictment on the Department of Community of Safety, which, through the introduction of the ill-formed, ill-equipped Amapanyaza, has redirected critical resources that could have boosted existing law enforcement and has failed to produce tangible crime prevention and crime combating measures. It is an indictment on the Department of Social Development, which has, through aimless programs, failed to protect the lived experience of children in townships, hostels, and informal settlements. It is an indictment even on the Department of Health, which, through its maladministration, has crippled the emergency capability of primary health care and the effectiveness of emergency medical services response in the province. In the failing to transform the harsh and ruthless life of townships, hostels, informal settlements, this administration has facilitated this tragedy. In closing, Madam Speaker, let me quote Frantz Fanon, whose analysis of colonial life can be perfectly attached to life under the Gauteng provincial government in this way. The town belonging to the colonized people, or at least the native town, the Negro village, is a place of ill fame, peopled by men of evil repute. They are born there, it matters little where or how. They die there, it matters little where, now how. It is a world without spaciousness. Men live there on top of each other, and their heads are built one on the top of other. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Ngobeni. Honourable Rasi Dingwane.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Greetings to all the honourable members and the people of Gauteng Province. Honourable Speaker, today I rise carrying the weight of a province that is bleeding because Ekurhuleni, we are not just losing lives, we are losing a generation to fear, violence and assassination that have become the soundtrack of our streets. This year alone, we have counted far too many bodies. Mpho Mafole, the forensic chief auditor for the city of Ekurhuleni, who was assassinated in July 2025. Mafole was tasked with uncovering financial irregularities in the city of Ekurhuleni. Most recently, Marius van der Merwe, known as Witness D for the Madlanga Commission, was shot dead after testifying. Honourable Speaker, too many witnesses to corruption are dying because before they ever reach the courtroom. Honourable Speaker, Ekurhuleni is living through a silent war, and the cruel truth to this is that the criminal syndicates have become empowered far more than the police and far more than the government that claims to care for the people of Gauteng province. The syndicates walk confidently, they kill boldly because the state that is governing us is too weak and too compromised and too captured to even stop them. And yet, Honorable Speaker, the same leaders stand on stages singing Safa, Safa, Saphela, Silamulele Tambo. But the tragedy in this is the words of that song are no longer a metaphor. They sing, we are dying, we are perishing, save us Tambo. While under their watch, people are actually dying, families are actually perishing, and communities are begging to rescue for their children. What was once a struggle cry has become a painful irony because those who sing it today are the very same leaders that are presiding over the suffering that people of Gauteng continue to experience. Honorable Speaker, I want to say to the Premier Panyaza Lesufi in his absence that leadership is not arriving after the coffin is closed. It is preventing the very same coffin from needing to be bought in the first place. And leadership is also not showing up as the first person to go send condolences, but it is trying to protect the very same communities that are being killed. Honorable Speaker, the Ekurhuleni crisis is deep and frightening. It is created by a government that has chosen criminals more than citizens, and it is protected by those that are connected more fearlessly than it applauds the justice. As I conclude, Honorable Speaker, I really want to send my condolences to the family of Mpoma Fole, Marias Fardimarve. But in their resting peace, I really want to call upon their spirit to continue fighting until those that are presiding over government that is killing them are held accountable. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Rasidingwani, Honorable Diakher.
Madam Speaker, for almost 2 weeks, residents of Ward 81, including Lombardy East, Lombardy West, parts of Alexandra, and the vulnerable elderly at Rand 8, Tarantal, Inyoni Creek, and Elfin Lodge retirement villages have been subjected to relentless, unacceptable power outages. Each day brings a new excuse: cable theft, faulty infrastructure, lines damaged by contractors, or oil spills at substations. What residents receive is not service, it is a rotating list of explanations. The so-called Presidential Working Committee was meant to stabilize Johannesburg. Instead, we are witnessing a city rapidly reverting to what it has become tragically known for: collapsing electricity and water infrastructure, rising crime and growing grime, all while millions are being paid in bonuses to officials who are failing to deliver. Honourable Speaker, no matter how many times the leadership is reshuffled, changing the lipstick on the face does not change the face. For nearly 30 years, this province has suffered under mismanagement, deferred maintenance, and political interference in technical institutions. Yes, we receive daily updates from Westfield to Greifswald to Alexandra distributors, but updates does not power homes, protect the elderly, or keep businesses alive. Competent governance does. Enough is enough. Gauteng residents deserve reliable electricity, accountable leadership, and a government that fixes infrastructure instead of explaining its collapse. Joburg deserves Helen Zille as mayor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Diakher. Honorable Madzeba Tela.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, today I rise to address this House, but allow me, Speaker, to take a few minutes to address the men in this province and as well as in this country. Bafetu, ke a tlhaloganya gore re gotse boima. And I fully understand gore we re gola under the circumstances tse leng gore nako nngwe we grew up re sena batsadi. Ke a tlhaloganya my bras gore go hudisiwa ke di stepfather go ba boima. Nako nngwe ke bona ba leng gore ba re abuser. The parents tsa rona di re godisitse under difficult circumstances. Nako nngwe le gore a re na le dijo mo tafoleng. Bafethu, I do understand. Ke a bona pain ya lona because le nna ke gotse ka mokgwa le gotseng. Ke tlhaloganya frustration ya lona, ke tlhaloganya trauma ya lona. Ke tlhaloganya gore bra tsaka gore go boima nako nngwe la tsoga through lo hasela le berekela family tsa lona, and the very family ya le betray. But bras tsaka, pain ya lona must not be transferred to other people. Pain ya lona must not be transferred mo baneng ba lona. Pain ya lona must not be transferred mo basading ba lona ko ntlong. Bana ba lona must not live in fear and trauma. He were not tsena ka mo jarateng. Ba fethu ke nako re itebelle mo seponeng. We are the devil e leng gore ga re batle mo maphelong a rona. Re tshwanetse re itebelle mo seponeng gore re ska ba ra ba the monsters tse leng gore bana ba rona ba tlo re tshaba, basadi ba rona ba tlo re tshaba. I'm appealing to all of you to change your ways, bafethu. Let us be a different generation. Let us not transfer this trauma mo baneng ba rona. Speaker, as a Democratic Alliance, as much as we continue to call for a strengthened criminal justice system and sentencing on GBV crimes, we are further also calling for preventative measures. We must ensure that we create safe spaces for reporting and as well as safe spaces for men to be able to ventilate their issues. Speaker, I agree with you on one thing, that the end of silence, it is the beginning of justice. Speaker, today I vow as a man in this house, and I'm calling all other men in this house, that we will be the heroes of this society and of this new generation, and we shall not be the perpetrators that are out there. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Madzabatela. Honorable Mfikwe. Honorable Mfikwe.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Greetings to honorable members and the MECs in the House, also our communities and members in the gallery. Madam Speaker, I rise today to acknowledge and celebrate strategic partnership between the Gauteng Provincial Legislature and Sacramento State University under the visionary leadership of our Speaker Morgan Musopia. This collaboration formalized through a signing of a memorandum of understanding on the 8th of August 2024 represent a deliberate and transformative initiative advancing education leadership rooted in African excellence, social justice and mobility, given the Sacramento State University's proud history of serving students of color. It also signals a progressive step towards strengthening international academic cooperation, youth empowerment, and knowledge exchange between our institutions. This MOU, Madam Speaker, provides for joint educational initiatives, students and faculty exchange, and academic collaboration designed to expose our young people to global learning opportunities and foster excellence through shared scholarships and innovation. Madam Speaker, this engagement reaffirms our shared mission to expand access to quality education, build global networks, and prepare the next generation for leadership in an increasingly knowledge-driven and AI-enhanced world. Professor Wood also introduced the Black Honors College, an initiative dedicated to empowering Black students, advancing diversity, and celebrating cultural excellence. This resonates deeply with our country's liberation heritage and our ongoing efforts to decolonize and transform education. Madam Speaker, we also celebrate Sacramento State University's decision to confer an honorary doctorate posthumously on President Nelson Rolihlahla Mandela. This honor reaffirms that the values of which Madiba and the liberation movement fought for, which are freedom, dignity, equality, peace, and justice, continue to shape the global conscience. It confirms the enduring relevance and international respect for our legacy of our struggle. This partnership embodies the ANC's vision of building bridges of solidarity, education, and transformation, not only between institutions, but across continents. It demonstrates that the pursuit of excellence knows no borders when it is rooted in justice, equality, and opportunity for all. We want to commend you, Madam Speaker, for your leadership in positioning the Gauteng Provincial Legislature as a proactive partner in global education, and would indeed look forward to seeing the partnership flourish, uplifting and empowering our youth, the youth of our province, and the nation at large. We want to thank you, Madam Speaker, and encourage you to continue fighting for these partnerships. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mfikwe. Honorable Musai.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Allow me to rise and express our profound appreciation for the exceptional success of the G20 summit hosted here in Gauteng. This gathering of world leaders held in the city of Johannesburg stands as a resounding affirmation of South Africa's diplomatic standing, institutional competence, and moral authority on the global stage. Despite sustained attempts by external forces to sow doubt and derail this summit, nations from across the world arrived in overwhelming numbers. Their presence demonstrated clear confidence in South Africa's leadership and in Africa's growing centrality in global affairs. The successful hosting of the G20 has reaffirmed that Africa is not a peripheral actor, but a pivotal partner in shaping a fairer and more multipolar world order. I extend sincere gratitude to the City of Johannesburg and the Gauteng Provincial Government for their flawless coordination, security arrangements, and hospitality. Their work ensured that the summit not only proceeded smoothly, but it showcased Gauteng as a capable, modern, and globally connected province. This moment also exposes the dishonesty of the Democratic Alliance, whose leaders acted as chronic naysayers, forces of darkness determined to undermine progress. They declared that Gauteng was not ready, yet today they are conveniently absent when it's time to congratulate this province and its people for delivering a globally acclaimed summit. The G20 summit has strengthened South Africa's partnership across the global south, advanced conversations on fairer global governance, and reaffirmed our sovereignty and dignity in international relations. Gauteng has proven its excellence, South Africa has demonstrated its leadership, and the world has acknowledged it. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Musai. Honorable Mahlabe.
Honorable Speaker and honorable members, I stand here today not just as a member of the legislature, but as a soldier for a cause that has burned in the heart of our nation for generations. And that cause is called true liberation, the National Democratic Revolution. The National Democratic Revolution known as NDR is not a complicated theory. It is a simple, unfinished mission of our people. It is the fight to free South Africa completely, not just from political apartheid, which we defeated in 1994, but from the economic apartheid that still holds us captive today. It is the fight to ensure that the mines, the banks, the land, and the wealth of this country serve the South African general populace, not a tiny few and their foreign masters. For 30 years, we were told the revolution was over, but look around you. The past story of promises broken. Our people remain trapped in poverty, locked out of the economy, watching as a new black elite joins hands with old white capital, imperialist forces to drain our resources. The present crisis of hopelessness, unemployment that kills the spirit, electricity darkness that stifles business, corruption like the criminal syndicate we just heard about in the Ekurhuleni Metro Police Department, EMPD, that steals our future. But, Honorable Speaker, a new chapter began on the 16th of December 2023, a day sacred to our liberation history. On that day, Umkhonto weSizwe Party was launched by President Jacob Zuma to pick up the fallen spear of the revolution. And in just a few months, the people of South Africa sent a powerful message. In the 2024 elections from start, the people gave MK Party a mighty mandate. We now stand with 58 representatives in the National Assembly and 58 seats across the various provincial legislatures, including here in Gauteng. This is not just a number. This is a proof that our people are awake. Proof that they reject false choices between one compromised party to another. They choose the only project that has ever truly been theirs, the National Democratic Revolution. The growing voice in these chambers is a start of the change. It is the practical beginning of taking back our sovereignty. Every time we debate, we will fight for laws that return the land to our people. We will fight for the policies that industrialize our economy and create jobs, not government tenders for the connected few. We will fight to break the shackles of system designed in London and New York that keeps our currency weak and our state in debt. The revolution is gradually happening. It is happening each time the community stands up against incompetence. It is happening in our growing numbers here in Parliament. It is happening in the dawning realization that change will not come from the very forces that benefit from the current suffering. South Africans must unite behind the National Revolutionary Project. We have no option. The change we speak is not changing one logo to another. It is shaking off once and for all the shackles of economic and political colonialism. It is claiming our own resources, our own dignity, our own future from the imperialist elements that continue to control our destiny through the back door. The road is long, but direction is clear. The MK party is
Honourable
reignited.
Mahlabe, your 2 minutes is up.
Thank you. We call on every South African, every community, every worker to unite.
Honourable
Thank you.
Mahlabe, thank you. Honourable Ngoveni, Action SA.
Thank you very much, Speaker. And can you hear me?
Proceed, please.
Thank you very much, and greetings to fellow members of the House. Speaker, we rise this morning to just 1 second for me. Speaker, we rise this morning to congratulate the city of Tshwane for what they achieved last week in regards to their informal trade and township economy bylaw. This bylaw finally recognizes the full reality of the township economy. It goes far beyond pavement trading to include spaza shop, home-based enterprises, flea markets, mobile trading trucks, and wide range of informal and micro enterprises. It spells out traders' rights and responsibilities, ensures food safety, and obligates the municipality to provide the infrastructure, training, and support that were denied for almost a decade. It's also constitutionally sound, Speaker. The bylaw aligns with Section 9(2), enabling the city to prioritize historically disadvantaged South African citizens in allocating trading opportunities, a lawful and progressive corrective measure confirmed by the recent court judgment. Speaker, this is not just a regulation, it's an economic justice that is long overdue. This landmark achievement forms part of the Tshwane Economic Revitalization Strategy, where the townships and informal economy are central pillars for jobs, growth, and inclusion. I wish to congratulate the Executive Mayor, Dr. Nasik Moya, the MMC, Sarah Mabotza, for delivering what the previous DA-led administration failed and refused to do. For 8 years, townships, informal traders, and the middle class were left behind. Now, in less than a year, the new leadership has restored order, restored opportunity, and restored dignity. Let me be clear, Speaker, those who failed Tshwane should be embarrassed by the progress this administration is delivering without them. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Honourable Ngoveni. Honourable members, that takes care of all the member statements that we had received requests for. And then moving on to motion without notice in terms of Rule 120, there's none. And notice of a motion rather given in terms of Rule 121, there's none. We now move to apologies. So there are members who are attending the Council of Governmental Ethics Law Seminar in Atlanta, Georgia. It's Honorable Msimanga, Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable Ali, Honorable Adams. If they have connected online, because I'm told it's 2 a.m. in the morning that side, if they manage to connect online, then they will be considered part of the meeting. And those are the only apologies that I have. All other members that have connected online, they are in the meeting, technically. Okay. We then move to Secretary. Could you please read the first order?
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Consideration of the Oversight Committee on the Office of the Premier and Legislature Oversight Report on the second quarterly report of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature for the 2020 2025-2026 financial year. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Honorable Mekwe? Okay. You're standing in for her. Can I just make sure, because there's several orders that she has to speak on, you will be responsible for all of them. Thank you very much. You may proceed.
Thank you, Speaker. This is a big document. Honorable Speaker, in the year under review, the Office of the Premier received an adjusted annual appropriation of about 807 million, which is a decrease from the previous financial year allocation, to implement the deliverables as per approved 2024-2025 annual performance plan. The committee notes that the OCPOL actual spending amount allocation amount of 806 million, which is 100% of the annual appropriation, and recorded 86% of the APP target achievement, and 14% were not achieved. The committee notes that the Office of the Premier paid about 98.38% of valid invoices within 15 days and 100% within 30 days in its effort to support township economic growth. In terms of preferential procurement spending on historically disadvantaged individuals, the Office of the Premier achieved 90.80% as opposed to the target of around 80% on black owner-owned businesses. Women-owned enterprises at about 43.83% against the target of around 40%, and the youth was 34.8%, and as said, a target of around 15%. However, underperformance of the township-based enterprise was recorded at 39.52% against the target of 40%, which was attributed to a limited number of township-based enterprises on CSD from which the service providers were sourced. In addition, the procurement spending of PWD-owned enterprise, that's people with disability, reflected a slight improvement of 0.03% in the 2023-2024 financial year to about 1.88% in the year under review against targeted of 7%. In boosting economic growth and infrastructure, the committee knows that Gauteng economic growth indicators have improved, with the growth in the GDP at about 1.2% and 0.8% above the national average. The committee knows the growth in employment, which is underpinned by capital investment from private sector as well as public sector. The Office of the Premier reported that in the past year, the Megereng Smart City 20 billion investment has created about 20,000 new jobs for the people of Brits, and Val Aerotropolis project has created over 60,000 jobs. In addition, all provincial actions plans to strengthen anti-fraud and corruption control were fully implemented. The committee knows the Office of the Premier's significant accomplishment of maintaining a clean audit opinion in the year under review, which is a standard that has consistently been upheld in the previous financial year. However, the Office of the Premier reported that 590,000 fruitless and wasteful expenditure was incurred in the financial year 2024-2025 due to an overpayment made on the 11th of June 2024 to a life SED-Mini beneficiary. The recovery processes have been initiated and summons have been issued to recover the overpaid amount, and the investigation by the State Legal Advisor Services is going on. The Office of the Premier reported about 455,639,000 of irregular expenditure that was incurred by 31 March 2025. The office reported that this irregular expenditure is a historical matter, spans from the previous 3 to 4 years. However, the Office of the Premier was able to investigate and utilize relevant clauses to clear this matter and has no materiality on the audit findings. Further indication was made that the Gauteng Provincial Treasury has noted that all due processes as per the irregular expenditure framework were not followed, resulting in the irregular expenditure not being considered by the relevant authority in line with the National Treasury Instruction number 4 of 2022-2023 PAFMA Compliance and Reporting Framework. The committee notes the delivery agreement between the Premier and the MEC were not signed due to delays at national level signing of the MTDP, which is the first processes to be executed before the delivery agreement between the Premier and his MEC for them to be signed. However, the Office of the Premier, that in terms of the accountability, the Premier has met with the HODs and the MEC on a quarterly basis to deal with delivery targets issues in response to risk implication of SMS who are not vetted. The Office of the Premier explained that there are no controls now in place, and those who refuse to complete the vetting forms are subjected to consequence management. In response to the question of whether the Office of the Premier has capacity to conduct lifestyle audit, this office highlighted that the functions require manpower and costly financial resources due to the requirement of the incumbent data that spans 5 years back. In addition, the various interaction with the state institutions, including the private sector, are required to necessitate clear analysis of the results. The Office of the Premier explained that without the GPG partnership with SIU, conducting the lifestyle audit could not have been easy for the Gauteng Provincial Government and its department in getting the relevant information. It was further indicated that the turnaround time is still low, and even SIU does not have the capacity to conduct this process. The Office of the Premier highlighted that all SMS and supply chain management officials are required to undergo security clearance, and requests are always made for SMS officials to acquire top secret level security clearance to ensure access to confidential information required in the execution of their task. An indication was made that SIU is ready to give its first lifestyle audit report for SMS and supply chain managers, stating that the Office of the Premier on the 6th of November, the office highlighted that the DPSA as the custodian of this process should play its role, and as a resource of the government, of the Gauteng Provincial Government Department, will be overstretched, and if there is no dedicated institutions to deal with this matter. The Office of the Premier highlighted that the annual financial disclosure as an intervention mechanism is a contributing factor towards the lifestyle audit. Further indication was made that the State Security Agency does not have capacity to assist with top secret level security clearance, hence the delay in the vetting process and the importance of GPG partnership with the SIU to assist the lifestyle audit. In response to the committee's request for disaggregated numbers of foreign nationals in the Gauteng Provincial Government Department, this office indicated that a total of 3 foreign nationals are employed in this department, the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, and about 5 in the Department of Infrastructure Development, and only 1 in the Office of the Premier, and 1 in the Office of the Department of E-Government. We've got around 6 in the Department of Roads and Transport, 3 in the Department of Social Development, and listen to this, 765 foreign nationals in the Department of Education, 19 in the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development, 2 in the Department of Environment, and listen to this, 631 in the Department of Health. The committee still awaits the supplementary information requested in this matter, including the rare skills and qualification that the employed foreign national possess in comparison to many jobless qualified South Africans. In addition, their status as naturalized South African citizens should form part of the requested supplementary information. We do have a recommendation. The committee is concerned that Program 1, which is administration, spend around 100% of its allocated budget, but only achieve 50% of the set targets in the year under review.
As you move towards adoption?
As I move towards a closure, I would like to acknowledge all members of this committee. I can't read them all. And further, the committee would like to thank the following comrades, committee members, and in accordance with the rules 164 of the standing rule of the GPL, the committee hereby present the report to the House for adoption. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chokwe. Is there a seconder?
I rise to second, Madam
Thank you very much, Dr. Bloom. I now put the question. All those in favor say yes?
Yes.
Those that are not in favor say no. So the yeses have it and the report is adopted.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Consideration of Oversight Committee on the Office of the Premier and the Legislature Oversight Report on the second quarterly report of the Office of the Premier for the 2025-2026 financial year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Chokwe.
I come again. Okay, I just want to check the time again. The committee notes, Honorable Speaker, an increase in both target achievement and expenditure in the quarter under review, with a total quarterly spending of 482 million against the projected quarterly allocation of 314 million, reflecting about 153% expenditure on the quarterly budget and 70% of annual performance plan target achieved. This disaggregated performance of delivery program in the quarter under review reflect that Program 1, which is administration, achieved 7 of its 10 planned targets with a quarterly expenditure of about 60.7 million out or the quarterly allocation of about 33.1 million. Program 2, which is institutional development, registered 10 out of 17 planned targets with a quarterly spending of about 65.6 million. 95% have been achieved. And Program 3, policy on governance, recorded about 15 out of its 19 planned targets with about 355.7 million that has been used, spending against the quarterly allocation of about 212 million. The committee knows that the overspending in Program 1, which is administration, was due to costs related to life SED payment and the Umdisido Commission of Inquiry. The Office of the Premier, isn't it, Honorable Member, Honorable Speaker, it looks like the person who was doing this didn't put them. This I just read, isn't it? Honorable Mtombi Mekwe will apologize and go to the right document.
So, okay.
This one is the correct one. This one is the correct one.
Yeah, okay.
My apology, my really apology. I will move very fast to cover those lost minutes. The committee considered the second quarter performance of Gauteng Provincial Legislature and evaluated the progress made in implementing the annual performance plan for the 2025-2026 financial year in terms of Section 54 of the Financial Management of Parliament and Provincial Legislature, 2009. The Executive Authority is required to submit quarterly report to the Legislature, thereby enabling the committee to exercise oversight over performance and financial management. The GPL's financial performance reflects a total of about 356 million, for the quarter under review with 210 million expenditure and the results in an underspending of around 146 million. Compensation of employee underspend by about 17.7 million due to the delay in implementing the 2024-2025 performance bonus for senior management and unfilled vacancies. The delay in the implementing the 2024-2025 pay progression for bargain unit staff. Goods and services underspend with about 28 million, mainly due to delays and constraints across several areas. The committee and presiding officers' travel was delayed because host countries had not confirmed proposed travel dates and some dates were set for October. Audit fee for political parties were delayed due to the late appointment of audit firm. The voter education campaign concept paper was not approved by the presiding officers. There were delays in appointing a media buying service provider, and some invoices from service providers remained outstanding. Committee activities were not undertaken because of time constraints and congested term program. The main building space assessment project was also delayed, as the terms of reference were only completed in October of this year to expedite the appropriate of the project manager. Capital assets overspent by 100 million due to delay in the evaluation of the tender bids for the new GPL building. Delayed submission of the terms of reference due to outstanding specification for X-ray scanning machine, delay finalization of specification for application software upgrades, and Zua server platform version upgrade, spare server hard drive, and the H8 Zoom digital recorder for communication. Transfer to political party amounted to about 24 million, representing around 100% of the projected expenditure. The committee noted that the date the GPL has allocated a total of 22 million of the estimated revenue collection for the financial year. For the quarter under review, a total of about 10 million was collected, comprising 7 million from interest and investment and 2.5 million from interest received on favorable bank balances. So 657,000 from the parking income, 88,000 from sales of assets, and 23,000 from the City Hall bookings. In terms of programs for financial performance, you can see program 1 is around, which is governance, was allocated 37.6 million, of which 30 million was spent, resulting in the underspending of about 7 million. Office of the Secretary was allocated 7 million and spent around 6 million. Program 3, the corporate support service was allocated 200 million and spent about 86 million, recording underspending of massive 113 million. Program 4, which is core business, was allocated 91 million and spent around 71 million, resulting in underspending of 19 million. Program 5, which is the office of the CFO, was allocated 20 million and spent around 15 million, resulting in the underspending of 4.3 million. The reason provided for non-achievement of 5% on the space optimizing project and 10% on ICT milestone is due to administrative delay, which resulted in the internal committee not convening to consider the terms of reference. The GPL reported that as a mitigating measure, the escalation protocol for critical decision will be reviewed to ensure attention is focused on key performance drivers. This will position both projects for accelerated progress in the next quarter. Regarding the non-achievement of about 75% planned targets for resolution responses, it was reported that continuous training of the committee support staff is necessary, along the ongoing engagement with the committee chairpersons on oversight of the implementation of House resolution by the legislature and improve public outreach. It is recommended that the Premier's office outreach numbers be incorporated and quarterly target for public outreach officers increased to about 5.4, which is 5,400. Committee should receive support to enhance engagement with proper training and coordination and administration of public participation. Register should be improved. There was production and timeless submission of compliance performance progress report on the APP, ensuring administrative compliance with GPL policies, procedures, and FMPPLA, as well as the e-disclosure and publication of MPL Register of Interest. GPL continue to advance its learning and growth agenda, achieving 12 out of 22 planned training initiatives, representing an overall implementation rate of about 54% against the planned 50%. The training program focused on strengthening operational capabilities and promoting inclusive ethical service deliveries. With respect to preferential procurement, the GPL met its target expect for one relating to service providers who are persons with disability. They acknowledged. It was reported that attracting service providers from this group remains challenging, further compounded by the absence of verification system to confirm claims submitted by potential service providers regarding the people with disability status. To address this, the GPL will continue to pursue collaboration with Disabled People South Africa and the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disability to improve the performance in this area. The committee commends the GPL for achieving its planned performance target of obtaining an unqualified audit opinion with material finding for the 2024-25 financial year. The legislature continue to implement its internal audit plan, monitor legislative compliance, promote awareness on fraud and corruption, and engage regularly with House committees to monitor spending plans and enforcing financial discipline.
As you move towards adoption?
As I move towards the concern, all concern and question raised by the committee were thoroughly addressed and deliberated upon during the review of the GPL performance. I would like to acknowledge all the committee members and the support staff. And then, after due consideration, the committee unanimously adopted its report on the GPL second quarter performance for the 2025-2026 financial year. In accordance with Rule 164, the committee hereby submit this report to the House for adoption. I thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honourable Choko. Is there a seconder?
I second, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bloom. I now put a question. Those in favour say yes.
Yes.
Those that are not in favour can say no. So the yeses have it. The report is adopted. Honourable members, for purposes of proper recording of the procedure in here, Honourable Chokwe read the report of the Office of the Premier first, and then went to the report on the GPL. So we just wanted to put that on record so that it's properly captured. Secretary, can we get the third order, please?
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Consideration of the Environment, Agriculture and Rural Development Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the second quarterly report of the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development for the 2025-2026 financial year. Thank you.
Thanks. Honourable Mulder.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, honourable members. I, Jaco Mulder, Chairperson of the Environment, Agriculture, Rural Development and Portfolio Committee, table the second quarterly performance report of the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development for the 2025-26 financial year as follows. Honourable Speaker, in summary, the committee noted that the department's focus on harnessing and maximising the economic potential of the province agriculture sector and ensuring food security for all. The committee noted that the department planned for and reported on a total of 52 indicators at the end of quarter two. Overall, the department achieved 60% of the second quarter targets. 40% of the targets were not achieved for the second quarter. This can be attributed to non-achievement in Program 1, Administration, and Program 2, Agriculture and Rural Development. The Gauteng Department of Agriculture and Rural Development spent 124.4 million of the 192.3 million rand of the quarter appropriation, which is the equivalent of 64.7% of the budget for the quarter. None of the 7 programs managed figures anywhere near the envisaged 100%. The year-to-date effect of budget utilization translates to an overall figure of 43.3%, with Programme 2 sitting at 25% of the year-to-date budget use. The timeous release of conditional grants by the National Department still impacts the delivery of services negatively, as these reach the coffers of the Provincial Department late. The Gauteng Department of Agriculture and Rural Development reported attaining 60% of annual performance targets, indicating stagnation in this represents no improvement from the previous quarter's performance. Honourable Speaker, the committee further noted that the department's performance in the previous financial year was hampered by various challenges that impacted on their service delivery mandate, and it is important to ensure that these are given the necessary attention so that the delivery of services is enhanced. These included the infrastructure delivery management system, related challenges that impacted on procurement and tender processes. The committee continues to encourage the department to ensure that the service delivery mandate is achieved. The committee to date continues to note with concern that various capital-funded projects that the department is managing in the current financial year over the medium-term expenditure framework period have run for a long period without completion. The committee also note the delay on the construction of the infrastructure projects through DBSA had led to the delay in realization of expenditure for the allocated budget. Importantly, the Portfolio Committee will engage the department particularly on matters that relate to IDMS, as well as the implications of the preferential procurement ruling by the Constitutional Court to ensure uninterrupted service delivery. Speaker, the committee is concerned that the department is falling short of reaching budget expenditure levels commensurate with the stage in the budget cycle with programs 3 and 7, having reached expenditure figures that are particularly concerning and already point to the possibility of funds having to be returned unutilized in the financial year end. The committee will encourage the National Department of Agriculture and work out a solution for the timeless release of conditional grants, as this debacle seems to be continued unabated. The department further needs to provide information on the extent of the separation of the Gauteng Department of Environment and whether they still have any shared services between the two departments. The department reported having achieved 60% of the targets set for the quarter under review. Finally, it is important for the department to provide feedback on plans and timeframes to fill all critical vacant positions, as this too impacts on the extent to which the department is able to deliver on their mandate. Responses to resolutions for the budget report in the 2025-26 financial year were also submitted and analysed. All resolutions were open, and the committee will monitor these quarterly and engage the department to further get progress reports on implementation and status thereof. Honourable Speaker, the committee noted during the report period under review that the department actively participated in public engagements, meaningfully involved the public stakeholders through stakeholders events. The committee noted with concern that the department for the second quarter of the 2025-26 financial year did not achieve its preferential procurement spend targets of 64% HDI, women 16%, youth 24%, PWD 0.2%. It is reported that the most of the prizes received from these commodities were not market related. Additionally, there was either poor response or generally no response by some of the designated groups to the request for quotations that were sent out by the department. The format of the Gauteng Department of Agriculture and Rural Development second quarterly report for the 2025-26 financial year is in compliance with standard requirements. In other words, targets per quarter, expenditure per program, expenditure per economic classification. However, it should be noted that the new structure of the report makes no provision for revenue generated and economic classification, but makes provision for an update on the status of capital projects the department is involved in. The committee has always been of the view that the department's critical vacant positions should be filled to ensure that service delivery imperatives are attained. The committee continuously observed that the department fails to spend its annual budget and never meets its planned targets. Moreover, there is failure to support the township economic revitalization strategy and implementation thereof. Secondly, continuous failure to align its budget with its planned targets, as under expenditure is observed in agriculture and rural development and environmental affairs programs. Furthermore, the lack of completing infrastructure projects and spending on goods and services due to tender processes that are being implemented through the open tender system. The delayed structuring of the SCM unit continues to undermine the delivery of services by the department. The committee recommends that the department provide a quarterly update on how all underachieved targets under the agriculture sector will be achieved, operational plans in place to ensure that the agricultural sector in the province is supported, a comprehensive report on the implementation of the township economic revitalization to support the planned target of 40% on township spending, and to provide detailed quarterly reports on how it will align all its departmental targets with the expenditure and how the service delivery mandate will be achieved. A report on corrective actions that will be undertaken by the department on the under-expenditure experienced by agriculture and rural development. A report on reasons as why the various capital funded projects that the department is managing in the current financial year over the medium-term expenditure framework period, which have run for a long period, are not completed. Honourable Speaker, the Portfolio Committee on Environment, Agriculture and Rural Development wishes to thank the MEC for Agriculture and Rural Development, Mrs. Wiswa Ramakgopa, and the acting head of the department, Mr. Mase, and his team and officials. As committee chair, I further wish to acknowledge and express my gratitude to the honourable members of the Portfolio Committee, both full-time and alternates. It is an honour to lead such a hard-working team. Furthermore, the Portfolio Committee would like to express appreciation for the contribution of all the valued support staff members. In terms of Rule 117(2)(c), read together with 164, the Environment, Agriculture and Rural Development Portfolio Committee presents the oversight report on the second quarterly performance report of the Gauteng Department of Agriculture and Rural Development for the 2025-26 financial year to the House and recommends to its adoption. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honourable Melder. Honourable members, is there a seconder? Okay, thank you very much. It is seconded, so I now put the question. Those in favour say yes?
Yes.
Yes.
Those not in favour say no? So the yeses have it and the report is adopted. Secretary, the fourth order, please.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Consideration of the Environment, Agriculture and Rural Development Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the second quarterly report of the Department of Environment for the 2025-2026 financial year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honourable Mulder.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Here we go again. I, Jaco Mulder, Chairperson of the Environment, Agriculture, Rural Development and Environment Portfolio Committee, tables the second quarterly performance report of the Department of Environment for the 25-26 financial year as follows. In summary, Honourable Speaker, the committee noted that the department planned for and reported on a total of 52 indicators at the end of quarter two. Overall, the department achieved 60% of its quarterly targets. I think I've got the wrong report here in front of me. Apologies. I've got it here. Honourable Speaker, just allow me a moment.
Honorable Mulder, do you want us to come back to you? Maybe we take the 5th order.
Please, Honourable
Let's
Speaker,
do that. Yeah,
please
no,
and
that's
dearly,
fine.
thank you.
That's okay. I'll make a note that we need to come back to the 4th order when you have found your report. Thank you. Secretary, can we take the 5th order?
Thank you, Honourable
Just make a note of the fact that we have to go back to Honourable Mulder. Okay. 5th order, please.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Consideration of Finance Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the second quarterly report of the Gauteng Provincial Treasury for the 2025-2026 financial year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honourable Masai.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The Finance Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the GPT second quarterly report, it aims to monitor and assess GPT's performance as reflected in the quarterly performance report. In evaluating quarterly performance, the committee considers both financial and non-financial performance against set targets and expenditure patterns. In line with the sector oversight model, in-year monitoring through quarterly reports, it provides the committee with the information necessary to monitor effective program implementation. The evaluation of GPT's second quarter performance report for the 2025-26 financial year indicates a satisfactory state of affairs, with 26 of 27 performance targets achieved and 46% of the total appropriated budget spent. Although quarterly expenditure is slightly below 50% straight-line projection, it compares favorably with the 92% achievement against annual performance plans. Under the administration program, GPT achieved all but one of its performance targets. It demonstrates strong administrative and governance performance through the attainment of key milestones in financial management, transformation, and reporting initiatives. GPT maintained an unqualified audit outcome, reflecting robust internal controls, compliance with statutory requirements, and sound financial governance. GPT also ensured that 100% of suppliers were paid within 30 days of receiving valid invoices, highlighting operational efficiency and effective management of supplier obligations. In support of transformation objectives, it conducted one workshop and/or training session to raise awareness on transformation agenda matters, fostering inclusivity and capacity development within the institution. Furthermore, GPT submitted one report to the Office of the Premier to monitor the implementation of GEODI programs, mainstreaming and advancing equity for women, youth, and persons with disability. Regarding employment equity, 47% of senior management service positions were filled by women, slightly below the planned 50%. It is notable that the program has initiated corrective measures to address this gap, signaling a commitment to achieving planned equity targets over the medium term. Overall, these achievements reflect GPT's commitment to financial discipline, governance excellence, and strategic transformation objectives, while actively addressing areas requiring improvement. The Sustainable Fiscal Resource Management Program demonstrated robust oversight, strategic planning, and fiscal discipline in managing provincial finances. The program completed and submitted 100% of assessment reports on submitted planning documents to departments within the prescribed legislative framework, reflecting timely and effective oversight of departmental planning processes. GPT also ensured that cash requisitions totaling 85 billion to Gauteng provincial government departments were fully aligned with approved appropriations without exceeding the provincial liquid asset threshold of 87.5 billion, thereby safeguarding provincial revenue fund, cash equivalents, and external investments. To strengthen monitoring and accountability, the department produced 3 in-year monitoring reports for the departments and 10 IYM reports for public entities, providing critical insights into program implementation and enabling proactive interventions where necessary. Additionally, GPT revised and adopted the revenue enhancement strategy aimed at improving the sustainability of provincial and local public finance in Gauteng, reinforcing its commitment to sound financial management, strategic oversight, and long-term fiscal stability. Overall, these achievements underscore GPT's capacity to combine compliance, oversight, and strategic financial planning to advance provincial financial governance. Regarding provincial supply management, GPT displayed exemplary financial governance and operational efficiency by producing one quarterly 30-day supplier payment compliance report, ensuring adherence to procurement regulations and timely payment of suppliers, which is critical for maintaining strong supplier relations and operational continuity. Furthermore, GPT achieved 100% electronic submission of supplier invoices, surpassing the planned targets of 95%, reflecting a significant advancement in digitizing the procurement process. In addition, the GPT held 10 audit committee meetings in accordance with the approved audit committee calendar, reinforcing oversight, risk management, and compliance. GPT made significant strides under municipal financial management in strengthening municipal financial management and governance. It tracked 135 intergovernmental relations engagement recommendations and resolutions at delegated municipalities, ensuring effective coordination and follow-up on collaborative interventions. In addition, 318 Municipal Finance Management Act compliance recommendations were monitored, reinforcing support to municipalities and enhancing adherence to statutory financial management requirements, providing critical oversight and ensuring that municipal financial planning aligns with approved budgets and funding constraints. Furthermore, 32 MFHSP recommendations were tracked to support improvements in MFMA compliance, highlighting the department's commitment to continuous performance improvement. Under the concerns, the committee is concerned about the persistent overspending trend linked to consultancy payments, which poses risk to budget discipline and may create pressures on other programs of future allocations. And with respect to the finance performance, the Portfolio Committee is concerned that substantial deviations under transfers and subsidies and capital expenditure undermine budget credibility. It poses risk to overall fiscal stability and may lead to the reallocation of funds from other critical programs. The committee therefore recommends that GPT provides a detailed explanation on how it will strengthen its budgeting for consultancy services, tighten cost controls and contract management, improve expenditure forecasting, prioritize internal capacity building to reduce reliance on consultants, and ensure clearer reporting on the value derived from consultancy engagements. And also that the GPT strengthen its budgeting and forecasting processes, enforce stricter expenditure controls, and ensure that all commitments are aligned with approved budgets. Additionally, GPT should provide a breakdown of projects that led to over-expenditure, conduct a detailed variance analysis to identify root causes, implement corrective measures, and report on steps taken to prevent similar overspending in future financial periods. The Portfolio Committee extends gratitude to the Honourable MEC Maile, the Head of Department, Ms. Nyani, as well as senior officials from the GPT for their cooperation during the consideration of the report. The committee also appreciates the diligence, dedication, and commitment shown during deliberations on the second quarter performance report progress. It goes to all the members of the Finance Portfolio Committee. Member Tlebere, Member Sedinyane, Member Mokhobe, Member Robertson, Member Hicklin, Member Makwala, Member Ngobeni, Member Evans, and Member Klaba. The committee's gratitude is extended to the support staff. After due consideration, the Finance Portfolio Committee unanimously adopted the second quarter performance report on the Gauteng Provincial Treasury for the 2025-26 financial year. And in terms of Rule 117, subsection 2C, read with Rule 164, the Finance Portfolio Committee presents to this House and recommends the adoption of the committee's oversight report on the second quarter performance report on the Gauteng Provincial Treasury for the 2025-26 financial year.
Thank you very much, Honourable Musai. Is there a seconder? Is Honourable Hicklin?
I will second. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. I now put a question. Those in favour say yes.
Yes.
And those that are not in favour say no. So the report is duly adopted. Honourable Mulder, can we come back to you? Did you manage to locate your report?
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I will have Yes, we can continue. Honourable Speaker, I, Jacob Mulder, there's some noise somewhere, Honourable Speaker. Thank you. Honourable Speaker, I, Jacob Mulder, Chairperson of the Environment, Agriculture, Rural Development and Environment and Portfolio Committee, table the second quarterly performance report of the Department of Environment for the 2025-26 financial year as follows. The quarterly performance information reflects on the performance of the Gauteng Department of Environment, for the end of quarter 2, that's for July and September against the predetermined annual and quarterly targets outlined in the 2025-26 annual performance plan. The section below outlines key priority programs and projects that have been implemented by the APP across all budget programs and expand on key successes and achievements. Moreover, the report outlines key areas of underperformance and challenges that were experienced in the quarter under review of this new department. The department planned for and reported on a total of 22 indicators at the end of the second quarter. Overall, the department achieved 59% or 13 of its quarter targets. 41% or 9 of the targets were not achieved for the second quarter. This can be attributed to non-achievement of Program 1, Administration, and Program 3, Environment. In the period under review, 7 performance indicator targets were to be reported by the Cradle of Humankind World Heritage Site and Dinu King projects in line with the 2025-26 annual performance plan, and 4 of the performance indicating targets were to be reported by these projects were not achieved. The department has fallen short of reaching budget expenditure levels commensurate with the stage of the budget cycle of programs 2, 4, 6, having returned expenditure figures that are particularly concerning and already point to the possibility of funds having to be returned unutilized at the financial year end. Program 4, though, that deals with environment management, could still improve expenditure figures, as this unit is responsible for readying the city of Johannesburg for the G20 summit, which should improve expenditure levels of the program, particularly in quarter 3. The Cradle of Humankind World Heritage Site and Dinu King Nature Reserve spent 21.9 million of the 22.8 million for the quarter appropriation, which is the equivalent of 96% of the budget for the quarter. The Cradle of Humankind and World Heritage Site attained expenditure figures in the optimum range when they attained 98.6% of the expenditure for the quarter under review. Although the Humankind World Heritage Site attained expenditure figures in the optimum range, they still attained a commendable 93.5% for the quarter. Reserve had no expenditure for any of the various groups. In Dinu King, the year-to-date effect of budget utilization translates to optimum of 40.7% for the Dinu King Reserve and the reasonably 42% of the Cradle Humankind World Heritage Site, which can still be improved on. The committee continues to note that the department performance in the previous financial years, when it was still a joint department, was hampered by various challenges that impacted on the service delivery mandate, as it's important to ensure that these are given the necessary attention so that the delivery of services is enhanced. These include the infrastructure delivery management system, related challenges that impacted on procurement and tender processes. The committee continued to encourage the department to ensure that the service delivery mandate is achieved. The department spent 193.7 million of 150.7 million as far as financial performance is concerned for the quarter appropriation, which is the equivalent of 128.4% of the budget used for the quarter. The administration program was allocated 39.7 million, and the expenditure for the quarter is 65.8 million, which translates to 165.7% expenditure. Biodiversity management program was allocated 47 million and spent 47.4 million, which is equivalent of 100.8% of budget use. Honourable Speaker, all resolutions have been submitted up to date and have been analysed and suitably responded to and presented to the committee. The committee noted during the reporting period under review, the department actively participated in public engagements with no less than 13 engagements where the Honourable MEC Botha was involved with community and stakeholder meetings. The committee continuously observed that the department fails to spend an annual budget as planned, and that should be given the attention. The committee recommends that the department provide detailed quarterly reports on how it will align its departmental targets with its expenditure and how the service delivery mandate will be achieved. Ensure that various capital-funded projects that the department is managing in the current financial year and over the medium-term economic framework period, which have run for a long period, are completed. And then, very important, to reduce the vacancy rate of 322% for the two entities with the right skills. The other part of the report is that the committee noted and acknowledged the following entity achievements under the period under the review. It's the NIR application received for complete atmospheric emission licenses issued within legislature timeframes. 85% of completed EIA applications were finalised. 100% of waste license applications were finalised within the legislature timeframes, and the 100% queries were resolved via email, GPG, common platform that were requesting funding, farming information, land, municipal support, etc. The improved environmental quality, procurement officials were notified to correctly capture purchase orders when making part payments. The clearing of exceptions challenges was escalated to system support in Provincial Treasury to further assist the investigation report on late submissions of the RLS02Ss done monthly for HOD's approval to institute consequence management. As far as the improved environmental quality is concerned further, SCM will provide procurement opportunities to designated groups as follows. The SCM unit will source quotations using the database by jury unit. SCM will give the designated groups the opportunities to submit quotations on all of our RFQs, and the SCM will also conduct training to the designated groups in a way to provide them with more information on how to become bidders, and the designated groups will also be prioritizing when issuing RFQs for services worth less than 500,000 rand. The department also reported, Honourable Speaker, that the following mitigating measures will be implemented to remedy the under-expenditure, capacity challenges in SCM and finance, the management of supply chain management processes, compliance and execution of the current financial year procurement plans has affected the second quarter performance report on conditional grants. The proposed mitigation is that the secondment of SCM capacity through the Gauteng Provincial Treasury and 3 officials were seconded to the department. This quarterly performance information reflects the performance of the Gauteng of Environment. And with that said, Honourable Speaker, the Portfolio Committee on Environment, Agriculture and Rural Development wishes to thank the Honourable MEC Botha, the HOD of the department, the officials, and as committee chair, I also wish to acknowledge and express my gratitude to the honourable members of the Portfolio Committee, both full-time and alternates. It's an honour to lead this hard-working team, and we also wish to express our appreciation as a portfolio committee to the contribution of all the valued support staff members. And with that said, Honourable Speaker, in terms of Rule 117.2c, read together with 164, the Environment, Agriculture and Rural Development Portfolio Committee presents the oversight report on the second quarterly performance report of the Gauteng Department of Environment for the 25-26 financial year to the House, as it was redistributed to the honourable members, and recommends its adoption. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honourable Mulder. Is there a seconder?
I rise to second, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honourable Moody. I now put a question. Those in favour say yes?
Yes.
Those that are not in favour say no? So the yeses have it and the report is duly adopted. Secretary, can we have order number 6, please?
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Consideration of Finance Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the second quarterly report of Gauteng Provincial Government GPG-wide for the 2025-2026 financial year. Thank you.
Honourable Musai.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair of Chairs. I would like to request that items that have not been read be regarded as having been read. The Gauteng Provincial Government Quarterly Financial Performance Report tabled by the Gauteng Provincial Treasury provides the Finance Portfolio Committee with a crucial oversight mechanism to assess the financial position and expenditure trends of provincial departments for the period under review. Through this process, the committee can scrutinize budget utilization, identify emerging fiscal risk, and hold departments accountable for the implementation of the allocated budgets. The tabling of the report therefore strengthens legislative oversight by ensuring that GPG departments remain answerable to the Gauteng Provincial Legislature via the Finance Portfolio Committee. For the quarter under review, GPG received a total of 87.6 billion, comprising of 66.9 billion from the equitable share, 15.8 billion in conditional grants, 3.6 billion in provincial owned revenue, and 1.2 billion in provincial financing. The amount appropriated during the quarter amounted to 86.1 billion, representing 50% of the total main budget allocation of 172.3 billion for the 25-26 financial year. Notably, 4 departments requisitioned above 50% of their budgets. 11 departments requisitioned between 40% and 50%, while a single department requested less than 40%. Direct charges against the Provincial Revenue Fund total 39.6 million. Revenue collection for the 2025-26 financial year was projected at 8.36 billion, against which GPG departments had collected 3.6 billion, or 43% by the end of the quarter. The Departments of Roads and Transport, Economic Development, Health and the GPT collectively accounted for 98% of this revenue. Specifically, DRT collected 2.2 billion against a target of 5.4 billion. DD collected 584 million, which is 41.8% of its target of 1.3 billion. The Department of Health collected 293 million, which is 47.8% of its 614 million target. And GPT recorded 357 million, representing 48% of its target of 746 million. The GPG's overall expenditure for the quarter stood at 86.4 billion, equivalent to 50% of the main appropriation. Several departments projected overspending amounting to 3.9 billion, an increase from the 3.7 billion reported in August 2025. Departments with expenditure levels exceeding the 50% benchmark included health at 50.3%, education at 51.5%, community safety at 53%, infrastructure development at 55.5%, and e-government at 61%. While most departments spent at or below 48%, explanations were provided for slower expenditure patterns, including procurement delays, project implementation lags, and seasonal spending trends. Expenditure on compensation of employees reached 52.2 billion, or 49.4% of the main appropriation of 105.6 billion. Although most departments remain within the expected mid-year expenditure threshold, COGTA, DED, and community safety recorded COE spending above 50% at 51.3%, 50.6% and 50.1% respectively. Departments projected a combined COE overspend of 82.9 million, marking a reduction of approximately 93 million from earlier estimates. Meanwhile, spending on goods and services totaled 18 billion, or 53% of the allocated budget, with projected overspending rising to 1.9 billion from the previous month's figure of 1.7 billion. The infrastructure programs received a total allocation of 13.3 billion, consisting of 10 billion, which is 75% in conditional grants, and 3.3 billion, 25% from the equitable share. Expenditure for the quarter amounted 6 billion, or 45% of the infrastructure budget, while most departments fell below the 50% expenditure benchmark. The Department of Education was at 51%, Health 59%, and Social Development 65%, demonstrated comparatively stronger performance. The remainder cited implementation delays, contractor performance issues, and procurement lead times as factors affecting the progress. Conditional grant allocation to GPG departments amounted to 28.9 billion for the financial year, with expenditure reaching 13.7 billion or 47% by the end of the quarter. Overall, grant performance was encouraging, with most departments achieving expenditure levels of 40% or above. However, several departments underperformed significantly, including agriculture and rural development at 5.4%, environment 24.1%, community safety 25%, and infrastructure development at 27.2%. Strong performance by the Department of Health, Human Settlements, Roads and Transport and Education contributed positively to the overall grant utilization rate. Departments attributed under expenditure to a mix of administrative delays, grant-specific compliance requirements, and project implementation challenges. The GPG's quarterly financial performance does show overall stability, but reveals key risks, including rising overspending, uneven revenue generation, and slow progress in infrastructure and conditional grant spending. A few departments drive most revenue and expenditure pressures, while delays in procurement and project implementation continue to hinder performance. Strengthened financial discipline, improved accountability, and more efficient budget execution are essential to ensure the province remains within its fiscal limits and meets service delivery objectives. In terms of the committee findings under the Department of Education, the portfolio committee is concerned that a sizable portfolio of multi-year contracts could limit budget flexibility and in future financial periods. The portfolio committee is concerned that commitments driven by conditional grants may increase compliance and performance risk. The portfolio committee is concerned that the department faces a risk of overspending and budget shortfalls, particularly in schools transfers and critical programs, which may compromise service delivery and financial management. Under Gauteng Provincial Treasury, the portfolio committee is concerned that majority of accruals and payables remain unsettled beyond the 30-day payment requirements, with only 37.7 paid on time, indicating widespread non-compliance with PFMA and Treasury regulations. It further compounded by the non-disclosure of historical debt by some departments, which undermines transparency and accurate financial reporting. The portfolio committee is concerned that repeated overspending on personnel, rising accruals, and system inefficiencies risk unauthorized expenditure and could compromise the department's ability to deliver health services effectively. The the portfolio committee is concerned that budget pressures, delayed administrative processes, and the late signing of SLA risk unauthorized expenditure and underutilization of allocated funds for critical social programs. And the Department of Community Safety, the portfolio committee is concerned that persistent overcommitments and unbudgeted expenses risk significant overspending, potentially leading to unauthorized expenditure and compromising the department's financial control and service delivery. And the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture and Recreation, the portfolio committee is concerned that the absence of leadership in SCM continues to hinder procurement efficiency and poses a material risk to overall departmental performance. And the Department of E-Government portfolio committee is concerned that the payment of substantial unbudgeted ICT costs, such as Microsoft Azure, jeopardizes the department's ability to implement planned projects and increases the risk of budget overruns and service delivery decline. The Department of Infrastructure is concerned that under the Department of Infrastructure, the portfolio committee is concerned that persistent and escalating accruals, particularly for property rates and operating leases, pose a significant fiscal risk. And under the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development, the portfolio is concerned about the persistently low grant performance, which reflects delays in planning and implementation processes. The committee therefore has made recommendations under the Department of Education with responses all due in the 30th of January 2026, the Department of Provincial Treasury and the Department of Health. And also the Department of Social Development, Department of Community Safety, Sports, Arts and Culture, Department of E-Government, Department of Infrastructure. Oh, my system is taking forever. The Portfolio Committee extends gratitude to Honorable MEC and the head of the department and officer of the GPT. Appreciation also goes to the members of the Portfolio Committee of Finance and also to the staff. After due consideration, the Finance Portfolio Committee adopted the oversight report on the second quarter GPG State of Finances for the 2025-26 financial year. And in terms of Rule 117, subsection 2C, read with Rule 164, the Finance Portfolio Committee presents to this House and recommends adoption of the committee's oversight report on the second quarter GPG State of Finances for the 2025-26 financial year. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Musai. Is there a seconder? Member Sezirinyani.
Oh, thank you, Chair of Chairs, Deputy Chair of Chairs. I rise to second. Thank you very much.
Okay. I now put the question. All those in favor say yes.
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 All those not in favor say no. The yes have it. The report is adopted. Will the Secretary please read the sixth order?
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs. Consideration of Economic Development Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the second quarterly report of the Department of Economic Development and its entities for the 2025-2026 financial year. Thank you.
Phinda Mzala. Member Msai. Akusui. Member Alberts.
Thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs. I want to confirm, can you hear me? I am online. Thank you. I, Anton Alberts, Chairperson of the Economic Development Portfolio Committee of the Gauteng Legislature, hereby presents for adoption by the Gauteng Legislature the Portfolio Committee on Economic Development Oversight Report on the second quarterly report of the Gauteng Department of Economic Development for the 25-26 financial year. The department realized 84.62% of the set targets, therefore attaining 11 of 13 set targets, whilst entities attained 45 out of 55 planned targets, thus translating into 82% achievement. This remains concerning as the department and entities continue to fail in attaining all targets, particularly those that are related to job creation. In the previous quarter, entities fell short in attaining all targets in comparison to the department wherein all targets were attained. The following entities reported their financial and non-financial information in the quarter under review: the Gauteng Growth and Development Agency, including its subsidiaries, the Gauteng Enterprise Propeller, the Gauteng Gambling Board, the Gauteng Tourism Authority, as well as the Tshwane Automotive Special Economic Zone. The department has spent 450.3 million against the budgeted amount of 452.9 million, which translates to the spending of 99.43% of its allocation for the quarter, with the variance at 0.57%, amounting to 2.5 million rand. This is an improvement in expenditure in comparison to the previous quarter, as the variance is within the acceptable 3% threshold. In the quarter under review, the administration program attained all three planned set targets for the quarter, accounting for 100% achievement. The attained targets involve 100% of the supplies paid within 15 days after receipt of a correct invoice. This is commended by the committee, as it remains crucial to ensure the sustainability of small businesses, as emphasized by the Public Service Commission. Furthermore, the committee was informed that no funding was confirmed by Gauteng Treasury, and thus no recruitment processes will be undertaken, even though the vacancy rate is a high 19.84% overall, with 20.15% with the department and 19.78% at the Gauteng Liquor Board. In clarifying the issues related to the departmental annual performance plan, the department indicated reasons for the disparities in reporting between the first and second quarter, especially the targeted and attained reports in the first quarter, which were not in line with the department's APPs. Thus, the department reported that it is achieving the BBBE targets through the department's group entities achieving these targets. So when the entities are not meeting these targets, the department is also not meeting these targets. However, this only affects the department since these targets are in the APP of the department itself, and the entities did not include these targets in their APPs. The M&E and strategic planning units were requested to deal with this matter and limit the department to reports which are within the control of the department only. The view of the committee is that the department and entities should only plan for targets that are within their control and ambit. Therefore, in essence, all targets planned for by the department and entities should be specific, measurable, achievable, realistic, and time-bound. On the Liquor Board, the committee noted that the GLB gave an update on the Committee of Inquiry, and it is expected that a comprehensive implementation plan related to the outcomes of the Committee of Inquiry on the investigations of allegations of fraud and corruption should be submitted to the committee in line with government's and accountability requirements. Continuing from the previous quarter, the committee noted with concern the response of GEP in relation to the status update on the distribution center project, wherein GEP indicated that the program that was supporting distribution center projects and the spaza shops has been referred to the formal inquiry to establish what transpired with the entire project. In response to this and giving an update, the department indicated that the investigation is expected to be concluded by the end of November 2025, and afterwards the outcome of the report will be tabled for the MEC's consideration. Thus, this report should be shared with the committee. The committee observed with concern the fact that the Gauteng Tourism Agency was unable to report on the number of jobs created through tourism projects due to budgetary constraints. The number of employment opportunities created through tourism projects indicator was removed from the GTA's APP for the 2025-26 financial year. As a result, GTA will not be in a position to report on the jobs created in the next quarters. Considering this, the concern remains on how the tourism employment opportunities will be tallied, noting their importance to the sector. By these measurements, it therefore means that the GTA will be unable to account for the impact of the G20 summit as it relates to the work undertaken in terms of leveraging on the potential number of tourists during and post the conference. The lack of creating adequate job opportunities remains a salient concern for the committee, as in the previous quarter, similar concerns were raised. The committee concerns were as follows. The committee is concerned about the targets planned for by the department though implemented by the entities, leading to the non-attainment of targets, as those targets are under the control of entities and not the department itself, therefore impacting on the success of attaining all of those planned targets. The committee is also concerned about the non-submission of the report on the inquiry related to the Gauteng Liquor Board that was finalized on the 30th of September 2025. And the committee is concerned about the GEP responses in relation to the status update on the distribution center project and its proposed conclusion, which was at the end of November 2025. The committee made the following recommendations. The committee recommends that the strategic planning and monitoring and evaluation unit should ensure that the department should not have targets on its APP that are tied, implemented and dependent on the successes of entities. All said APPs should either be under the control of the department, and those belonging to entities should also be applied and tied to entities only. A report highlighting the planning and target setting process for both the department and entities should be submitted by the 30th of January 2026. Secondly, the committee recommends that the GLB should submit the findings of the Committee of Inquiry on the Gauteng Liquor Board, noting that the recommendations of the inquiry that should have been submitted to the MEC by the 30th of September 2025, therefore the same recommendations, including the resolve and actions to be undertaken by the executive authority on the outcome of the inquiry should be submitted to the committee by the 30th of January 2026. And noting that the department indicated that the investigation on the distribution center projects, which was implemented by Family Tree Holdings, was expected to be concluded by the end of November 2025, and afterwards the outcomes of the report will be tabled for the MEC's consideration. Thus, this report should also be submitted to the committee by the 30th of January 2026. The report to be submitted should further detail the actions taken by the MEC as a response to the outcomes of the investigations. I wish to express my appreciation to all the members of the committee for their commitment to the oversight process, as well as MEC Mahile and officials from the department. I commend them for their diligence and commitment shown during deliberations of the second quarterly performance report for the 25-26 financial year of the Gauteng Department of Economic Development. Gratitude goes to the following honourable members: T. Kunene, B. Leswalu, M. Mfikwe, M.S. Moriarty, O. Matsabatala, F.K. Nkubeni, R.L. Abrams, R.F. Nkubeni, L.J. Evans, A. Ali, T. Nkani, and N. Ndelebo. It is an honor to lead such a hard-working team. Further appreciation goes to the lieutenant members, S.J. Dos Santos and E. Makwala. Appreciation and gratitude also goes to the following persons: the Group Committee Coordinator, Mr. T. Podibe, researchers, Mr. A. Malipani, Ms. M. Akubele, Senior Committee Coordinator, Mr. P. Skosana, Committee Administrator, Ms. V. Mokobetsi, the Hansard Recorder, Mr. S. Aloy, Public Participation Officer, Mr. B. Dlomu, Public Participation Assistant, Ms. R. Matebule, Service Officers, Ms. L. Muslala and Ms. Z. Mabasti, Communications Officer, Mr. T. Ndu, Information Officers, Ms. A. Nchebeyu, for their devoted assistance. And then I'd submit for adoption. After due consideration, the Economic Development Portfolio Committee unanimously adopted the Committee Oversight Report on the Gauteng Department of Economic Development second quarterly performance report for the 25-26 financial year. In terms of Rule 1172C, read together with Rule 164 of the committee, the committee presents to this House and recommends the adoption of the committee's oversight report on the Gauteng Department of Economic Development second quarterly performance report for the 25-26 financial year. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Member Alves. Is there a seconder?
I rise
Member
to
Modak.
second.
Okay. And all those in favor say yes?
Yes.
Can we have the noes? The noes are not there. The ayes have it. The report is adopted. Will the Secretary please read the 8th order?
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Chair of Chairs. A speech by the Speaker and consideration oversight report on the Office of the Premier and Legislature's oversight report on the annual report of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature, GPL, for the 2024-2025 financial year. Thank you.
Honourable Speaker.
Okay. Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Chair of Chairs, for the opportunity. Honourable Premier Panyaza Lesufi, Honourable Deputy Speaker, Honourable Mtlakaza Manamela, she's online, Honourable Chair of Committees, Honourable Dalton Adams, Honourable Deputy Chair of Committees, once again, Honourable Kunene, Honourable Members, Secretary of the Legislature, Advocate Mpoma Loka, all Gauteng Provincial Legislature staff members, distinguished guests, Ba Ingbaruna, Ba Agiba Gauteng, Dumelang Tlebagolo. Good morning and Sanbonani. So we gather here today, a few weeks after our country, and in particular House, to table the annual report of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature for the 2024-25 financial year. This report captures our institutional achievements, the culmination of the 6th legislature's work, and the foundation for the 7th legislature's renewed mandate. It is both an account of what has been accomplished and a reaffirmation of our enduring commitment to democratic governance, constitutionalism, and public accountability. The 2024 provincial and national elections were delivered peacefully and credibly by the IEC, marking yet another milestone in our democracy. Gauteng witnessed the establishment of the Government of Provincial Unity, while nationally, a Government of National Unity was formed. The number of political parties represented in this legislature increased from 6 to 11. This signaled a more diverse political landscape. So following the elections, this legislature developed its 7th term strategy, led by the Speaker and supported by members and the administration. Although strategic attention shifted to this new planning cycle, implementation of the 6th term strategy continued until the end of the financial year, contributing to our exceptional performance outcomes. So under stewardship, stability, and constitutional mandate, I want to share the following with you. Over the past 5 years, the 6th legislature has worked with dedication to fulfill its constitutional functions, which is making laws, conducting oversight over the executive, facilitating public participation, and promoting cooperative governance. This financial year of the term was no exception. So as we prepared for the transition into the 7th legislature, we remained deeply committed to delivering an institution that is accountable, that is responsive, and that is grounded in the values of our Constitution. We have also successfully stabilized the institution in the aftermath of the COVID-19 pandemic, thanks to the extraordinary dedication of our staff and management, the agility of administrative systems, and the unwavering commitment to support the presiding officers and members. Also listening to their concerns and their suggestions into how we can improve the system itself. This ensured that the House and its committees remained fully capacitated to discharge their constitutional mandates. I want to share with you now, honorable members, Gauteng, a few high-level achievements for the year. And the first one would be strengthened oversight and accountability mechanisms. During the 2024-25 financial year, we intensified our oversight role. Portfolio committees worked tirelessly to ensure that Gauteng provincial government delivered services in line with its commitments to the people. Oversight tools such as motions, questions, adopted reports, petitions, and oversight visits were employed with greater effectiveness and consistency. Despite committees having been established only in the second quarter of 2024-25, following the national and provincial elections, their performance reflects a remarkable clawback in the latter half of the year. And really, honorable members, here I want to commend committee chairpersons for their dedication to the work and the members of those committees, because were it not for their commitment, we wouldn't have been able to claw back in such an effective way as we have done. So this was achieved in a uniquely complex environment marked by the establishment of the Government of Provincial Unity, the expansion of the legislature from 73 to 80 seats, and the extensive change management and training processes required to orientate new members. Through an intensive strategic planning process, committees aligned their work with the 7th term strategic priorities, the presiding officer's policy priorities, and key national, provincial, regional, and global planning frameworks, such as the NDP, the GNU Statement of Intent, and outcomes of the State of the Nation and State of the Province addresses. As a result, committees executed robust oversight, producing oversight reports adopted by the House, completing focused intervention studies, processing departmental responses to House resolutions, and issuing oversight question papers. The Petitions Standing Committee also processed new delivering petitions, reinforcing the legislature's commitment to address community concerns. Committees further advance the legislature's lawmaking mandate by processing regulations, provincial bills, and 27 NCOP bills at various stages of the legislative cycle, resulting in the approval of 4 regulations and adopting of 3 bills by the House. Public participation remains central to committee work, with more public education and engagement sessions conducted across the province, ensuring that communities, regardless of affiliation, were empowered to participate in legislative processes. So, enabled by the legislator's digital agility, committees continued operating seamlessly through a significantly reconfigured political landscape, including the timely consideration and adoption of provincial appropriations to protect service delivery. Looking ahead, strong committee performance will continue to anchor the 7th legislature, enabling more rigorous oversight, strengthened lawmaking, expanded public participation, and enhanced cooperative governance, ensuring that the legislature in Gauteng continues to deliver meaningful value to its important stakeholders, baagi ba Gauteng. This remarkable achievement contributed to the legislature achieving an impressive 92% performance in the 24-25 annual performance plan, an increase of 9% from the previous financial year. The 8% underperformance related primarily to the processing of House resolutions and the full implementation of the ICT strategy, both of which saw significant progress and have clear plans for completion. So the second point I want to share with you is regarding lawmaking excellence. Support to the House and Committee on Lawmaking remained strong. This included the processing of national and provincial bills, as well as the approval of provincial regulations. Strengthened legal advisory and procedural support continued to ensure compliance with constitutional requirements and alignment with policy priorities. Please. The third point I would like to share with you is deepened public participation and civic inclusion. Public participation remains central to our work. We took the legislature to the people through workshops, through sectoral engagements and outreach programs, public hearings, and use of diverse media platforms. These engagements amplified the voices of communities, particularly the youth, the women, and marginalized groups, ensuring that the GPL remained accessible, people-centered, and responsive. The fourth item that I want to share with you is institutional modernization and interlegislature collaboration. The period under review saw significant strides in digital transformation, organizational modernization, and interlegislature cooperation. We advanced the interlegislature strategy, forged new partnerships, and collaborated with like-minded institutions at provincial, national, continental, and international levels to remain at the cutting edge of legislature practices. The fifth one is strengthening governance and administrative excellence. A major milestone was the review of internal governance structures to align with the Financial Management of Parliament and Provincial Legislature Act, commonly known as FAMPLA, and we adhered to the requirements thereof. This included initiating the repeal of the Legislature Services Act, established the advisory committee, and reviewing all internal policies to align with the 7th legislative term. The provincial legislature in Gauteng also worked closely with organized labor to stabilize the institutional environment. Key matters relating to subsistence and travel allowances were resolved, and we hope this will not, be a repeat. Okay, let me qualify that. We don't hope, we have plans in place to make sure that this is not repeated. So this strengthened the accountability, the compliance, and trust across the institution. So, as we look to the future, honorable members, le baagi ba Gauteng, we are mindful that the work of building a people-centered democracy is never complete. The 7th legislature enters a complex socio-political and economic landscape requiring more agility, more innovation, and continued commitment to accountability and ethical governance. So those key priorities include strengthening oversight through more rigorous evidence-based practices, encouraging responsive and transformative legislation, deepening public participation and expanding civic education, enhancing collaboration with other spheres of government and constitutional institutions, continuing modernization efforts, including ICT infrastructure, cybersecurity, and digital skills development, advancing the space optimization project and exploring additional office accommodation. Lastly, finalizing organizational design processes and filling critical vacancies. Through these priorities and ongoing collaboration with members and stakeholders, the legislature will continue to foster public confidence and strengthen democratic governance. So in conclusion, honorable members and baagi ba Gauteng, I extend my heartfelt appreciation to all honorable members, our dedicated staff, constitutionally established institutions, civil society partners, and most importantly, lona baagi ba Gauteng. Your partnership has ensured that this legislature remains responsive to the aspirations of those we serve. I also convey profound gratitude to the Advisory Committee, the Audit and Risk Committee, Internal Audit Committee, and the Office of Fellow Presiding Officers, and the Chief Whip. Your guidance during this extraordinary year has ensured that stability and effectiveness of the institution is maintained. We also extend our sincere gratitude to the Secretary of the Legislature for his steadfast leadership and for guiding the administrative team in fully supporting the work of the House and its committees, as well as the dedicated back office and procedural staff whose professionalism ensures the seamless functioning of this institution. Let this annual report serve not only as a record of achievement, but also as the foundation upon which the next chapter of the GPL will be built. A chapter defined by accountability, unity, innovation, and shared purpose in service of the people of Gauteng. I hereby table the annual report of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature for the year 2024-25 for the consideration by this August House. Ke a leboga bagolo.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Chokwe, standing for Honorable Mekwe, can you please present the committee report? Go to the surprise.
Honorable Chair, I'm still getting guidance from the team.
But
because they've sent me so many documents, I asked them which one must I read now. Hey, this before. She was really funny.
Mr. Double PhD.
You must read the 24-25
quarterly report.
Huh? Have you found it?
They are all titled quarterly report. That's why they confuse me.
Sorry?
Honorable Chair, they are all titled quarterly report, not annual report. That's why I'm confused. I can't table quarterly report after the Speaker has tabled.
Can you please go and assist, because we must go through this report now. Can you, sorry, Secretary, can you please just go there?
Advocate, come here.
Please, don't say come here.
Please. Hmm? Okay, we'll allow Honorable Chokwe to get organized. You have been disorganized. I know you are a very organized member. Let me not blame you. They have disorganized you. They have disorganized the organized. Okay, will the Secretary please read the 9th order? We'll come back to the reading.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair. Debate on the annual report of the Office of the Premier for the 2024-2025 financial year. Thank you.
Okay. Honorable Dr. Bloom.
Thank you, Mr. Acting Speaker. Mr. Acting Speaker, the Premier's office is not notable for the size of its budget or its staff size, which are both relatively small. It should be unremarkable that it gets a clean audit and pays its supplier on time. As they say, you don't praise a fish for swimming. Its importance, however, is like that of the brain to the body. It directs and controls. When it detects problems, it takes action to correct them. But what do you do when the brain is part of the problem? This is what we face with the Premier's office. There's something very wrong when an obviously bad appointment is made to head a large budget department crying out for new and principled leadership. I'm referring to the Premier's appointment of Mr. Lisiba Malatana as head of the Gauteng Health Department in June last year. Last month, when we honoured the memory of Babita Deokaran in this House, we heard expressions of support for whistleblowers. But in 2022, a whistleblower submitted an affidavit to the Hawks which alleged that Mr. Malatana and 2 other officials received kickbacks of more than 10 million rand to award 2 contracts to a particular company. This affidavit included emails, contracts and bank statements which were made public by the Amma Bungani Centre for Investigative Journalism on 24 April 2023. This whistleblower fears for his life, but he gave evidence even though it implicated himself. It is surely a credible giant red flag, but it was completely ignored when the Premier made the key appointment of the head of department. So there should be no surprise that Mr. Malatana failed his lifestyle audit and he was suspended in October this year. Now, the Honourable Premier has said he cannot act unless there's a final report or criminal charges have been laid. Just let me give you this example. Would any one of you here hire someone to work in your own household if they would be investigated for theft? Obviously, you wouldn't. So why on earth would you put a person who may have taken millions of rands in bribes to oversee a budget of 67 billion rand? It's a simple budget call, but the Honourable Premier won't even admit his mistake or apologise for it. According to the ethics audit on 19 senior officials, 7 were assessed as high risk and 3 as medium risk. This is more than half, 10 out of 19. It shows how widespread the rot is at the top. As Helen Ziller says, corruption is the system, it doesn't just happen. We see the effects of this corruption in service delivery failures wherever the ANC governs. The Honourable Premier has claimed that the intervention in Johannesburg for the G20 summit is, quote, permanent and will assist in repositioning the province. But then he said, and I'm quoting him again, quote, I don't want rain because it will reopen the potholes, it will create problems that need to be attended. What is he admitting here? He's admitting that the interventions are so superficial that potholes will reappear when it rains. And indeed they have. Lots of them. Johannesburg currently has 100,000 potholes. So I'm going to show you one of them. Okay, this is in Sandton. This one is in Sandton. It wasn't on the route for the G20. And as you can see, people are swimming in them. Some potholes have birthdays. So, I mean, this is the reality of potholes in Johannesburg. And well, let me give you another one. This is Johannesburg. This one's even worse. This is Everton. Everton. They're swimming in a huge swimming pool. You know, you don't have to go to the coast to swim in the pool. You can swim in locally just outside your house. It's a disgrace. It's an absolute disgrace. But anyway, these are local roads. These are local roads. So it is a sign of desperation that the provincial government gets involved with potholes. You know, a provincial government getting involved with potholes, it shows the long-time failure of intergovernment provincial oversight and intervention. Now, in the Western Cape, where we have capable cities run by the DA, they want to take over national functions like railways and police. But here, the provincial government must step in just to fix potholes. As the Honourable Premier said last week, the Honourable Premier said this week, the Johannesburg ship is sinking under ANC rule. He also said, quote, our people are unemployed. They want jobs. And we have demonstrated to them, listen to this, we have demonstrated to them that we do not have a plan or a program to give them jobs. This is what the Honourable Premier said at an ANC conference last week. So, after 31 years of ANC rule, this is quite a confession. We've been saying the same thing in this House for years. Honourable Premier, you can have the best organised office, but it won't save you from bad policies and bad judgment. We see this with your cherished Crime Wardens project, which you pushed despite all the warnings that it was illegal and would be ineffective. Now, the Public Protector, no less, has found that it constituted maladministration, irregularity, and a breach of the Constitution. More than 250 million rand was irregularly diverted from health and welfare NGOs to fund it. You know, surely this is a monumental fiasco, and we still don't know what will happen with the 6,000 Amapanyazas. There are obvious contraventions of the PFMA, including Section 86(1), which can lead to criminal liability for willful or grossly negligent non-compliance. I'm going to conclude with another warning about contravening Section 34 of the Prevention and Combating of Corrupt Activities Act. This imposes a legal duty to report corrupt or fraudulent activities such as theft, fraud and extortion to the police if the loss is more than 100,000 rand or more. Now, you will remember this poster. You will remember this poster of the Honourable MEC for Health and the Head of Department, Mr. Leseba Malatano, who is now suspended. It's one down, and one more to go. That's what's going to happen here. And there are others in the provincial government who should also be wearing orange overalls. I think you're one of them, actually. I think you're one. You want a picture? Yeah, no, I'll give you a picture.
There's a point of order.
There you are.
Member Bloom.
You should also be in an orange overall. Do you want to see yourself in an orange overall? Okay, you got it.
Member Bloom, there's a point of order. Member Bloom, there's a point of order. Please sit down. Yes. Let's hear the point of order. Member Mfikwe.
Thank you very much, Chair. I rise on point 85 on the standing rules, 85.3, that members are prohibited from using electronic equipment that disturbs the proceedings. When Member Bloom was doing his dance here, Member Kimankonji, there at the back, took photos of the session. The DA member there at the back. Kimankonji, that, you're now all up in black. No, it's not. No, I saw him. He took photos.
Okay, we will review. We'll review the videos.
Yeah.
Thank you. We'll
So
review the
Member Bloom
videos
said he
and
must
give a
capture
ruling.
us.
Yeah, it's fine. We'll review. Okay, Member Bloom, you can conclude with your last few seconds.
Yeah, I'm concluding. The DA will continue to push for all investigation reports to be made public and their recommendations acted on. There will never be an effective Premier's office if these reports are hidden away to protect officials and politicians. So, Honourable Premier, you're watching. If there are no consequences for identified wrongdoing, your administration will continue to be a sinking ship. Thank you.
Member Makwala.
I'm standing up on Member Makwala. This Member Com. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Deputy Chair, honorable members of the House, and more importantly, the people of Gauteng. Madam Speaker, the annual performance report of the Office of the Premier sounds like just another State of the Province address, as opposed to the document that reflects and indicates the objectives and achieves and the status of the progress made in key areas of governance and service delivery. Madam Speaker, the Office of the Premier under the administration has shown to the people of Gauteng that organizing of G20 summit to impress and excite the international visitors is more important than the actual state of things in the province. In fact, Madam Speaker, as the economic freedom fighters, we are compelled to believe that on any key area that the Premier has committed on, not only has his office and his administration underperformed, in many instances they have worsened the situation from what he has prior to what is so-called interventions. Madam Speaker, this is the administration that has been marked by false ideas of interventions, urgent responses in as far as service delivery is concerned. However, in almost every aspect, wherever this administration has purported to give with one hand and it has taken with the other hand. Today we stand here to show to the people of Gauteng just how this administration has reversed the gains of the material benefit from the people of this province. We will be failing in our revolutionary duty if we do not take this opportunity to expose the misgivings of this administration for what they really are. When almost 1.4 million people of this province registered their names on the housing database, the Premier responded with the so-called Rapid Land Release Program, which on paper sounded like a progressive and intentional directive to address the land and housing needs of the millions of residents of Gauteng. However, this same Rapid Land Release Program was also covertly mirrored by an anti-land invention unit. Today, not only has the Premier failed to dismay and address the realities of the landless people of our province, but close to almost 300,000 applications were scrapped from the Gauteng housing backlog. When the Premier promises in his State of the Province address to create over 3,000 new jobs, in the same breath, Green Army volunteers were told that there is no longer budget for their program to continue, and now 6,000 of them are sitting at home, unemployed as a result. When the Premier promises an aggressive CBD revitalization program, it is over 1,000 South Africans, street vendors, who were illegally removed from trading in the Johannesburg CBD, even though most of them have been trading there in all those locations for almost 10 years. When the Premier assures the people of Gauteng that SMEs and township enterprises will be developed, exposed to the strategic markets both locally and internationally, the same SMEs sit within unregulated industries, completed unopposed to any qualitative market advantage, without any real funding model from the government that has continued to make several promises and commitments. When the Premier, Madam Speaker, publicly declares corruption and maladministration, marks a bold statement about fighting of corruption officials. It is the same Premier that refuses to release critical forensic reports and several department processes. Madam Speaker, the state of the affairs in the province is shameful and a sad one. The very same Honorable Anrek Panyaza Lesufi, who purports himself as an integral leader, who is entrenched in good governance.
Thank you very much. Your time is... 4 minutes.
It says 3 minutes. Yes. Check it properly.
The watch that matters is mine. Your time is fine. The watch that matters is mine. Thank you very much. You can sit down.
Yours is wrong. The administration is confused.
Member Nkani.
Sasongchithela isikhathi. Honorable members, Honorable Premier Panyaza Lessufi, I want us to clap hands for 8 clean audits. In the same year, he got 8 clean audit. Was looted. 4.2 billion was looted through the irregular expenditure. That is more money than the entire budget of legislature and office of the Premier. In social development, 1.3 billion has vanished. Food parcel, dignity packs and other things. In health, 46 billion supply unpaid. So that's what we must condone and say we have a clean audit in Gauteng while money is missing, no one is accounting for, and the people of Gauteng are suffering. We've got issues here where we will say you'll need to focus on disability, youth, women, and military veterans. The target for youth is not reached. It's worse for disabled people who are at 0.3% across. And that thing shows you can start tracing it from this office or this building. You can't see any disabled person in this building. So this government somewhere, somehow, is not trying to focus on relevant issues that they must focus on. No military veteran is here. In your staff, you can't find any military veterans. The issue of land, who says I'm still young. The issue of land, we have raised it as Umkhonto weSizwe to say, at least Gauteng must have a land affairs department. Why we were raising it? Those ones there, during their apartheid time, they had a land affairs. But when South Africa was approaching this era, they started to separate the land, giving it to Transnet, giving it to themselves and so forth. And today, our people, they don't have land. And they don't have place to stay. That's why they erect shacks everywhere. The only thing that we think of a land invasion unity that will fight our people. Instead of thinking on how to take the land from these guys and make sure that we get our
Member
land back.
Nkani, thank you very much. Member Ngubeni, Action SA. Member Ngubeni, Action SA.
Yes, Chair. Good afternoon to you and good afternoon to all the members. Chairperson, Action SA welcomes the tabling of this annual report. But let me start with what deserves recognition. The Office of the Premier spent 100% of its 807 million budget, maintaining a clean audit and achieving 86% of its APP targets. We further note solid compliance on invoice payment with 98.38% paid within 15 days, which is very important and critical for small businesses and township economies. Chair, these are important governance indicators and they should not be dismissed. However, Chairperson, clean audits alone do not equal effective governance. The central question and concern raised by the committee, and which Action SA strongly supports, is the misalignment between spending and outcomes, particularly within Program 1, Air Administration. Here, the office spent 100% of its allocation, yet only achieved 50% of its planned targets. So you can see that this is not just a technical issue, it's a value for money failure. So in a province facing deep service delivery backlogs like ours, a high unemployment rate and growing public frustration, full expenditure without commensurate impact is unacceptable. Action SA expects the Premier to account not only for compliance, but also he must account for results. On preferential procurement, Chair, while the office exceeded targets for youth, women, and black-owned businesses, they continue to underperform on people with disabilities at just about 1.8% against their target of 7%. This is not unique to the office of the Premier, but that is precisely why the leadership is required from the center of government. Commitment alone are no longer sufficient, Chair. We are equally concerned about the governance signals coming from unresolved issues such as the fruitless and wasteful expenditures, which is linked to the life asset demand overpayment, the irregular expenditure where proper national treasury processes were not fully followed. There's also unsigned delivery agreements between the Premier and the MECs, which weakens consequence management and accountability across the executive. So while, Chair, we welcome this report, we really want to highlight that we need to see clean governance. We need to see support of youth and the small businesses in townships. But it's important that we must highlight that we will not accept a culture where money is spent and we are unable to see the measurable impact, particularly in the lives of the residents of Gauteng. I thank you.
Thank you, Member Ngobeni. Is it time for Freedom Front Plus? Freedom Front, you want to use your time?
Speaker.
Okay, who's coming in terms of Freedom Front?
It's Member Alberts. We will not be using our time today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for saving us some time. Patriotic Alliance? No time used. Rise Mzansi? Time donated to us. Bosa? Bosa is in America. Bosa? Time donated to us. IFP? Okay, we thank you very much. ACDP?
Time donated, Honorable Deputy Chair.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. From the land of Trump, we thank you very much. Okay, you are going to debate on behalf of Member Mahwe.
He's organized this time.
You are organized.
Thank you for all the time. Thank you for all the time. Honorable Deputy Chair, the Freedom Charter at 70, it says the people shall govern, not liberal allies. This year marks 70 years since the ANC led the adoption of the Freedom Charter, the moral and political compass of our democratic revolution. Under the ANC-led alliance stewardship, its opening declaration, and I quote, "The people shall govern," became far more than an historic phrase. It became a directive, a pledge that power must shift from the allies to the people, that democracy must be experienced in real material terms, and that political freedom must advance together with social and economic transformation. See through the lenses of Lenin, Fanon, and Biko, one conclusions become unavoidable: that the Freedom Charter is fundamentally incompatible with liberal attempts to dilute, delay, or derail transformation. Lenin warned us that liberal democracies create the illusion that of equality while wealth preserves real power. They offer the vote, but deny the economic means to make that vote meaningful. Fanon exposed how colonial powers cloaked exploitation in democratic language And finally, Biko cautioned that white liberalism prefer leading the oppressed instead of empowering them, favoring symbolic equality over transformative justice. When we examine our political landscape, it is clear that the DA embodies precisely the liberal tendencies these thinkers have just warned us about. The DA champions a democracy where market, not the people, shall govern. It resists systematic redress, opposes race-based transformation, downplay apartheid's legacy, and treat blacks agency as something that to be supervised rather than empowered. Its attacks on broad base. Listen to your attack on the BEE.
Yeah, please. Stop talking rubbish.
The DA attacks the BEE program, reveal exactly the instinct Biko warned against. A desire for a democracy where the oppressed remain spectators instead of being productive protagonists of transformation. Now, 70 years after the masses gathered in Kliptown to declare the people shall govern, the struggle today is unmistakably between those who believe the people must govern and those who believe the powerful must govern in the people's name. The ANC stands firmly in defense of transformative, while the DA firmly in defense of inherited privilege. That's why they are even saying it's a strong speech. But Deputy Chair of Chair, I want to go deeper into the annual report debates. It is against this ideological backdrop that we consider today's annual report of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature and the Office of the Premier.
Go deeper, Papa.
These reports reveal a profound truth. The ANC-led government in Gauteng is advancing the Freedom Charter's vision, not in slogan, but through governance, accountability, and measurable results. When we look at the Office of the Legislature under the Speaker, we are seeing a strengthened people institution. The annual report of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature reflects a stable, mature, and people-centered institution. From 78% performance 6 years ago to about 92% today, the legislature is not drifting, it is advancing. The legislature planned to handle about 60 petitions. It proceeded with around 260.
Member Chokwe, please sit down. Let's hear the point of order.
Yeah, thank you very much. The fact is that we are on order number 9, which is a debate on the annual report of the Office of the Premier. But what we hear Honourable Chokwe talking about is the annual report of the Legislature. I think he's got the wrong speech. Thanks.
No, it is not.
We stand.
Let me go down to prove that it is not. I will skip the legislation. What I've realized is that they've combined them, which I will now move to the Office of the Premier, which speaks of the ethical leadership at Apex. And Member Bloom, don't stand up. The Office of the Premier is a stable and ethical administered institution. Performance stability indicates the following. 86% of APP target achieved, 100% budget spent, and 12 consecutive clean audit. Is the right one, you see? The Premier's action on lifestyle audit and consequence management reaffirmed the ethical leadership it is foundation of the people's governance. Where the liberal opposition attempts to sow doubt, the record tells a different story. Ethical leadership in Gauteng is not aspirational, it is established practice. On coordination and transformation, the OTP strengthened intergovernmental coordination, monitoring and evaluation, anti-corruption mechanism, lifestyle audit oversight, economic support for Tish community forensic integrity system. This is a government building a capable ethical developmental state in practice, not in speeches, not in manifestos, and not in corporate-funded policy papers. The OTP process resolves about 98% of community cases across 472 wards. This is governance grounded in the Freedom Charter's vision, a people government that listens, responds, and serves. In conclusion, the 70 years after Kliptown, we must judge ourselves not by slogan, but by our records, and the record is clear. The record is clean governance, a rise in performance percentage, deepened public participation, strong oversight coordination, ethical leadership in this office of the Premier, and this is the ANC delivering the Freedom Charter's call that the people shall govern. Not markets, not allies, not those who fear transformation, but the people shall govern. The ideological battle lines are clear. The ANC stand with the people, and the DA stand with the privileged and the capital and the allied.
As you
we
conclude,
support
member
this annual report because they
Chokwe.
affirm a government that is ethical, capable, and advancing transformation. Thank you, Deputy.
Thank you, Member Chokwe. I'm told that Member Mamabulo, Honorable MEC, will debate on behalf of the Premier. Honorable Mamabulo.
Yes, thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs. Let me take this opportunity on behalf of the Premier, and whose apology I convey to the House, to greet the Madam Speaker, the Honorable Deputy Speaker in absentia, the Chief Whip in absentia, all members of the Executive Council that are in the House, all leaders of political parties, officials in the Office of the Premier, and to this extent, let me greet the Director General of the province who's seated right here, and also take this opportunity to express our appreciation of his excellent leadership, well-experienced, dedicated public servant that is doing an excellent job in the province. Let me greet distinguished guests and all the people that have visited us. The people of the province, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Honorable members, it will also be very important to just start by acknowledging all the inputs to the debates that were made by all honorable members. Their points are taken, welcomed, and highly appreciated. Except, of course, for those that I'll come back to just clarify one or two points. Honorable members, Gauteng's development trajectory is shaped by its long-term vision of becoming a globally competitive, socially inclusive, and environmentally sustainable urban region. This vision outlined in the Growing Gauteng Together 2030, otherwise known as the GGT 2030 strategy, reflects the aspirations of building, in quotes, Gauteng of our dreams, close quotes. That is a province where no one goes hungry, economic opportunities are accessible to all, basic services reach every household, and safety, dignity, and prosperity define daily life. Driven by this imperative, we continue to focus our energies on Growing Gauteng Together 2030. And this, honorable members, it is our long-range developmental action plan as we grapple with the triple challenges of poverty, unemployment, and inequality, which have historically bedeviled the lives of our people. With a lifespan that ends obviously in 2030, the GGT 2030 has remained the Gauteng provincial government's blueprint for addressing our developmental imperatives. It is an action plan which provides us with the necessary framework to shape our policy approach. The GGT 2030 reflects the need to accelerate the implementation of the National Development Plan in pursuit of the South Africa envisioned in the Freedom Charter. Dr. Close spoke quite eloquently about the Freedom Charter, and there we agree, great doctor. To address, of course, the imperatives that are outlined in our country's constitution in the Sustainable Development Goals, the SDGs, and the Africa we want, which, as you all know, is contained and outlined in the African Union's Agenda 2063. Honourable members, as outlined in the August 2024 State of the Province Address, that is SOPA, the province remains committed to the long-term vision of GGT 2030, but will focus on key elevated priorities to accelerate development and address urgent challenges in the 7th administration. I had Honourable Koma confusing the annual report with the State of the Province Address. That worried me a lot if the two can be conflated. I just think it's a matter that we need to attend to. Honourable members, Gauteng's development trajectory is anchored in 5 dynamic impact indicators which track measurable progress towards 2030 and ensure alignment with the National Development Plan and, of course, GGT 2030. The very first one is sustained economic prosperity. The second one is declining unemployment. And the third one, of course, is reduced poverty levels. The fourth one is greater economic equality. And lastly, improved quality of life. And of course, these are measured by different ratios and, of course, indexes. By aligning the Gauteng Medium-Term Development Plan 2024 to 2029 with GGT 2030, the province ensures that each intervention contributes to measurable progress. Gauteng remains firmly committed to disciplined execution, evidence-based decision-making, and strong governance oversight, ensuring that strategic foresight translates into sustained transformation. Gauteng continues to play its economic role as the leading automotive manufacturing hub of Southern Africa. We further announced that the province remains steadfast in its commitment to improve the living conditions of Gauteng residents in the townships, informal settlements, and hostels, otherwise known as TISH. In the State of the Province Address, we all articulated the importance of hosting the G20 Leader Summit, which creates a unique opportunity for the province to showcase its tourism potential as a world-class destination. The positive economic spin-offs will have a significant impact on tourism, revenues, on GDP, and of course on foreign direct investment. I must also say to members, it was really remarkable and highly commendable to hear the Madam Speaker eloquently addressing the successes, but also commending the leadership of the Premier on G20 Leader Summit that was well hosted by the province. And we must also, DG, take the opportunity to convey to all our officials in the province, in the municipalities, working with national government, the great work done under your leadership to make sure this was a resounding success. And let's convey these thanks to everybody, and of course to all communities, to everybody that was involved. Now, honorable members, our TISH's elevated priority areas are based on 3 national priorities reiterated by President Cyril Ramaphosa in the 2025 State of the Nation Address, that is SONA. The priorities are encapsulated in the Gauteng Medium-Term Development Plan, and these are firstly, to drive inclusive growth and job creation. Number 2, to reduce poverty and tackle the high cost of living. And number 3, to build a capable, ethical, and developmental state. I must take this moment to say, great Dr. Joe, you talked about how the Premier's office is enhancing, building a capable, ethical, and developmental state, and you are spot on that point. We should comment your input on that issue. You are absolutely right. The priorities respond to the emerging challenges and opportunities in the socio-political and economic landscape, ensuring that our province remains on track to meet the priorities and measures of success as outlined in our strategic vision. The adjusted 2024-25 APP was retabled and endorsed at the Gauteng Provincial Legislature on 15 November 2024. Now, honorable members, the Gauteng provincial government is tasked with steering Gauteng towards substantial improvements in various sectors. The focus is on strengthening governance, enhancing public safety, and supporting development and revitalization of municipalities and our townships. Honorable members, as you are fully aware, as we pronounced in the August 2024 SOPA, the Gauteng provincial government, and of course with all the partners in the government of provincial unity, has translated the above areas of focus into 5 priority areas for implementation. The very first one we agreed, and we said, we're tackling crime and lawlessness. We're doing very well on this matter, as the statistics are telling already. Boosting economic growth and infrastructure, excellent work has been done in this regard. Ensuring energy stability and addressing load shedding, we're doing an excellent job, of course, to ensure that we meet the needs of the people for energy, electricity, including for renewables, working with our municipalities, expanding education and skills development, building a capable, ethical, and developmental state. Now, honorable members, the implementation of the district development model, DDM, which the DA opposes, between national, provincial, and of course, local government priorities being coordinated with the 3 spheres of government working together. This further enables implementation of immediate priority projects and actions, as well as long-term strategic framework for predictable, coherent, and effective service delivery and development. Now, honorable members, the DDM is at the heart of the Premier's office coordination role, ensuring seamless alignment between provincial, local, and national spheres of government. The Office of the Premier leads efforts to integrate spatial planning, resource allocation, and service delivery, leveraging on the DDM to ensure that government priorities are realized through coherent, district-based planning. Now, honorable members, let me bring to your attention that the Office of the Premier has ensured that women, youth persons with disabilities and other vulnerable groups benefit from Gauteng's development agenda, and let me include military veterans, that this remains a key priority for the Office of the Premier. I would like to assure honorable members in the House, and of course the entire leadership of the MK party, that the Office of the Premier remain committed to these very important vulnerable groups, and let me emphasize, including the plight of military veterans. There must not be any doubt about this issue, And I think the DG can furnish anyone with information about how the Premier's office deals with these matters more in detail. So there mustn't be a doubt about this issue. And we continue to engage with military veterans. And I would like to assure you on that one, honourable members, the ANC government remained committed to addressing the plight of our military veterans. Now, honourable members, the province must accelerate the implementation of the Gauteng gender responsive planning, budgeting, and of course, monitoring and evaluation framework to mainstream gender equity in all government programs. And of course, this is very important to strengthen and improve our efforts and capacity to fight gender-based violence and of course, femicide. The Gauteng City Region Youth Development Strategy and Disability Rights Policy will be strengthened to ensure meaningful participation and empowerment of marginalized groups. Now, honorable members, the Office of the Premier has leveraged various advisory panels to address socio-economic challenges in Gauteng. The Premier's Youth Development Advisory Panel has contributed to youth empowerment by creating youth-owned businesses and employment opportunities, benefiting over 5,000 young people through skills development and entrepreneurship initiatives. I must also report to the House that just a few days ago, the Premier and the entire Executive Council met with the youth of our province and have actually reaffirmed its commitment to addressing matters of young people. And they've been integrated into various provincial departments, working with all the MECs to make sure that we embed the youth energy initiative and innovation into various departments across Gauteng government. This practice, we must also take it to our municipalities to also make sure that they can integrate youth initiatives into local government. We must commend the leadership of the Premier on this question. For those doubting Thomases about the Premier's commitment to ethics and anti-corruption, I would like to say the Gauteng Ethics and Anti-Corruption Advisory Panel has focused on tackling corruption by implementing an anti-corruption hotline, ethics training for public servants, and reviewing the province's anti-corruption strategy, enhancing transparency and accountability. Additionally, the Gauteng AIDS Council has played a crucial role in managing the HIV/AIDS epidemic by distributing medication, raising awareness, and shaping policies to support those affected. Now, honourable members, let me also say to you that GPG is implementing the Energy Response Programme that aims to add massive 5,000 megawatts of capacity by 2034, with the goal of reducing dependence on Eskom by 30%. I've already spoken to this issue, and we're doing quite well on this matter. Now, let me also indicate, of course, there are challenges. We note in this regard, DG, whilst we commend the Premier as office for spending its budget in the most efficient and effective way, confirmed by clean audit, the 4% vacancy rate and, of course, the skills gaps in critical areas like project management, information technology, and oversight functions that need to be consolidated and need to be improved. Now, in fulfilling its role and mandate, the Office of the Premier continues to work with the Policy Research and Advisory Services and ensuring participatory processes in formulating strategic direction of government. We have engaged all our departments through 7 work streams that facilitated and co-facilitated by various departments to contribute to our strategic priorities and, of course, realizing our vision. The work streams also assisted to formulate and confirm key outcomes and priority programs and key metrics and interventions to be implemented. Now, honourable members, let me take just the remaining few minutes to just clarify a few points. I think in the main is to agree with Dr. Tlou, the great doctor, who has correctly described the ideological character of the Democratic Alliance, and I think on that, well done, Dr. Tlou. I think there you have correctly characterized the deeper ideological character of the Democratic Alliance, lifting the veil of secrecy for everyone to see how the DA is ideologically constituted. And I think on that he has done very well. Now, honorable members, I think the issues that Honorable Bloom has raised, also a doctor we must acknowledge. But Honorable Bloom, I think it will be very important just to advise you that, you know, sometimes it's important to emphasize points, but sometimes you could acknowledge where work is being done and there's movement, there's progress, particularly when it is clear Premier has extensively reported on the issues that you are raising. So to continue to treat these issues as if there are some orthodoxy and dogma for worship and bringing the same issues, dragging the same issues in the House without appreciating development, I don't think that is constructive. I think whilst it's important to raise those issues, but where there's progress, where there's information given, reports given about work being done, you could move on and maybe raise new challenges on the same issues. But to stick to one and the same thing, I think borders on degeneration. Just a piece of advice, Honorable Bloom. The other issue that I just want to raise is that I think the point raised by Honorable Goma, I think I've dealt with that. Let me go to the honorable members of MK Party. I think the issue, and I think also Honorable Ngobeni raised this matter, and I want to combine the response to both the points they've made and say, honorable members, I think it is always important that we appreciate and acknowledge the importance of clean audits. Clean audits are very much important. And I think sometimes with good intentions and in trying to raise other issues, we might, with perhaps good intentions, undermine or underestimate the significance of clean audits. There's nothing wrong with raising other issues, but I think on clean audits, our starting point and our principle should always be clean audit is important. And I think Honorable Tlou spoke to that, because these matters are important for enhancing public trust, for enhancing confidence with the people, and for making sure that we can improve on our relationship with the people. You can imagine poor audit outcomes characterized by fruitless and wasteful expenditure, unauthorized, irregular expenditure. Those things weaken confidence of the people in our trust and confidence to manage public funds. So whilst it's important to raise issues, but I think we must always reaffirm the importance of clean audits. Because where there's no clean audit, the same members in the House, everywhere they raise issues. Maintaining and sustaining clean audits is very much important, and I don't think we must waver on that. And it's important for good governance and for restoring confidence in the people. On that note, honorable members, thank you very much, and I think we welcome those who support the annual report of the Office of the Premier. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Will the Secretary please read the 10th order?
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs. Consideration of Oversight Committee on the Office of the Premier and the Legislature report on the annual report of the Office of the Premier for the 2024-2025 financial year. Thank you.
Honorable Dr. Chokwe. I think you're the only one who can be called Dr.
It's me again.
Dear Lord, it's
And
me.
this time I've got the right report. Honorable Deputy Speaker, please consider all those that I haven't read in this document as read. In the year under review, the Office of the Premier received an adjusted annual appropriation of about 807.6 million, which is a decrease from the previous
Point of order.
financial year.
What's the order?
May I inquire, earlier on in order number 8, it had to be suspended because Honourable Chokwe did not have the report for the Office of the Legislature. We've now brought him back. Is he going to bring us the audit report or the report for order number 8, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
We are going to conclude order number 10 first, then we'll go back to order number 8.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Chair, tell our presiding officer.
Honorable Muriati, I'm still going to come to that one. It's here, it's ready. The committee, like I said, it is, the 807 is less than what the Office of the Premier got last year. The committee knows that the Office of the Premier spending amounted to 806 million, which is 100% of the annual appropriation and recorded 86% APP target achievement, and 14% were not achieved. The committee knows that the Office of the Premier paid around 98.3% of valid invoices within 15 days and 100% within 30 days in its efforts to support township economic growth. In terms of preferential procurement spending on historically disadvantaged individuals, the Office of the Premier achieved 90.8% as opposed to a target of around 80% on black-owned businesses. Women enterprises at around 43.8% against the target of 40%. Youth at 34.84% against the target of around 15%. However, underperformance of township-based enterprise was recorded at 39.5% against the target of 40%, with the attributed to a limited number of township-based enterprise on CSD from which the service provider were sourced. In addition, procurement spending on the people with disability-owned business reflected a slight improvement of a micro 0.03% in 2023, and now they are on 1.88%, this under the review against this target of around 7%. An indication was made that corrective measures put in place are in support of the township economic development, which is implemented through township transformation procurement policy to catalyze inclusive growth with a focus on township suppliers. The committee highlighted that the main challenge is the lack of motivation and political will to improve preferential procurement spending on the people with disability, and will be fixated on this designated group to ensure improvement towards the attainment of the set targets. The Premier made a commitment to push more effort in reversing the decline in achievement of the people with disability targets by ensuring the development of an action plan to improve procurement targets to this designated group, and will be shared with the committee. In boosting economic growth and infrastructure, the committee knows that Gauteng economic growth indicators have improved, with the growth in GDP at around 1.2% and 0.8% above national average. The committee knows the growth in employment, which is underpinned by capital investment from the private sector as well as public sector. The Office of the Premier reported that in the past year, the Mehereng Smart City 20 billion investment has created around 200 new jobs for the people of Brits, and the Val Aerotropolis project has created about 60,000 jobs. In addition, All provisional action plans to strengthen anti-fraud and corruption control were fully implemented, and 10 forensic investigations have been recommended and reported to law enforcement agencies. Furthermore, the Premier's Youth Development Advisory Panel has contributed to youth empowerment by creating youth-owned businesses and employment opportunities, benefiting around 5,000 young people through skills development and entrepreneurs initiatives. The Office of the Premier reported about 455,639 irregular expenditure that was incurred by the 31 March 2025. This office reported that this irregular expenditure is a historical matter that spans from the previous 3 to 4 years. However, the Office of the Premier was able to investigate and has utilized relevant clauses to clear this matter and has no materiality on the audit finding. Further indication was made that the Gauteng Provincial Treasury has noted that all due processes as per the irregular expenditure framework were not followed, resulting in the irregular expenditure not being considered by the relevant authority in line with the National Treasury Instruction number 4 of 2022-2023, PAFMA Act, as you know it, Compliance and Reporting Framework. The Office of the Premier reported that 2.3 million contingency liability was incurred around 31 March 2025 due to cases of unfair labor practice as well as civil claims of various nature. An indication was made that possible claim could be processed by the department in the future because of the Life as a Demeni Attribution Award ruling recommendation that was delivered by Justice Dikgang Moseneke. However, claims will still be subjected to a rigorous verification process to establish if they are legitimate and whether they are lodged by people who have legal rights to do so. For this reason, the office reported that it's not possible to commit that government and the Office of the Premier has the liability to pay the potential claimant. The Office of the Premier on a quarterly basis meet with the MEC to deal with delivery targets. In response to risk implications to SMS who are not vetted, the Office of the Premier explained that there are controls in place and those who refuse to complete vetting forms are subjected to consequence management. In response to the question of whether the Office of the Premier has capacity to conduct lifestyle audit, the office highlighted that this function requires manpower and costly financial resources due to requirements of the incumbent data that spans around 5 years. The Office of the Premier highlighted that all SMSs and supply chain management officials are required to undergo security clearance, and requests are always made for SMS officials to acquire the top secret level security clearance to ensure access to confidential information required in the execution of their task. An indication was made that SIU is ready to give the first lifestyle audit report for these SCM officials and the SMS managers, starting with the Office of the Premier on the 6th of November. The office highlighted that the DPSA, as the custodian of this process, should play its role as well, as the resources of the Gauteng provincial government departments will be overstretched if there is no dedicated institution to deal with this matter. Thieves will continue to be thieves. The Office of the Premier highlighted that the annual financial disclosure as an intervention mechanism is a contributing factor towards lifestyle audit. Further indication was made that the State Security Agency does not have capacity to assist with top secret level security clearance, hence the delay in vetting processes and the importance of GP partnership with SIU to assist with lifestyle audit. In response to the committee's request for disaggregated number of foreign nationals in the Gauteng provincial government, the Office of the Premier indicated that there are about 3 foreign nationals that are employed by the Office of COCTA, and there are 5 in the Department of Infrastructure. There is only 1 in the Office of the Premier and only 1 in the e-government department. There are about 6 in the Department of Roads and Transport, 3 in the Department of Social Development, and a massive 765 in the Department of Education, 19 in Rural Development, and 2 in the Department, and about 631 in the Department of Health. We do have some recommendations. The committee is concerned with Programme 1. So by the end of January 2026, the Office of the Premier must provide tangible impact corrective measures implemented in addressing the non-alignment of Programme 1 budget against the achievement of the planned targets to ensure value for the money in the execution of delivery programme. The responses should include measures put in place to maintain budget expenditure in line with the set target. I would like to acknowledge the members of the committee. I would also like to acknowledge the Office of the Premier and the role that played by the Honourable Premier Lesufi, his Director General, Ntate Musui, and the entire team of senior officials. I wish to thank the following members: Tate Makubela, Memogeti, Masuku. I want to thank Dr. Chokwe in this committee, Msimang, Tate Bloom, Makwala, Tate Ngobeni wa EFF, and Me Ali, Me So, and Tate Nkani. So, in accordance with Rule 164 of the Standing Committee rules of the GPL, the committee hereby present the report of the House to the House. As Honourable Mehwe is sitting down. Thank you, Honourable Deputy Chair of Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Member Dr. Chokwe. You may now go back to order number 8. I'm sure you find it now. Okay. Before we go there, maybe let's first get the seconder for the order number 10. Can we get a seconder?
Seconded.
Okay. Okay, Member Nkani.
Yes, I second.
All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Yes. Those not in favor say no. The yes have it. Member Chokwe, you may now go to order number 8.
Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs. As I'm standing for Honourable Mehwe, I will go again to present this committee annual oversight report performance of the legislature, I guess. The annual reports enable the legislature to assess the performance of departments and entities at the end of each financial year. They serve a critical tool for evaluating progress against performance target and budget expenditure outlined in the annual performance plan. During this year, under review, the GPL achieved about 22 of its 24 plans target, representing a performance of around 92%. The 2 targets not achieved are 100% achieved of milestone in the ICT Strategy Annual Implementation Plan and 70% achievement of the response to some oversight and House resolution considered by the committees. The GPL achieved 76% of the milestone in the ICT strategy due to dependencies on external third parties. These dependencies contributed to non-achievement of the automation of IPMS asset management and procure to pay, the implementation of SAP S/4 HANANA in the 25-26 financial year will ensure that automation of IPMS, asset management, and procure to pay are achieved. GPL actively engaged in key initiatives, including Council on Governance, Ethics, Conference South African Legislative Sector Education Office, awareness campaign on diplomacy and protocol engagement with strategic partners, and parliamentary constituency offices. Additionally, the GPL conducted an ethics seminar led by Gauteng Speakers Forum with members of municipal councils. The GPL continued to ensure diligent compliance with governance framework and statutory requirements through strategic project, contract management, legal matters, and transversal mainstream training, while providing leadership and oversight on institutional projects and establishing system for financial disclosure by the public representative and the official. In close collaboration with the Integrity Commissioner, the Secretary actively promoted ethical conduct throughout the institution. Training conducted for MPLs during the year under review focused on enhancing their legislative knowledge to promote effective oversight and scrutiny, understanding governance principles through instruments such as standing rules, code of ethics and conduct, the Constitution and internal policies and procurement, as well as building personal expertise around communication skills and brand management. We can say the total of around 152 SOMS oversight reports were adopted in the House, comprising 64 of quarterly report, 46 of annual reports, 33 budget oversight report, and 9 focus intervention study group. Additionally, about 266 new petitions were tabled before the petition committees for consideration against the planned target of around 120 petitions. Of this petition, around 252%, which is an achievement of about 95%, were adopted. And there were about 6 that were rejected, and 8 were deferred for further consultation with affected stakeholders. The committee noted that the GPL faced challenges in implementing preferential procurement framework, including low participation of business owned by people with disability, Deputy Speaker, non-compliance with procurement processes by township-based entities. To address these issues, the GPL reported hosting several supply open days across the 5 regions of Gauteng. These events aimed to raise awareness and connect potential suppliers with the capacity building network. During this session, the suppliers receive information that equip them to effectively manage their business and improve their opportunities to engage in government projects. In response to the committee concern regarding the high vacancy rate, the GPL reported that following the appointment of the new Secretary of the Legislature around the 1st of September, the administration conducted an evaluation of the effective and relevance of the current organizational structure. So there are changes. There are forces of changes since the new Secretary came in. The new review concluded that the GPL structure requires realignment to better reflect the mandate and strategic direction of the 7th legislature term. Consequently, the GPL prioritized the redesign of its organizational structure and placed a moratorium on filling of all vacancies. The administration emphasized that, in line with the best practice, it is necessary to assess and review the current structure to develop a fit-for-purpose model that aligns with institutional mandate and strategy, thereby avoiding duplication of responsibilities and inefficiency. The outcome of this organizational development exercise will be new structure, after which the GPL will initiate the recruitment process. The terms of the reference of the OD project have been drafted and will follow the prescribed SCM processes. The project is scheduled to commence on the 4th quarter, and OCPOL, as the key stakeholders, will be furnished with a progress report in this regard. A total of about 234 million was transferred to political parties represented here in the legislature. The purpose of this political party funding is to enable each party to engage with and build relationship with its citizenry, identify community needs within the developmental agenda, and maintain the party's administrative infrastructure. And I believe also to be visible. During the 2024-2025 financial year, the GPL incurred irregular expenditure of around 118 million due to non-compliance with prescribed quotation processes in contravention of the supply chain management policy and financial management, Parliament and provincial legislature, SAM regulations, hence the new structure coming. In 2 instances, fewer than the required 3 quotations were obtained. and the deviation were neither approved by the accounting officer nor recorded in deviation register at the time of procurement. Lots of thieving there. Management has since instituted corrective measures to strengthen internal control and ensure full compliance with SCM prescription going forward. Additionally, fruitless and wasteful expenditure of around 69 million was incurred. Management is committed to implementing measures to ensure strict adherence to all applicable SCM prescripts to prevent reoccurrence. Despite these findings, the GPL received unqualified audit opinion with no material finding on compliance or the control environment, marking its 6th consecutive year attaining distinction. The committee's concern, the committee noted the explanation provided by the GPL regarding the OD. However, it remains concerned about the impact of delay filling of vacancies on the affected units, the achievement of targets personnel within these units, and the overall performance of the legislature. The committee noted with concern the conflicting information regarding the status of the case of Gwabaza versus the GPL. While it is indicated that the complainant has been reinstated, there is also reference to the matter currently being before the Labour Court. In terms of recommendation, Deputy Chair of Chair, the committee recommends that the GPL submit a detailed report on the measures put in place to address the impact of delayed filling of vacancies. This should include strategies to mitigate disruption in affected units, interim measures implemented to ensure continuity in achieving targets, and support provided to personnel impacted by the delays. The report should reach the office of the committee chair by the 30th of January 2026. The committee recommends that GPL submit a comprehensive report detailing the status of all legal cases it is currently involved in to enable the committee to monitor any potential risks these matters may pose to the institution. That report should reach the office of the chair by the 30th January 2026. A lot of work for the Secretary of the Legislature there. I would like to acknowledge, the committee wishes to acknowledge and appreciate the Speaker of the Legislature, Honorable Mshupia, the Secretary of the Legislature, Advocate Maluka, and his senior management team and all their support staff during the consideration of this annual report of the 2024-2025 financial year. I extend my gratitude to the following honorable members: Honorable Makubela, Honorable Dr. Masuku, Honorable Dr. Mkheti, Honorable Msimang, Honorable Dr. Blom, Honorable Makwala, Honorable Meso, Honorable Ngoveni of Action SA, and Honorable Alberts, Honorable Ali, for their dedication throughout this duration. And myself. After due consideration, the committee unanimously adopted its report of the GPL annual report for the 2024-2025 financial year. In accordance with Rule 164 of the Standing Rules, the committee hereby submits this report to the House for adoption. Honourable members and Honourable Deputy Chair of Chair, I thank you.
Can we get a mover for the adoption of the report? Member Mokhethi, seconding.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair of Chairs. I rise to second the report.
And now put the question. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Yes. All those who are not agreeing say no. The yes have it. The report is adopted. We now move to, will the Secretary please read the 11th order?
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair. Debate on the annual report of the Department of Agriculture, Rural Development and Environment for the 2024-2025 financial year. Thank you.
Member Engelbrecht. Your 4 minutes has started here.
My mic's not working.
Okay.
Honourable Deputy Chair, when MEC Ramagopa was appointed, she brought with her a sense of renewed hope, a belief that perhaps, finally, this critical department would turn a corner. But Speaker, hope is not enough. Despite the MEC's promises, the department has not delivered, but has regressed even further, leaving the very communities who believed in that hope feeling abandoned and betrayed. This annual report reveals farmers left without tools, youth denied access to land, communities left hungry, and opportunities wasted because the department is unable to fulfill its most basic responsibilities. Out of 3 programs, the Critical Agriculture and Rural Development Program is identified as the single worst performing program. Nowhere is this clearer than in the infrastructure delivery, where 0 out of 50 projects were delivered, indicative of a total collapse. Not one of the 50 planned agricultural infrastructure projects was delivered. No fencing, no irrigation, no tunnels, no mechanisation upgrades. 0, 0, and I can think of a different word for 0. 50 communities were promised infrastructure, 50 projects, and 50 broken promises. Without these projects, farmers cannot expand, cannot compete, and cannot feed their communities. Farmer development has also stagnated. The flagship commercialisation program, intended to uplift smallholder farmers into real economic participation, has not produced a single commercially elevated farmer. Again, just 0 out of 20 targets. In terms of youth land allocation, again, 0. Despite promises, despite policy commitments, despite desperate need, the department delivered 0% land allocated to youth. And with youth unemployment above 45%, this is not a bureaucratic oversight, but a broken promise to the next generation. Land rehabilitation, essential for climate resilience, performed no better, with only 13% achieved, and out of 1,450 hectares planned for rehabilitation, only 190 hectares were completed. This means less arable land means less food, less resilience, and fewer farmers surviving climate shocks, and exposing Gauteng to long-term soil degradation and weakening our future production capacity. Equally alarming, Speaker, is the continued underutilisation of conditional grants, with only 65% spent. Money, which is meant for farmers, equipment, and food security, was not spent. Why? Business plans were late. Projects were blocked without backup plans. Procurement collapsed. Internal controls failed. This is not only a funding challenge, but a leadership crisis. And the Auditor General confirms this. For the 4th consecutive year, this department receives an unqualified with findings. The same governance failures repeated annually: weak procurement, contract mismanagement, slow payments, irregular expenditure, and a lack of accountability. The annual report also warns about vulnerabilities in veterinary services, with rising foot and mouth
Okay, you have
risks.
exhausted even the extra seconds that I gave you. Thank you very much.
Honourable Speaker, each failed target...
Thank you very much. Sit down. Thank you. Your time is up.
Your time is wrong. It can't be right.
My time is always right.
But I started it. My speaker didn't...
Member Machene? Your 4 minutes starts now.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair. It would be a great injustice for the constituencies we represent if an opening of this debate, the economic freedom fighters, did not remind this House that the first cardinal pillar of the EFF remains land expropriation without compensation. Through this pillar, the EFF seeks to restore structural injustice within the agricultural sector, ensure that inadequate land and freed up of curb urban hunger, and as of 2025 has demonstrated prevent instances where racially segregated communities such as the Kleinfontein exploit agricultural land for residential purposes, creating racial built around the nation that farmland is exclusively white-owned. Deputy Chair, it is for this reason that we express concern over the Department's continuous failure to meet targets related to the release of land for agricultural purposes. This failure directly impacts youth and women seeking access to land for agricultural production. While the Department often cries externally for external dependencies of land allocation, we must question intergovernmental relations and cooperative governance. The Department cannot continue to miss targets simply because it's operating in silos. Deputy Chair, we want to put it on record to the MEC that in the absence of proper intergovernmental coordination, the solution remains that the one of the EFF has consistently proposed is that the Department must be at the forefront of supporting the fight for land expropriation. This commitment is critical to curbing urban hunger and will enable the Department to improve its performance in sub-program on agricultural engineering services, particularly regarding the rehabilitation of agricultural land and the creation of green jobs. These targets are crucial for the agricultural development of Gauteng, a province facing crippling unemployment and ongoing environmental degradation. Weak intergovernmental relations are further evident in the Department's failure to meet targets for youth training in food production in collaboration with the Department of Social Development. Rehabilitation programs aimed at youth, especially those recovering from substance uses, are critical, yet the Department reports a limited interest. This is unacceptable as a province with youth unemployed rates exceeding 64%. Deputy Chair, while we do not condone underperformance, it is important to recognize efforts to root out corruption, even when these measures temporarily affect agricultural infrastructure projects. Where projects were halted due to beneficiaries failing to provide evidence of fund utilizations, such as interventions remain necessary to remain in governance. We also raise concern regarding the Department's food security program. The Honourable MEC has emphasised food security and regularity, speaking about eradicating urban hunger. However, the program's performance tells a different story. Most deliverables, including support for substances producers, school gardens, and also the commercialising of the agri-food value chain, remain unmet. These are critical targets that the MEC must achieve and to enhance efforts towards urban food security. It is for the reason that the EFF previously submitted questions on the status of the provincial state farm, which would fast-track these efforts. However, yet the report is not fully completed, addressed.
You have passed your time with 10 seconds. I gave you 10 extra seconds. Thank you very much. You can sit down.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair.
Member Nyati.
Ngibingelele usekela sihlalo sihlalo kanye nendlu yonke. As umkhonto wesizwe, we note that the annual report of the Gauteng Department of Agriculture and Rural Development presents a highly sophisticated narrative that fails to address the real issues confronting agriculture in this province. As a highly urbanized province, the department is largely invisible to the people it serves. There is no meaningful emphasis on developing small-scale farmers and transitioning them into commercially viable enterprises. The department was allocated a total budget of 1.035 billion for the 2024-25 financial year. This budget was intended to prioritize key areas including ending hunger, supporting the commercialization of small-scale farmers, and facilitating economic growth and sustainable job creation. However, the reality is that many smallholder farmers continue to struggle to access lucrative formal market due to a profound lack of support. Smallholder farmers face numerous constraints, including a shortage of productive land and high land prices, insufficient access to modern irrigation systems, challenges with the supplier and high cost of essential inputs such as seeds and fertilizers, regulatory barriers that prevent their participation in the formal agri-food value chain. Furthermore, compliance with food safety standards is both expensive and difficult for small-scale processors to achieve. The highly regulated nature of this sector market is particularly challenging for small-scale farmers to obtain SA-GAP food safety certification. The Johannesburg fresh produce market, the largest of its kind in Africa, facilitate.
Mhlonishwa Nyathi, isikhathi sakho siphelile Mhlonishwa.
Thank you.
Ngiyabonga. Honorable Moody.
Honorable Presiding Officer, this report confirms the Department of Agriculture achieved only 76% of its APP targets, a decline from 81% achieved last year. This is not simple underperformance, it is regression. Despite the Department of Agriculture's promise to end hunger, the figures tell a different and grim story. According to the Gauteng City Region Observatory, many adults in Gauteng skip a meal a day, much higher than the 14% reported a decade ago. Over 50% of households in the province cannot afford a basic nutritious food basket, and 1 in 5 households with children reported that their child skips a meal a day. Yet the department failed to meet its target for school food gardens, with school nutrition being one of the strongest tools we have to fight hunger. The department claims successes in supporting subsistence farmers, 9,904 this year. Yet even this achievement is overshadowed by budget reprioritization that halted critical programs such as horticultural hubs and school gardens. We unfortunately cannot talk about fighting hunger whilst cutting the very programs that feed our communities. Small-scale pig farmers continue to struggle with African swine fever, which persists primarily because the government has not invested in proper infrastructure and farm support. I note the department's commitment to address this issue. However, we need more details such as the plan and then, of course, the budget to implement such. With regard to the environment, we see similar failures. 21 out of 31 air quality monitoring stations are functional, compromising Gauteng's ability to respond to pollution. Environmental management inspectors cannot continue to work without proper PPE, exposed to danger at landfill sites. This is totally unacceptable. If we fail to address the basics, we cannot expect to succeed at the more challenging areas of efficient and effective governance. Despite issuing 92% of our environmental authorizations on time, the department could not keep waste management systems functional across the municipalities. 10 monitoring stations are offline, landfill capacity is fast shrinking, and municipalities are still not diverting waste at the scale required. Without urgent intervention, Gauteng is marching towards an environmental catastrophe. We are already facing an environmental catastrophe when it comes to failing wastewater treatment plants, which continue to pollute our rivers, streams, and dams. Many township homes are flooded with raw sewage running through the yards, and that is for years. MECs, the two of you have your work cut out for you. I, however, believe that you can meet the challenge. Let's make it happen. Honourable Presiding Officer, Gauteng deserves a capable state, one that can feed its people and protect the environment. This Action SA caucus of only 3 of us demands accountability and immediate corrective action. I thank you.
Thank you, Member Moody. Member Miller.
Thank you very much. This annual report is not just a document, it's a report card on whether Gauteng remains livable. Today we are not debating indicators, we are debating whether a mother in Mogale City can open her windows without fear of the air her child will breathe. We are talking about whether a young person in Alexandra can find real work, and whether a small business owner in Soweto can rebuild what illegal dumping has destroyed. Deputy Chair of Chairs, I want to speak about 3 things today: what's working, what's failing, and what we need to fix urgently. The department achieved a 92% success rate in issuing environmental authorizations and 100% for atmospheric emission licenses in municipal facilities. The department has also planted more than 132,000 trees. This is a huge improvement and brings shades to school and has restored dignity to public places. There is capacity in this department, and there are dedicated officials who deserve recognition. But we must also be honest about what is not working. And what is failing is not paperwork, it's people's lives. When we speak about illegal dumping, we are not simply talking about litter. We're talking about mountains of waste next to family homes. I've seen these sites: piles of waste burning, rivers running black with sewage, and children navigating rubbish where they should be playing. These sites have been reported repeatedly, but I can take you back there today. Nothing has changed. This is what a lack of enforcement looks like. Where there is illegal dumping, there's organised crime. Syndicates control these areas, hijack trucks, extort small businesses, and turn communities into danger zones. No investor wants to build next to a dump. No shop owner will open where a criminal network operates. Jobs that should have existed will never materialise. Our environmental management inspectors are walking into these crime control spaces without the tools, technology, or protection they need. When our inspectors lack proper authority, equipment, and backup, criminals win and our communities pay the price. Air quality is another example. Gauteng has 31 monitoring stations, yet only 21 are functioning. This means a third of our province is essentially invisible when it comes to pollution. Without reliable data, the government cannot act, and polluters cannot be held accountable. The DA stands ready to rebuild a Gauteng where every family breathes cleaner air, lives in a safer neighbourhood, and sees opportunity, not pollution, outside their front door. We cannot clean Gauteng with words, only action, accountability, and strong enforcement. This will deliver the change our residents deserve.
Let's see if we can get this flat time. IFP, PA, Rise, Bosa, ACDP.
Can I take Bosa's time?
I'll be surprised if if the chair of chairs are still awake. Okay. From Front Plus.
I am here. I am here.
Yeah, but you have not slept.
No, I haven't slept.
We appreciate the free time, member, chair of chairs. Freedom Front Plus. Okay.
Thank you, Chair. I will take up the free time. Thank you very much. Honourable Deputy Chair of Chairs, as we debate the annual report of the Gauteng Department of Environment, Agriculture and Rural Development, we must begin by recognizing a simple truth. Agriculture is a cornerstone of economic development, even in a highly urbanized province like Gauteng. With more than 16 million citizens, sustainable food security is not optional, it's essential. We must strengthen urban farming, support commercial producers, and invest in agri-technology so that households and our economy are protected from rising food prices and supply pressures. Equally important is the environment portfolio, which remains underestimated despite its direct impact on Gauteng's economic performance. Ours is one of the most polluted provinces in the country. Littering, illegal dumping, deteriorating air quality, and pollution of scarce water resources by the failing municipalities and non-compliant industries all undermine public health, raise the cost of doing business, and threaten economic growth. Deputy Chair, water, however, remains a national function, and here national government continues to let Gauteng down. The province's repeated calls for intervention, infrastructure upgrades, and stronger regulation have gone unanswered. Gauteng cannot fulfill its mandate when the national custodian of water fails to act. But the solutions are within reach. We need a provincial agri-innovation drive, stronger extension services, and aggressive support for agro-processing to unlock jobs. We need tough environmental enforcement, community-based river rehabilitation, and real cooperation between national and provincial government on water security. If we strengthen agriculture and protect our environment, we strengthen Gauteng's economy. A province cannot be the engine of South Africa if its people cannot breathe clean air, access reliable water, and afford food. It is time to act decisively and together to secure Gauteng's future. Thank you, Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Member. Member De Jager.
Good afternoon, Deputy Chair of Chairs. I rise today to address a matter of profound concern: the systemic failure of the Environmental Affairs to deliver on its environmental mandate, as starkly revealed in the 2024-25 annual report. While the department underspent its budget by 58.3 million from a 1.106 billion allocation, the real tragedy lies not in the figures themselves, but in the environmental devastation these numbers represent. Behind every unspent rand lies degraded land, unchecked invasive species, and lost opportunities for environmental restoration. We are not talking about minor shortfalls or technical adjustments. We are confronting catastrophic failure. We promised our people a green economy. We promised jobs in environmental restoration. The reality? Only 200 green jobs were created against a target of 650. Two-thirds of these promised opportunities vanished into administrative delays and approval bottlenecks. The TSEPO 1 million programme fell short of its modest 5,000 target, and even our waste management infrastructure plans lie paralysed with not a single feasibility study completed due to funding negotiations, mired in bureaucratic requirements. Deputy Chair of Chairs, a disturbing pattern emerges from this report. There are delayed business plan approvals, protracted service provider appointments, coordination failure between departments, funding negotiations that grind to a halt, and a 47.8 million underspend on the CASP conditional grant alone. These are not isolated incidents. This is systemic dysfunction. This is an administrative machine that cannot translate budget allocations into environmental action. While we miss targets, green job opportunities slip away from communities that desperately need them. Some of the crises include the continued disaster at the Rooiwal wastewater treatment plant, which continues pumping raw sewage into the Arpies River unabated for the past 13 years, affecting farmers and the drinking water of Hammanskraal. Continued pollution of the Henops and Arpies rivers due to the failures of wastewater treatment plants in Ekurhuleni and surrounding areas, which has had a direct devastating effect on the Rietvlei Dam ecosystem.
Thank you. I gave you more than because I went to Germany with you.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much, Member Diaher. Member Chokwe, can come in.
Today, thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair. Today I'm the lecturer-in-chief about the Freedom Charter. Moving from the people shall govern. Honorable Speaker, let me draw on the wisdom of our Freedom Charter. The land shall be shared among those who work it, close quote. This indicates that agriculture and rural development are key sectors that require urgent attention to contribute to the development of our country, particularly our province, Gauteng. I'm honored, Honorable Deputy Chair, Honorable Speaker, sorry, you are back. I'm honored, Honorable Deputy Speaker, to discuss the annual performance report of the Provincial Department of Environment, Agriculture and Rural Development.
You are back. Deputy Speaker.
Honorable Speaker, this department has a clear mandate to provide comprehensive agricultural and food security support services throughout the province, particularly to the poor and the vulnerable members of our society. Our goal aligned with the vision outlined in the National Development Plan. Madam Speaker, the Provincial Department of Agriculture and Rural Development has positively responded to the Premier's call on growing Gauteng together, our roadmap to 2030. This initiative is tailored to address the provincial growth and development strategy of Gauteng City region, which is well underway. The focus of this agenda is on socio-economic transformation, intending to improve food security and enhance agricultural opportunities for all residents of Gauteng. The department's goal has always been to ensure food security through decent agricultural practices. It aims to transform the agricultural sector so that all residents of Gauteng, especially the poor and the working class, can enjoy dignified and sustainable livelihoods by providing them with agricultural opportunities. There is another Department of Environment, Honorable Speaker. This Department of Environment Sustainability Framework, which is GESF, has been approved for implementation. This framework outlined the environmental legislation, cooperative governance mechanism, and regulatory tools utilized in the province. It also details the scope of work carried out and provides a strategic outlook on the intervention program aimed at achieving environmental sustainability in our province. There is no doubt that the environmental quality in Gauteng is deteriorating, and the impact of climate change are already being felt by many sectors of our economy here in our province. So I will be moving between the Department of Agriculture and Department of Environment. Madam Speaker, allow me to state that the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development has established platforms and channels for information technology transfer to implement its strategies for supporting and developing the agri-food sector, particularly for smallholder farmers. This initiative is crucial for creating an environment that allows for the identification and selection of appropriate technologies that can benefit smallholder farmers and agri-food sector. Ultimately, this will help create jobs and enhance agricultural contribution to the GDP. Madam Speaker, on research and development of this department, the ANC-led Government of Provincial Unity complements the department in hosting the Agricultural Research Symposium, where agricultural research presentations are made, aimed at transferring technology and fostering development to the farmers, commercial farmers, and smallholder farmers, including the poor farmers. Presentations are conducted for various stakeholders, including these farmers, to share research results and technology that can enhance the agri-food value chain. Since 2015, the department, in collaboration with the research partners such as the Agricultural Research Council, the University of South Africa, the National Agricultural Marketing Council, has published numerous scientific papers in various journals. This effort aligns with its mandate for technology transfer as outlined in the Gauteng Agriculture Research and Agenda Development. Madam Speaker, the department will continue its effort in this financial year of 2025-2026 to focus on commissioning research and enhancing collection, presentation, dissemination, transfer of technology to agri-food stakeholders and smallholder farmers. We will achieve this through easily accessible platforms and channels, including the Agricultural Research Symposium, the demonstration trial units, agricultural technology seminars, farm visit to centers of excellence finding. This work aligned with the goal of the transformation, modernization, reindustrialization agenda of the Gauteng City region. There are some challenges that the department is facing. And these challenges are due to outbreaks of livestock diseases, particularly the foot and mouth disease. We are still struggling to meet the target of finalizing payment for invoices within 30 days. I'm not with them, they are. And note, as noted in last year's analysis of the annual report, this issue is likely affected by the vacancies in key positions within the supply chain management unit, including the director and the deputy director in the unit of supply chain. You can see the horror that they are facing. It is crucial for the department to fill this critical post, as doing so will help the department to meet the Auditor General's requirements and work towards achieving a clean audit. The department is still working to clear the backlog of infrastructure projects that need to be delivered in the province. This issue is partly due to the unfilled vacancies, again, within the infrastructure delivery management system. The ANC-led government praised the Gauteng agro-processing program, which aimed to create a supportive environment that encouraged new participants to enhance the involvement of agro-processing in the SMMEs. Honourable members, the Auditor General has awarded the department a 4th consecutive unqualified audit outcome. However, there are material findings related to compliance with law and legislation, specifically regarding the payment of invoices that were not made within 30 days and issues of contract management. This concern stems from obtaining an insufficient number of quotations and lack of consequences management for officials who inquire regular expenditure. Madam Speaker, the agricultural information and communication technology becomes more widely used and accessible in the context of the 4th Industrial Revolution. The department will support agri-food stakeholders, including small, medium, and macro enterprise, agri-park, smallholder farmers, by providing digital solutions. The department intends to offer tools such as farm planning application, agricultural information management system, spatial technologies as well. These resources are intended to help the agri-food stakeholders, farmers, enhance their farming operation, ultimately increasing both yield and their income, the rents and sales of these farmers. Honourable members, protecting the high potential agricultural land is essential in Gauteng province, where competition for limited land is intense. Therefore, the department ensures that the safeguarding of high potential agricultural land is a fundamental aspect of the special development. The Gauteng Agricultural Potential Atlas will continue to serve as a tool to guide and assist in decision-making for land use planning and management process in accordance with the Special Planning and Land Use Management Act, called SPLUMA, and the subdivision of the Agricultural Land Act and the Conservation of Agricultural Resource Act. The increasing scarcity of water, competition among users, and the population growth necessitate effective and sustainable water management for the agriculture to meet future food demand. Additionally, the growing needs of various industries are placing further strain on our limited water resources. To address these challenges, farmers will regularly participate in water-saving technology training and soil fertility workshops. This initiative will focus on conserving water during irrigation and promoting soil health for future generations by encouraging the adoption of proper irrigation methods and technology that enhance soil sustainability. Madam Speaker, the annual performance report of the Department of Agriculture Rural Development states that the department will continue implementing the Agro-Logist Chain Program. This program aims to assist farmers in meeting market access requirements, which also focus on the development of agri-parks and agro-processing infrastructure projects. Madam Speaker, the initiative aimed at supporting agricultural producers and developing programs that are crucial for expanding access to opportunities in the agri-food value chain. This initiative also promotes agricultural development within framework of land and agrarian reform in the province and maximize food security. The ANC-led government reaffirmed its commitment to collaborate with all subsistence and emerging farmers to transform the commercial agricultural sector for sustainable livelihoods and food security. Honourable Speaker, we wish to inform you that the Department of Environment is committed to ensuring compliance and effective enforcement. The department successfully issued around 90 administrative enforcement notices and compliance with environmental management legislation. The number of detected non-compliance directly determined the number of these notices. A reduction in detected non-compliance leads to fewer enforcement notices being issued, which does not indicate a need for corrective measures, but rather reflects successful implementation of environmental management practice. The Department of Environment reported that a total of about 32 criminal investigations were finalized and handed over to the NPA for prosecution. We await for them to be on the roll in the courts. There were no outstanding forensic reports. The set target of 270.
Honourable Chokwe.
As I conclude, Madam Speaker, these 270 compliance inspections conducted overachieved a total of 326. Madam Speaker, the ANC is confident on provincial government to deliver a better life for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Chokwe. Honourable MEC Ramakopa.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, and thank you to all of the honourable members who have made inputs and contributed to strengthening the work of the Gauteng Department of Agriculture and Rural Development over this financial year. And we thank you also for your inputs. They really do provide some useful guidance, even where one may say that some of the critiques might be a bit harsh, but indeed we are here to engage robustly. So let me begin by contextualizing what 2024-2025 was for us. It was defined largely by the departmental splitting process, which, as you can imagine, has a number of implications in terms of capacity to deliver and the ability of the department to function as it normally would or as it even might have in previous years. This results in loss of capacity, low staff morale, and of course, a delay in filling certain critical vacancies that are critical to delivering on our mandate and delivering output. And as they say, Honourable Speaker, a house divided against itself cannot stand. But we are here today to say GDAD is not only standing, we are rising. And we are ensuring that as we move forward, we are closing that chapter now, finally, of our separation from the Department of Environment, and we are now able to move forward in executing on our mandate exclusively. Let me address some of the specific issues, though, because there are some very valid points that have been raised. The issue, Member Abrams, around land allocation, and specifically youth land allocation, Member Engelbrecht, is a critical one, and one we've engaged in several forums, and it must be noted in this House that GDAD unfortunately does not have land, and we cannot allocate land that we do not have. However, the suggestion that is made, or the proposal that is made, that we should strengthen intergovernmental relations platforms to be able to work closer with local municipalities as well as with the national department are well taken and well noted. And those platforms do exist. However, it does become a challenge to meet certain targets where the fundamental mandate for delivery sits outside of yourself. That being said, we continue to play our role within those forums in championing for Gauteng and championing for farmers, particularly smallholder farmers in Gauteng. There are comments, and it's important to address issues of performance regression, which are very well noted and well taken. And I think it's important, as I opened in saying, despite severe challenges of capacity, we did regress from 80% to 76%, with 50% of our capacity. and with a very constrained cash flow. So I actually want to stand here and commend the officials within the department for working under very difficult circumstances to still deliver on their mandate. And let it be known also that in all of that, it is the farmers, particularly the up-and-coming commercial farmers and the smallholder farmers, who are prioritized. We spent 95% of our adjusted budget, which allowed us to support 10,000 subsistence farmers with production inputs, seeds, fertilizers, etc. We benefited 6,200 women farmers and strengthened the role of women in the agricultural sector. And we have succeeded also in this financial year of progressing 13 smallholder farmers from smallholder status to commercial status, which means they're earning a revenue of in excess of 1 million rand sustainably. Now, those are small wins, but they are wins, and we must also acknowledge the wins where they exist. We continue also to play our role in revitalizing our townships. We supported 25 township and informal settlement abattoirs, providing upgrades and operational assistance. We've delivered refrigerated trucks and, very importantly, issued 18,000 export certificates to boosting our agricultural exports from Gauteng to the value of 5 billion rand worth of exports. These are no small feat, Honourable Speaker and members of this House. These are real wins, tangible wins being felt and experienced by the residents of Gauteng. I'll also touch on the issue of CASP, and it's a very valid concern and one that we ourselves continue to grapple with. I don't want to underplay that issue. Our reliance on funding from national government, on the grant funding, and our ability to ensure that we submit our business plans on time and meet the requisite submission dates so as to be able to access that funding is a concern and has been a concern in the past. However, we are on a path to course correct. We have, at least in the subsequent financial year, been able to submit our business plans on time, and there are a number of internal processes and oversight mechanisms that have been put in place to ensure that we tighten processes around the conditional grant. It is critical to our success. Let me also, as a final point, I think it's important to say that when I tabled this annual report, I made a very specific point, which might have been missed by some of the members. I acknowledged that it was going to become a bit harder before things got better, because I recognize that for us to be able to deliver sustainable change, correcting some of our capacity challenges from the inside, it's going to take more than PR wins. We are going to have to do the work of dealing with our internal governance issues, ensuring that we reconfigure and build in the mechanisms, and that may cause some short-term pain. But I'm inspired and excited to say we can now start to see the light that is showing through the clouds, Honourable Speaker, and GDAD is indeed on a path to rising and on a path to ensuring that Gauteng becomes a leader in this country in terms of agriculture, and specifically in agro-processing, which is where Gauteng really excels. I see I still have a little bit more time, Honourable Speaker, so let me use the time to formally thank the committee and acknowledge as well the head of department, the senior managers, all frontline officials, especially the extension officers, who despite working again under very challenging circumstances, there are low ratios of extension officers in the province, but yet they wake up every day to go and visit farmers, to see farmers, to assist, to guide, to train, and to provide production inputs and the support that is needed in this sector. I really want to recognize them and say that their work is not in vain. I'd also like to thank the members of the committee and the chair of the committee for a year of very robust and constructive engagement, and I believe that together, indeed, Gauteng agriculture will rise. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honourable MEC. Honourable MEC Botha.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity once again to address the House. I think that my colleague, MEC Ramakgopa, has highlighted some of the challenges that we've experienced through the PMOG process, so I'm not going to go through that again. I think when you're operating with colleagues that are in acting capacities, it's a challenge, And when you've got vacancies, particularly in the SAM, it makes it even harder. I want to just address some of the issues that were raised. Air quality monitoring, which was raised by Honourable Moody and a number of the other colleagues. Air quality monitoring is critical, and I absolutely agree with that. The fact that there are stations that are out of working condition at this point in time, it's not ideal. However, we must also deal with the budget constraints that we do have within the department. We can't simply spend 5 or 6 million rand continuously on these particular facilities. So what we have done in the meantime is that we've partnered with the Clean Air Fund, and we've started working on our low-cost sensors, which we've been installing periodically throughout the year. I also agree that it is one of the particular tools that we need to continue to build our mitigation strategies around the air quality monitoring sensors, because if we consider things as they stand, a shotgun approach is never going to work, and I agree with that. That's why these stations are as important as they are. So we're going to continue with the low-cost sensors as we go along. The EMI PPE as well. This was something that I was very disdained to hear when I first came into the department. I think that from a compliance perspective, it's something that needed a little bit more focus a little earlier on. And so I agree, the PPE, it's stuff that needed to be focused on much sooner. And in fact, the EMIs as a whole, you know, from a compliance perspective, if we're looking at how we actually go about doing our work with the EMIs are actually allocated to municipalities. Then community members are able to call and get the EMIs out through the municipalities, and then there's obviously the Green Scorpions that are sitting at a provincial level. But we haven't had training for a fair while now, and I think our most recent EMI training took place in October, which is fantastic because it means that we're starting to bolster this process again. The EIAs, we can be very proud of a 92% achievement rate, as we're looking at the 8% that was a failure wasn't a political failure, it wasn't political paralysis, it wasn't you know, an infrastructure issue, it was actually national systems and uploading issues that we had. So this also should start looking a lot better going forward. The landfill sites, I absolutely agree with this. I think that the landfill sites have been left to fill up for far too long. It was one of the first things that I said when I came in June, July as well. And the message has been sent very clearly to our municipalities that we're not simply going to be giving airspace away anymore. I have had various meetings with various municipalities and various municipal entities, and they've said to me, can we please have more airspace, because one of two things is going to happen. Either we're going to become non-compliant, or you're going to give us more airspace. And I then said, well, there's a third option, which is diverting waste and ensuring that we've actually got buyback centres, transit centres, integrated waste management facilities. So these are conversations that are already in place. The wastewater treatment works. You know, this is something that is critical, because if you look at our lakes, our dams, our streams, our rivers, particularly with what's happening in Mogale City, Honourable Mulder made the example of Rooiwal, but let's talk very briefly about Percy Stewart's wastewater treatment works. Let's be honest about why these things are not working, right? This isn't simply a symptom or a cause of government that's failing in the environmental space. Let us talk honestly to the people of South Africa and the Gauteng residents about why these wastewater treatment works are not operational. When you're working in Percy Stewart and you've got zamas, illegal foreigners, that are breaking into the facility and stealing 30 million rands worth of equipment, you are not going to be compliant. Right? Now, we can't simply say, oh, we've got 30 million rand which we must put back into this particular wastewater treatment work. We have a 200 million rand hole that was not budgeted for. We've got fencing, cameras, all of these things that were previously not necessary that we now need to budget for. Now, Speaker, I must be honest with you. We speak about the crimes and the syndicates. We know that Kaya Sands is a big issue. We know that Cemetery View is a big issue. We know that Plastic View is a big issue. We understand Mogale City's got some problems. Again, when you go to a landfill site, right, I would urge people to go and have a look, but I really, really would never want to put any resident in the position to have to go to these landfill sites because I've been there. When you look up and you've got Zamas, who the residents also ought to know are not simply hanging around illegal mining activities, they are absolutely climbing into our landfill sites, who are walking around with AK-47s and assault rifles. Our JMPD are not able to go in there. Our Metro Police are not able to go in there, right? And yet, Speaker, when I call on the Department of Home Affairs to please assist me in my blitzes, not a word. Where are they? The Department of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment has an entire criminal unit, an entire criminal directorate. When I called them, they said, absolutely, MEC, we're on board with your task team for Kaya Sands, we'll help you. And yet, when I reach out to the Department of Home Affairs, not a single word, right? I've only got a minute left, so I'm going to try and get through this very quickly. AG findings are absolutely critical. I agree. We must take a look at what the AG is saying to us and make our departments more robust. Filling our vacancies is going to be absolutely critical. Then another issue that we must also deal with is we do our job as the Department of Environment. We have criminal sanctions, 31, 32 of them, as Dr. Chokwe pointed out. Where do these end up? At the NPA. And then they tell us, well, we're prioritizing other issues. So until such time as the NPA doesn't take our criminal proceedings seriously, we're not going to get the results that we want. So compliance is absolutely critical, but we can only take it so far. Then I also want to speak very quickly on the impact of climate change and climate resilience. These are things that we need to continue to build on. We've had a look now at the integrated waste management facility. We've got EIAs, etc., that have been done on that. The Karlspruit rehabilitation program is in full swing as well. So on all of these issues, there's a lot that I agree with. There's a lot of work that has been done, Speaker, but there is also a lot of support that is required from the Department of Water and Sanitation, locally through our intergovernmental relations, and the Departments of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment. I also just very quickly want to thank all of the Portfolio Committee members. As difficult as it can be at times, you do assist in pointing us in the right direction and keep us accountable. And then also to the various partners that I've been working with from national and local level who have been assisting in making the Department of Environment more robust. Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker.
Okay, thank you very much, Honourable MEC. Secretary, can you please read the 12th order?
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Consideration of Environment, Agriculture and Rural Development Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the annual report of the Department of Agriculture, Rural Development and Environment for the 2024-2025 financial year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honourable Mulder.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. We're back to the technical stuff again. I, Jacob Mulder, Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Environment, Agriculture, Rural Development, hereby present the annual oversight report on the performance of the Gauteng Department of Agriculture, Rural Development and Environment for the 2024-25 financial year, and that was, of course, before the divorce. The department adjusted its main appropriation budget to 1.106 billion rand in the financial year, utilized 94.7% of its budget, which is down 12.13% from the previous financial year's allocation. The department demonstrated a decline in budget utilization, recording a level of 94.73% in the year under review, compared to 97.73% in the previous year. This regress in budget use translates to just over 58 million rand having to be returned to the provincial coffers and is made up of conditional grant funds amounting to 29 million rand. The department further regressed in its performance, achieving 76% of its annual performance plan during this period, which was 5 percentage points lower than the previous financial year. The department faced significant challenges due to outbreaks of livestock diseases, particularly foot and mouth disease. The department still battles with meeting the target of finalizing payments for invoices within 30 days. And as was pointed out in last year's analysis of the annual report, it's probably impacted upon the fact that the lead position in the SCM unit, the director as well as the deputy director positions, remained vacant. It is thus important to get the department to fill all critical posts, as these will help in meeting the AG's requirements for realizing a clean audit. The department still battles with clearing the backlog of infrastructure projects that need to be delivered in the province, owing in part of the vacancies that have not been filled in the infrastructure delivery management system. The committee commends the Gauteng agro-processing program, which is premised on the objective of developing a conducive environment for new players to increase the participation of agro-processing SMMEs in the value chain. The Auditor General awarded the Department of Agriculture, Rural Development and Environment a fourth consecutive unqualified audit outcome with material findings on compliance with laws and legislation that relate to repayment of invoices not made in 30 days and contract management resulting from obtaining insufficient number of quotations, as well as lack of consequence management against officials who had incurred irregular expenditure. The committee welcomed the Auditor General's recommendations, which propose that the department should address matters of service delivery. The MSCs are urged to pay special attention to the planning and monitoring processes of service delivery to ensure that the achievement thereof translates to actual service delivery with impact, addressing the needs of citizens. The department's strategic objectives are aligned with the Sustainable Development Goals, National Development Plan, Transformation, Modernization and Revitalization and Agenda of 2063. Honourable Speaker, the Gauteng City Region overarching agriculture and agro-processing strategy aims to improve socio-economic development in the province. The department, in addressing this strategy, has identified important programs that will serve as vehicles for the attainment of the province's mandate. These are agro-processing, agri-parks, urban agriculture, mobile veterinary services and abattoirs, and the turnaround strategy of nature's reserves for ecotourism. The attainment of this broad strategy involved inter alia the maintenance of the existing agri-parks, infrastructure development, market access, skill development and mechanizations. In relation to hectares of agricultural land rehabilitated, 190 hectares were rehabilitated against a planned target of 1,450. The late appointment of service providers due to departmental challenges and risks, which included late approvals of business plans and late transfers of funds to the province, resulted in the departmental projects being implemented later than it was planned for. The department received 50% of presidential employment stimulus funds on 15 November 2024. And to support substance producers, therefore, the improved budget for the next financial year will be used to ensure the achievement of this target. As far as the Innovation Hub Management Company concerned, Honourable Speaker, managed to support 20 agribusiness SSMEs with business incubation and implemented 10 research projects to improve agricultural production. The 2024-25 Gauteng Industrial Symbiosis Program work plan activities have been implemented successfully and approved by the accounting officer. The program promotes cleaner production, greenhouse gas emission reduction and waste diversion from landfill sites. That's on the environmental side, of course, as well as job creation. It is delivered in a form of collaboration agreement between the Gauteng Department of Environment and the CSIR and NCPCSA that gets renewed annually, pending budget available to implement the Gauteng Industrial Symbiosis Program across the Gauteng City region. The GISP has been implemented since 2015. Through the years, the program has managed to reduce tons of CO2e emissions, diverted tons of waste and materials from landfill sites, reduced to litres of water and virgin resource use. As far as compliance and enforcement is concerned, the department managed to issue 90 administrative enforcement notices for non-compliance with environmental management legislation. A total of 32 criminal investigations were finalized and handed over to the NPA for prosecution. There were no outstanding forensic reports. The set target of 270 for compliance inspections conducted was overachieved, as a total of 326 inspections were concluded. The department only finalized 92% EIA applications received within the legislated timeframes. Online systems failures to upload applications, lack of delegations and long routine procedures contributed to the target on complete EIA applications not being finalized within legislative timeframes. The Portfolio Committee on Environment, Agriculture and Rural Development wishes to thank the MEC for Agriculture and Rural Development, Mrs. Buyiswa Ramakgopa, and the MEC for Environment, Mr. Ivan Botha, the acting head of department, Mr. Mase, and his team of officials. As a chairperson, I further wish to acknowledge and express my gratitude to the honourable members of the Portfolio Committee and the support staff members for their hard work and dedication. Honourable Speaker, this was a summary, and in terms of Rule 1172C, read together with Rule 164, the Environment, Agriculture, Rural Development Portfolio Committee present the committee's oversight report on the Gauteng Department of Agriculture and Rural Development Annual Report for 2024-25 financial year for adoption. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you ever so much, Honourable Mulder. Is there a seconder?
I rise to second.
Thank you very much, Dr. Chokwe. And I'll put a question. All those in favour say yes.
Yes.
Those that are not in favour say no. So the yeses have it and the report is adopted. Secretary, can we get order number 13, please?
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Debate on the annual report of the Gauteng Provincial Treasury for the 2024-2025 financial year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honourable Robinson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as we consider the annual report of the Gauteng Provincial Treasury, I must acknowledge that on paper, the department seems to be one of the better run parts of this provincial administration. But we must consider whether Treasury's performance has any meaningful impact on improving the lives of the people of Gauteng. Yes, Treasury achieved a clean audit. Yes, we acknowledge that 100% of valid invoices were paid within 30 days, which every department should be doing. We also note that there was no new irregular, fruitless and wasteful expenditure, and that the department managed to keep the provincial wage bill at 58.9%, safely below the 60% ceiling. In short, if any fish deserves praise for swimming, it's Treasury. The annual report shows that the Treasury over-collected revenue by 162%. One would think that's good, but it is not an indicator of a thriving province, but rather because of slow and underspending by Gauteng departments. Gauteng couldn't spend its own budget. So we earned interest on unused money while service delivery collapsed on the ground. This is like congratulating yourself for saving money on groceries because you didn't feed your family. We also see that Treasury failed to appoint a debt collection agency, a key tool for recovering money owed to the province. The report tells us the tender had to be re-advertised, yet again leaving millions on the table while provincial finances worsen. Then Treasury missed its target to publish the Municipal Economic Review and Outlook, a critical tool for improving financial planning in municipalities. This is all while Gauteng's municipalities are bankrupt, collapsing and unable to perform the basics, but we owe Treasury a thank you for submitting reports and holding meetings. The report boasts that Treasury held 101 intergovernmental engagements with municipalities, with Eskom debt still growing, Rand Water debt still growing, and municipalities unable to pass funded budgets. What difference has this made? They are drowning while the Treasury is watching from the shore, taking notes and issuing reports. Madam Speaker, we must also address the internal contradictions. Treasury tells us it has a 15.2% vacancy rate overall, while 16.7% of senior management posts are vacant. Yet, in the same breath, it spent 39.6 million rand on 8 general advisors. 8 advisors costing nearly 40 million rand. It must have been sage advice indeed. Treasury did well on compliance and administration, certainly a building block for good governance, but the DA cannot accept a Treasury that is excellent at paperwork while finances of the province, particularly in municipalities, are in shambles. Gauteng deserves a Treasury that does not merely tick boxes. It needs a Treasury that fights for real fiscal discipline, a Treasury that ensures departments spend their budgets on service delivery, a Treasury that steps in when municipalities collapse, not merely writes reports about their collapse. Madam Speaker, in its current form, Treasury earns 5 out of 10, better than most departments, but still not delivering the impact that Gauteng's 16 million residents desperately need. The DA will continue to hold this government accountable until Treasury is not just clean on paper, but effective in practice. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Honourable Robinson. Just hold on, honourable members, there's a bit of a situation here. Okay, honourable members, apparently the front desk here are having a problem with the system in terms of the time appearing on your consoles. So if it confuses you, please do not worry. I will be using the manual time. That's what I did with you. Yeah, but you saved us time anyway. Thank you. So I'll let you to your time. Please do not be worried. Thanks. Thanks for your indulgence. Honourable Makwala.
Thank you, Speaker. I'll be speaking on behalf of Member Makwala and Member Chibenga. Greetings to the Madam Speaker, honourable members of the House, and most importantly, the people of Gauteng. The annual report on Gauteng Provincial Treasury ordinarily is a document that sets out to reflect an organ of state whose functions, amongst others, are to prepare and distribute budgetary mandates, to effect revenue management, and to ensure sound financial prudence across all departments of the province and implement expenditure control. In the report, it is stated that the Gauteng provincial government lower spending resulted in yielding of a higher than anticipated positive balances in the provincial reserves, causing the over-collection on interest, dividends, and rent on land. Madam Speaker, while we may appreciate that the Treasury has been able to collect revenue that has exceeded targets, it remains a concern that several departments have underspent on their budgets for the financial year under review. The people of Gauteng and honorable members of this House would know that Gauteng has been hit by budgetary cuts from the National Treasury in terms of the provincial equitable share, as well as budgetary constraints from servicing previous debt in departments such as health and the e-toll debt. The underspending implies that with the severely constrained budgets, departments have not fulfilled their mandates as adequately as it could have been. As the economic freedom fighters, we continue to be cautious regarding the significant high wage bill of the province, which sits at 58.9% currently in total of the government spending. In a capable and financially sound administration, such a large budget item should reflect poorly on the inability of government to prioritize on basic and immediate government spending. And it calls for concerns in terms of service delivery. It is our core beliefs that, stemming from the manifesto of the EFF, that leakages in revenue collection are the main causes why social services are not properly assessed. We would have hoped that the major issues such as tax-based erosion in a form of illegal operations, including spaza shops and illegal mining, are areas which government would have sought to tighten measures on own revenue collection and not collection that is based on lower government spending, which is in essence a disservice to the people of Gauteng. Areas such as poor performing municipalities who continue to present budgets that are largely unfunded are areas that the provincial treasury should tighten. We believe that the long-running pattern and culture of financial misconduct and mismanagement at municipality level erodes the ability of government at a local level to be able to deliver on its mandate. Speaker, as the EFF, we would like to raise the following issues as the core issues that should be looked at, which is the increase in own revenue by collecting, as well as tightening internal controls, and equally ensuring that there is compliance in regulations in order to curb reckless spending. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chivenga. Yeah, indeed, it's a maiden speech and you're supposed to do just that. Lemo papatele matsogo. Bobotle. Honorable MEC Maile, it's a maiden speech. It's a maiden speech. You're supposed to applaud. But you're supposed to applaud. No, thanks. Okay. No, honorable members, I just wanted to remind all of us of that, just to welcome the members. So, Honorable Dilebo.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I rise today to engage the 2024-25 annual report with an intention to strengthen the fiscal foundation upon which service delivery in our province depends on. We must confront areas where progress remains too slow to protect public purse and restore trust in government. In terms of irregular expenditure and non-compliance with supply chain regulations, a clearer and enforced system of accountability that ensures wrongdoing is met with swift correction action. Consequence management should not be an optional extra, but a compulsory pillar of governance. For supply chain management reform, Treasury needs to close loopholes that enable corruption, strengthen fairness and competitiveness, and reduce opportunities for manipulation. Gauteng cannot afford procurement systems that enrich a few at the expense of millions. In terms of provincial revenue collection, Treasury must accelerate the rollout of automated revenue systems and introduce new and innovative revenue streams that do not burden already struggling households. We need a far more aggressive, innovative, and technologically advanced approach to revenue collection, one that broadens the base, eliminates leakages, and supports the gradual reduction of fiscal vulnerability. In terms of financial health in municipalities, Treasury's interventions, while present, stays reactive. There is an urgent need for stronger early warning systems targeted financial recovery plan. There must be a shift from crisis management to long-term financial stabilization. Gauteng's economic engine cannot run on municipalities that are financially collapsing. Last point, human capital. Vacancies in key technical areas and ongoing skills shortages are a recipe for disaster. Treasury should accelerate the recruitment for scarce skills where excellence is rewarded and mediocrity is challenged. Honorable Speaker, this annual report reminds us that capability is only meaningful when paired with courage and decisive leadership. As Gauteng, we can either continue to patch budget leaks that communities lose hope, or we can build a treasury that is bold, innovative, and unrelenting in its pursuit of financial integrity. Madam Speaker, as Umkhonto we Sizwe, we call for commitment to a renewed culture of accountability and transparency, one that respects every rent as public money and every audit finding as a call to action. Let us move forward with Treasury that is not only compliant but proactive, not only stable but innovative, not only supportive but assertive. Kwazam Kontu.
Thank you very much, Honorable Diribo. Honorable Ngobeni. Fuzi.
Yes, thank you very much, Speaker. Let me also take this opportunity to congratulate Honorable Member Chivenga on her maiden speech, and we welcome her into the House. I was clapping here visually. Speaker, I want to concur with my colleagues that have spoken before me that we need to congratulate the Treasury for the clean audit. We must be able to say to them they must continue to do well, keeping their books in order and ensuring that that continues. Because Treasury is very powerful, Speaker, in our government. It's a department that controls how money must be raised, how money must be spent, and how departments must be held accountable. So it has to work. And we really want to ensure that it does its work. So that is why we are highlighting some of the problems, and we are doing so constructively. The point that has been made is that we are not collecting our money properly. And that is the money that's supposed to improve services. So if our revenue collection is low, it's worrying to us. And that is why us as a portfolio committee, we raised this matter in regards to the appointment of a debt collector, but we have received confirmation from the MEC that this matter is receiving attention. But the problem is that the money that we have not collected, it's money that is going to be lost forever, because some of it's going to be prescribed. And that is money that we should have used to fix our roads, our clinics, our schools, and our ever-aging infrastructure. So, Speaker, we are saying we are concerned about that, but also we are concerned that the Treasury did not publish what we call the Municipal Economic Review and Outlook. This is a report that helps municipalities to plan their budgets, to attract investment, and to understand their economies. So without it, municipalities are basically flying blind. There's poor planning, which actually leads to weak revenue collection, stalled infrastructure, and communities that see no improvement year after year. So it is a concern that that report was not circulated to municipalities. But we are quite clear, Speaker, that in terms of revenue, we really need to resolve that problem. People need to pay for their billing, and that can only be done when billing is fair, when billing is accurate and is trustworthy. That is why it's important that we must forever be looking at municipalities and seeing how we can be able to assist them as the Treasury. So we are saying to the MEC and Treasury that congratulations on the work that has been done in terms of the clean audits, in terms of keeping governance clean, but there's a room for improvement. And the people of Gauteng really do expect that this Treasury will live up to expectation so that we can be able to see a difference. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much, Honorable Ngobeni. Honorable Hickling. Honorable Hickling. Thank you,
Thank you, House Chair, Speaker, honourable members and citizens of Gauteng. I've been a member of this august House for 18 months, and I wish to bring to the fore the obsession Premier Panyaza Lesufi's government has on the creation of a state-owned bank and a state-owned pharmaceutical company. I have delivered 3 addresses as a member of the Finance Committee, and in each one, the Democratic Alliance has strongly objected to the creation of these vanity projects. The 2023-2024 Gauteng Provincial Treasury Annual Report stated that the provincial government was still in the process of sourcing a transactional advisor to develop a business case. In their 2024-2025 budget estimates, Treasury stated they were exploring the establishment of a state-owned bank and that legal due diligence was complete. To date, there is no formal communication other than to state that a business case has been developed. In November 24, we were told feasibility studies are merely awaiting approval from the Executive Committee of GIFA, but over 15 million rand has been spent. On 26 June, I was asked to put my concerns in writing so that they could be formally tabled before the committee. These included, when will the business case for the state-owned bank and state-owned pharmaceutical company actually be presented? And where will the funding come from? The GPG cannot afford to fund either of these projects, nor can we afford to impact already collapsing service delivery. A state-owned bank cannot reside in the office of the Premier, as the role of MPLs is to hold the executive to account, and a fund of this nature can be misappropriated at will if proper oversight is not allowed. The same question can be asked about a state-owned pharmaceutical company. All the Democratic Alliance has heard is that it's going to enable bulk procurement at discounted prices and facilitate better medication distribution. In truth, it really means mass supply chain corruption, sidestepping of procurement procedures, inflated costs, and absolutely no oversight. Honourable members, our mandate is to ensure that the prescripts of the PFMA, supply chain management, and appropriate financial controls are overseen at every opportunity. Creating entities that remove our oversight lead to chaos. Gauteng is in financial crisis, and the Democratic Alliance will not allow this to continue. We need to grow our economy, improve service delivery, and increase investor confidence without being hampered by vanity projects that will not fulfill this mandate. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Hickling. Honourable Musai.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker, honourable members of the Provincial Legislature and the people of Gauteng. Honourable members, I stand before you today exactly 8 days after the World AIDS Day, which is observed on the 1st of December, a day dedicated to raising awareness about HIV and AIDS. Madam Speaker, I would like to commend Minister Motsoaledi for announcing the government's intention to make lenacapavir injection available to our citizens. This represents a significant breakthrough in our efforts to eliminate new HIV infections. Honourable Speaker, one of our key responsibilities as the legislature is to evaluate the successes and failures of various departments, holding them accountable while working together to ensure that our people receive the best possible service from the government. I'm honoured to participate in the debate on the annual report for the Department of Finance. The report outlines the significant economic challenges faced by the residents of our province, particularly highlighting the persistent issues of poverty, unemployment, and deep inequalities. The Finance Department plays a crucial role in creating a supportive environment for the Gauteng provincial government, enabling it to fulfill its mandate, deliver essential services to residents, and achieve its goals without any obstacles. Honourable members, it is essential to note that as we engage in this debate, that in accordance with the GPL standing rules, the Gauteng Provincial Treasury submitted all its annual performance reports for the 2024-25 financial year promptly. The Treasury reported on both its financial and non-financial performance in compliance with the Public Finance Management Act of 1999. Indeed, this reflects the level of commitment by the Gauteng Treasury to the twin principles of compliance and accountability. Honourable members, the ANC caucus therefore applauds the Gauteng Provincial Treasury for meeting most of its performance targets for the 2024-25 financial year, as outlined in the annual performance plan for the period. Out of a total of 50 performance targets for the review period, the Gauteng Provincial Treasury achieved 46, resulting in a 92% success rate for the annual performance plan. On the development of women, Speaker, like many other parts of our country and the world, women in our province are regrettably confronted by various forms of injustice, including economic exclusion. Honourable members, the lack of ownership rights, limited access to financial resources, and restricted entrepreneurial opportunities severely hinder women's ability to reach their potential, grow their businesses, and fully participate in the economy. In this context, we appreciate that the Department's implementation of the GIODIS framework has led to notable progress in workforce representation and inclusive procurement. It is also important to highlight that by the end of the 2024-25 financial year, women comprise 62% of the staff, totaling 517 employees within the department. Additionally, the majority of bursary recipients from the department are women, accounting to 64% of recipients. Speaker, these are not merely statistics, rather a significant progress in the development and upliftment of women. Honourable members, under the Sustainable Fiscal Resource Management Programme, GPT achieved nearly all of its performance targets, with several instances of exceeding expectations. Key accomplishments include keeping the wage bill at 58.9%, which is below the 60% target, presenting a specially referenced medium-term expenditure framework budget along with 2 adjustment budgets due to a reduction in conditional grants, submitting 100% of assessment reports on planning documents within the legally required time frame, ensuring that cash disbursements did not exceed appropriations, maintaining an unqualified audit opinion for the Provincial Revenue Fund, exceeding the 1% revenue appropriation growth target by 4%, and presenting the socio-economic review outlook and main budget to the legislature. To ensure compliance with legal requirements, GPT submitted the medium-term budget policy statement, published 2 gazettes regarding school and hospital allocations, consolidated 12 in-year monitoring reports for departments and 40 for entities, and reviewed 2 tariff fees. On supply chain management, Speaker, all 7 performance targets outlined in the annual performance plan for provincial supply chain management were fully achieved. These targets included conducting 56 supply chain management compliance assessments across 14 departments and 8 entities, producing quarterly reports detailing 60% of spending on suppliers from townships, delivering 8 training workshops for Gauteng township-based suppliers, creating 4 reports to monitor the implementation of the open tender process by departments and entities, and generating 2 reports to track the implementation of procurement plans by the departments. Honourable members, we are pleased to report that the department received 732 invoices from suppliers, and all were paid within the required 30 days. In his medium-term budget speech delivered last Tuesday, the MEC for Finance and Economic Development, Lebogang Maile, committed to improving the department's internal processes to achieve operational efficiencies and combat fraud and corruption in government by digitizing our procurement system. Currently, the department is piloting Tender Swift, Gauteng's new comprehensive e-procurement platform developed in partnership with the Gautrain Management Agency. This platform aims to automate and digitize the entire tender management process in the province. It will significantly contribute to creating a procurement system defined by integrity and fairness. On revenue management, Madam Speaker, the ANC-led Gauteng Government of Provincial Unity firmly believes that a government's ability to sustain itself through its own revenue streams is essential for its legitimacy, stability, and capacity to deliver essential public services. A strong self-generated revenue base is crucial for promoting economic growth, reducing dependence on external aid, and establishing an effective social contract with residents. Honourable members, to ensure the sustainability of our provincial government, we must explore various revenue streams. We commend the department for exceeding its revenue collection targets, largely due to an increase in vehicle licence fees collected by the Department of Roads and Transport. This achievement has bolstered our provincial reserves and positively contributed to a stability of our fiscal position. On township economic development, honourable members, South Africa's policies for economic growth and development acknowledge that addressing challenging local economic conditions requires a focus on areas facing economic difficulties and populations in need, in our case, TISH areas. These areas require targeted government assistance to enhance access to essential services, social opportunities, and economic growth for new businesses. The ANC-led Gauteng government of provincial unity understands that transforming the economy necessitates the significant participation and meaningful inclusion of individuals from underprivileged areas. This includes prioritizing townships within the province's mainstream economy by supporting their own enterprises through government assistance. Given this background, I wish to deal with improved spending on township suppliers. Over the past 5 years, the Gauteng provincial government has invested over 12 billion in township enterprises, with 3.3 billion allocated for the 2024-25 fiscal year. The central supplier database has been categorized to focus on designated groups and township enterprises, enhancing preferential spending as part of its oversight responsibilities. The department regularly monitors payments made to township suppliers and produces quarterly reports to track progress. On local government, honourable members, the provincial government support for local government is of utmost importance for effective service delivery, capacity building and financial stability mandated by South Africa's constitutions to ensure municipalities function to the best of their ability. To that effect, the Municipal Hands-on Support Programme guarantees the following benefits to municipalities. Assistance is provided to local municipalities to enhance financial governance through effective management of revenue expenditures. Efforts are focused on strengthening oversight, monitoring and support for municipal operations. The Municipal Financial Management Support Programme aids municipalities in implementing the Municipal Standard Chart of Accounts. Technical advisors are provided to municipalities to support financial management. Additionally, the program supervises local government finance management and builds capacity within municipal budget and treasury offices. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, we are highly aware of the negative factors such as corruption that continue to hinder our efforts to establish a capable and responsive government. However, this reality should not lead us into despair. Rather, it should motivate all of us to work together and seek effective solutions. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Musai. Honourable MEC Maile.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. And thanks to the honourable members for participating in this debate about the performance of Gauteng Provincial Treasury. The inputs and comments that you shared with us will continue to shape our efforts to improve the performance of the Department of Treasury that we're discussing, whose report we're discussing. I'm raising this issue because I hear conveniently members want to debate other departments and municipalities. And this is the annual performance plan of the Department of Treasury. So I think that's what is important. That's the first thing. And this is important taking into consideration that the Provincial Treasury is a custodian of provincial resources. It is one of the key departments that play a central role in building a developmental state capable of implementing the priorities of the government. It is the duty of this department to ensure that provincial budgets and budgetary processes promote transparency, accountability, and the effective financial management of the economy. This mandate means the assumption of a supervisory and leadership role in managing finances in respect of provincial departments, public entities, as well as local government. That is why we must always ensure that Money that we manage on behalf of the public is utilized to implement the 3 strategic priorities of the 7th administration. I will not repeat them, we all know them. So, honorable members, in 2024-2025, we actually tabled the annual report for that financial year in this August. That was on the 2nd of September. And honorable members, in the 2024-2025 financial year, a total of 22 departments and entities, including Provincial Treasury, achieved clean audit opinions. And this is a clear indication that significant progress has been made to improve financial management and ensure that public funds are used to deliver services. However, we remain concerned about the continuous rise in irregular expenditure, which occurs when departments do not adhere to supply chain management rules, and we are on record in terms of what is it that we are doing as Treasury to work and help departments, and without taking away the responsibility of the accounting officers and the executive authorities of those departments. As part of our efforts to improve the financial position of the province by instilling fiscal discipline in key areas of expenditure, revenue collection and cash flow management, we have continued to do the following: ring fencing of conditional grants, cash flow management, ring fencing of compensation of employees, and not just ring fencing it, working towards making sure that it remains below 60% of our total budget, ensuring that department spends in line with the allocated budget. And there are a number of mechanisms we are introducing, including blocking of funds, but this is something that we'll talk about in the next financial year. Issues about e-tolls and what we're doing about it is known and all that. And then there's many other things we are doing, including e-invoicing system that is in place, the P-card that is in place, how to tender workshops and all that. And maybe at this point, I should just zoom into some of the issues that the members are raising. Member Robinson raises a whole range of issues, but he starts by admitting that, in fact, if he was to debate the annual report of Treasury and not bring polemics and other things, he would actually agree that Treasury is doing a very, very, very good job. But because he's in the opposition, he had to try and find other things, and we don't have a problem to even engage with those issues, Member Robinson. Anyway, you are one of the members of the opposition who disagrees with us, but who is, constructive. So when you raise your issues, we don't have a problem with criticism. The issue is how you raise it, and that it does not become personal. The issues that you are raising about Eskom and Rand Water debt, we don't pay Eskom or Rand Water, it's paid by municipalities. We don't run municipalities. Municipalities are not subcommittees of a provincial government. Our constitution is clear, and that's why how the constitution is crafted is deliberate. It talks about cooperation, it talks about intergovernmental relations, and then it talks about intervening. So you don't just wake up and intervene in a municipality. There is a process that you follow, and if certain municipalities in a particular state, that's when you intervene. So we can't just wake up and intervene in all the municipalities and all that. But we are working, and that's why with municipalities, that's why we've got an intergovernmental relations, a meeting with MMCs of finance. We've got a unit in Treasury that deals with that. We give them support, we give them advice and all that. So we can go on and on about the work that we're doing in working with municipalities, not helping them, but working with them, because in working with them, we also learn a lot as the provincial government. So our attitude is not that of saying municipalities are a sub-committee of a provincial government because they are not run. So our treasury is best run not just in paper, as you are saying, not just in paper. And this has been confirmed by AG for many, many, many years, but also the results are there. That's why we are collecting more than what we planned. And that's why we are also innovating. So now we are not just doing the basic things. We are innovating. When you look at the invoicing, you look at there is no government in the whole of this continent, at least, that has got a digitized system to deal with supply chain, amongst others. So we are not just good, we are also innovating because we realize that in order to stay relevant, we have to innovate. And then, Member Chivenga, congratulations on your deployment. Welcome to the legislature. We will engage with you in the subsequent meetings, especially to explain this issue about the high wage bill, because Treasury is not like any other department. So if you look at where that money goes into, is into actually the skills. You spoke about the manifesto of your party. One of the things you have said in your manifesto is the insourcing. If anything, in fact, this wage bill is about that insourcing. If you were to insource, by the way, the wage bill will go up throughout, by the way. But we will talk about that. We welcome you. Member Dilebu, we agree with the issues that you are raising. I've already raised the issues. We don't just want to automate, we want to digitize as well. And Member Ngobeni as well, we agree, and that's why we will move fast with the collection of monies that are there to ensure that they are not, rather those are owed to us, to ensure that they don't prescribe. Member Hicklin, I think you don't like the idea of state ownership, but you are curious, you want to know what's going to happen and all that. We will give you that information so that when you critique it, you can use facts. So it's not a vanity project. I'm not sure if you know that, and I want to give you this example, that Telkom is a state-owned entity. I don't know if you know this. And the state does not own 100% of Telkom. So in your, because you hate state ownership, you are not objective in trying to apply yourself and understand what are we talking about, what problem do you want to resolve. So owning a state bank does not mean we're going to have 100% ownership. But the question is it necessary? Is it relevant? Yes, it is, given the fact that we've got a lot of challenges that we're facing in the transformation of the financial sector, but also in financing people, especially those who are historically disadvantaged. And we can go into all that. So from where I said, anyway, we're ideologically far apart. So it's not surprising that you hold those views. We'll not, in fact, we'll be worried if you are agreeing with us, by the way. So every time you speak and you disagree with us, we then realize that we are on the correct path. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable MEC Maile. Secretary, can you please read the 14th order?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Consideration of Finance Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the annual report of the Gauteng Provincial Treasury for the 2024-2025 financial year. Thank you.
Thanks. Honorable Masai.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I would like to request that parts of the report that have not been read be regarded as having been read. This oversight report on the Gauteng Provincial Treasury provides the Gauteng Provincial Legislature with an objective, evidence-based review of the department's financial and non-financial performance for the year under review. As the custodian of provincial fiscal sustainability, financial governance and resource allocation, GPT plays a key role in ensuring that all Gauteng government provincial departments and entities follow the principles of transparency, accountability and responsible financial management. Oversight of GPT is therefore important not only for assessing the department itself, but also for understanding the overall financial health and governance of the GPG. The purpose of this report is to assess how well GPT has delivered on its mandates as set out in its strategic plan, annual performance plan, and relevant provincial and national legislation. These mandates include enforcing the Public Finance Management Act, strengthening provincial budget processes, monitoring financial governance across departments, managing provincial assets and liabilities, and supporting municipalities through fiscal oversight and capacity building. The report reviews GPT's performance against its predetermined objectives. It examines the accuracy and reliability of reported achievements and assesses whether resources were used appropriately within programs such as administration, sustainable fiscal resource management, financial governance, municipal financial management, and Gauteng audit services. It also considers findings from the Auditor General to identify government gaps and systemic challenges and areas that need corrective action. By providing a clear analysis of GPT's financial statements, program performance and compliance environment, this oversight report helps the legislature carry out its constitutional mandate of holding the executive accountable. Finally, the findings and recommendations in this report aim to strengthen fiscal discipline, improve service delivery value across the provincial government, and promote sound financial stewardship in the public interest. To this effect, GPT met most of its performance targets for the 2024-25 financial year, as set out in the annual performance plan for 2024-25 financial year. Of the total number of 50 performance targets applicable for the period under review, GPT achieved 46 performance targets, translating into 92% of APP achievement, compared to 93% in the previous financial year. Although slightly lower than the previous year's achievement against the APP, the 92% APP achievement compares favorably with the 97% expenditure of the final appropriation. At the end of the financial year, the administration program achieved most of its planned targets, with some instances of overachievement. The target of appointing 50% women to senior management service positions was not met due to delays in finalizing the recruitment processes. Key achievements include an unqualified audit opinion with no other matters, payment of all 732 suppliers within 30 days of valid invoices, development of a departmental risk register, and conducting 4 workshops and submitting reports to the Office of the Premier to monitor GOD program implementation. To address new GPG priorities, GPT submitted 2 annual performance plans to the legislature instead of the planned one. Additionally, in line with the GPG's focus on reducing youth unemployment, the program placed 11% of youth in development programs, thus exceeding the 10% target. Under the Sustainable Fiscal Resource Management Program, GPT achieved all but one of its performance targets, with some instances of overperformance. The underperformance was due to delays in appointing a debt collection agency, requiring the tender to be re-advertised. Key achievements include containing the wage bill at 58.9%, which is below the 60% target, tabling a specially referenced medium-term expenditure framework budget and 2 adjustment budgets due to reduced conditional grants, submitting 100% of assessment reports on planning documents within the legislated timeframe, ensuring cash disbursements did not exceed appropriations, maintaining an unqualified audit opinion for the Provincial Revenue Fund, surpassing the 1% revenue appropriation goal target by 4%, and tabling the socio-economic review outlook and main budget to the legislature. To ensure compliance with legislated prescripts, GPT tabled the medium-term budget policy statement, published 2 gazettes on schools and hospital allocations, and consolidated 12 and 40 in-year monitoring reports for departments and entities respectively, and reviewed 2 tariff fees. All performance targets under the financial governance programs were achieved, with some areas demonstrating exceptional performance. These targets include ensuring that all GPG departments and entities submitted their annual financial statements, consolidating and submitted them to the legislature, producing 4 departmental 30-day supplier payment compliance reports, and convening 25 audit committee cluster meetings as per the audit committee calendar. Notably, the program conducted 3 and 2 training sessions for GPG departments and entities, respectively exceeding the planned 1 session each, and ensured that 100% of supply invoices were submitted electronically, thereby surpassing the planned 90%. Likewise, the 7 performance targets set out in the APP for the provincial supply chain management were fully achieved. These performance targets included conducting 56 supply chain management compliance assessments for 14 departments and 8 entities, producing quarterly reports on 60% spent on township suppliers, delivering 8 training workshops to Gauteng township-based suppliers, producing 4 reports monitoring the implementation of open tender process by departments and entities, and producing 2 reports monitoring implementation of procurement plans by departments. Of the 8 planned performance targets under the Municipal Financial Management Program, 7 were fully achieved, with 1 target not met. The underperformance was due to delays in the procurement process for publishing the Municipal Economic Review Outlook, which impacted the finalization of the mirror design process. Key achievements including conducting 101 intergovernmental relations engagements with 11 stakeholders, delivering 5 structured and targeted capacity building initiatives for municipalities, conducting 32 Municipal Finance Management Act compliance assessments for delegated municipalities, assessing 24 municipal budgets, producing 100% of assessment reports on the implementation of submitted budget funding plans for municipalities with unfunded budgets, and publishing 3 gazettes on provincial grants allocated to Gauteng municipalities. Under Gauteng Audit Services, 5 performance targets were planned and with 4 fully achieved. The targets included issuing 19 approved audit committee audit plans to departments and trading entities. GPT delivered strong performance in the 2024-25 financial year, achieving 92% of its APP targets. Most programs met or exceeded their objectives, with underperformance limited to delays in recruitment, procurement, and tender processes. GPT maintained sound financial governance, unqualified audit opinions, and high compliance with legislative requirements from GPT for their cooperation during the consideration of the report. Appreciation for diligence, dedication, and commitment shown during deliberations on the annual performance report process goes to all members of the finance portfolio. Ms. Ditlebere, Mr. Sesedinyane, Mr. Mohobe, Mr. Robinson, Ms. Hickling, Mr. Pimakwala, Mr. Ngobeni, Ms. Evans, and Ms. Laba. The committee's gratitude is also extended to the support staff. After due consideration, the Finance Portfolio Committee unanimously adopted the Gauteng Provincial Treasury Annual Performance Report for the 2024-25 financial year. In terms of Rule 117, subsection 2C, read with Rule 164, the Finance Portfolio Committee presents to this House and recommends the adoption of the committee's oversight report, the Gauteng Provincial Treasury Annual Performance Report for the 2024-25 financial year. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Musai. Secretary, could you please read Order 15? Oh, no. Excuse. Torello. Is there a seconder?
Thank you very much, Speaker. Members, seconds. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, yeah, it's a long day. It's been a long day, but we still have 3 more orders to go through. So I now put the question. All those in favor say yes?
Yes. Yes.
Now those that are not in favor can say no? Okay, so the report is duly adopted. Secretary, now please read the 15th order.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Debate on the annual report of the Department of Economic Development, including its entities, for the 2024-2025 financial year. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Madzibatela.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Honorable Speaker, any self-respecting government would put its economic growth on small businesses. It is unfortunate that this government fails to see this glaring example throughout the world where small businesses are the backbone of any growing economy and also in job creation. But this government continues to invest itself in vanity projects such as Nasispani. We have consistently said, Speaker, that the 2022 adopted Township Economic Development Act has not delivered on its promises. We have said as the Democratic Alliance that this sector of economic development in townships as well as small businesses is marred with red tape and long and drawn-out procurement processes. While small businesses in townships and enterprises in townships struggle in ensuring that they get the economic support that they need in order for them to run efficiently and be able to create jobs. Honorable Speaker, the environment in which these businesses work in continues to be stifled by red tape as well as regulatory impairments that enables them to be able to grow and create jobs as they are said to have been. This current government has committed itself in ensuring that a certain portion of its budget is spent in townships and continues to fail to meet this requirement. Speaker, recently as the Democratic Alliance, we have done an inspection in industrial parks in Soweto, in Johannesburg, and this has revealed a continued neglect and the killing of those industrial parks around those areas. Speaker, we should strive to remove regulatory and structural barriers, provide access to finance and simplifying registration processes in using SCZ to bolster manufacturing as well as small, micro, medium enterprises growth. However, Speaker, the ANC-led government and its incompetence continues to undermine this sad reality. Speaker, we continue to urge this government to prioritize ensuring that it invests in small businesses and ensure that they support them both financially and on non-financial support. Buildings are dilapidating, collapsing in those industrial parks. There's overcrowding of tenants, no cleaning and sanitation services. The roads are riddled with potholes and also flooded with sewage. In addition, our industrial parks contend with broken electricity connection, making it difficult for them to produce and meet their targets. The DA is committed in ensuring that we turbocharge this economy through stimulating small businesses and especially in townships where these jobs are needed the most. Unfortunately, Madam Speaker, this provincial government continues to show their failures in supporting small businesses by not funding them and ensuring that they give them the necessary support that they need. The Gauteng Enterprise Propeller MEC, which is supposed to be doing that, has continuously failed. It is now seen as a gazebo-giving entity. Speaker, the DA's the DA policy is clear. It's very clear when it comes to how do we look to turbocharge the economy. The DA supports township small businesses and the revitalization of industrial park. We call on the environment that allows for small businesses, especially those in townships, to thrive on the backbone of inclusive, dynamic economy, ensuring that all procurement targets are met. The time will come, Speaker, when the people of this province will feel the DA difference, and that time is soon. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you very much. Honorable Matshibatela, thank you. Honorable Ngobeni.
Greetings, Madam Speaker, honorable members, and residents of Gauteng. While the department prides itself with the establishment of intergovernmental agreement, it is the very same department failure to properly coordinate intergovernmental issues that has seen a rampant proliferation of unregulated businesses in a market environment that is supposed to enhance small, medium, macro enterprises. It is this failure from the department that has seen the minimal growth to township economy and failure to industrialize and transform Gauteng back into an industrial intensive economy that provides long-term sustainable employment. While the department states over and over again in its annual report the need to establish infrastructure that promotes economic growth and activity, no such plan has been realized nor seems likely to be realized in the near future. It is for this reason that one would be surprised to learn that for 5 consecutive years, the biggest contribution to the growth of Gauteng's economy has come from the financial sector. This is not an achievement that a provincial government can be proud of since the growth of this financial sector and its contribution is largely determined by big capital, whose interests cannot be directed nor swayed by the government and whose very stability and progress is outside the realm of government. Madam Speaker, in 2024, Gauteng's employment is said to have risen by 47,000 new jobs. However, in the same breath, the number of unemployment individuals grew by 105,000. The participation of other actors within the market township-based enterprises, SMEs, and women-led enterprises continue to be at a steadily low rate. In the previous financial year, in construction and infrastructure projects facilitated by the department, just 0.8% of these participants are from township-based enterprise. Madam Speaker, in our sociological analysis, one can easily argue that the reason why black people and people in townships have a general disregard for infrastructure is because it is not built by them. It is not built with their participation. And essentially, our people have generally detached from infrastructure that is built in their communities, precisely because that infrastructure is set up in ways that exclude their participation. Again, Madam Speaker, we would like to take this opportunity to dispel the notion that the Department of Economic Development or this administration as a whole is creating jobs. The report states that in the period under review, 13,000 jobs opportunities were created through the Trade, Investment and Regulatory Enablement Business Unit, and a further 4,500 through the Gauteng Industrial Development Zone Development Company. In closing, Madam Speaker, we must comment on the Department Program 4, which is Business Regulation and Governance. It is clear to us that sub-program under Business Regulation and Governance titled Consumer Affairs, which the department has attempted to pride themselves with, is nothing more than a confused gimmick. What consumer protection intervention can the department honestly be referring to when, to date, thousands of unregistered and unregulated spaza shops continue to spring up and operate across townships and communities? To date, there have been no stringent interventions set up by the department to address the scourge of unlicensed liquor traders, as well as the illegal and malicious producing and selling of fake alcohol. Yet the department can only pride itself with appointing of 112 liquor license wardens, a program that seems to be funded in most by private alcohol brewers. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Honorable Dilebo.
Thank you, Speaker. As the Umkhonto weSizwe Party, we take note of this annual report, which fails to address the real economic challenges facing ordinary people. We have seen little improvement in the economy of this province, only an increase in corruption scandals and the arrangement of politically connected elites. This report does not address the critical economic challenges facing Gauteng, specifically stagnant growth in gross domestic product, youth unemployment affecting approximately 10 million young people, high dependence on social grants, significant population growth driven by migrant inflows, which outpaces the modest growth of the provincial economy. Furthermore, this report is silent on existing industries that are on the verge of collapse. For example, ArcelorMittal faces the potential retrenchment of more than 4,000 workers. Yet, despite promises of intervention by the Premier, there has been no indication of any meaningful action taken. The Gauteng Enterprise Propeller, which was intended to promote reindustrialization and financial stability, has produced no significant results. As much as you indicate 82% achievement under Gauteng Growth Development Agency, but programs like Innovation Hub has produced no significant results, be it smart industries, bioeconomy, and green economy. Madam Speaker, we find that this report fails to confront the economic realities faced by the people of this province. Sustainable prosperity cannot be achieved through government mandates alone. It actually requires policies that create an environment for enterprise, innovation, and investment where opportunities are accessible to all citizens, not confined to narrow political elite. Madam Speaker, as Umkhonto weSizwe, we advocate for reclaiming our economy and restoring the dignity of our people. We believe that expanding the mandate of South African Reserve Bank to support economic growth while maintaining its role as a prudential regulator offers a strategy to overcome stagnation. Finally, Madam Speaker, we remain firmly opposed to the privatization of state-owned enterprises and critical infrastructure, including Eskom, Transnet, the Public Investment Corporation, Dinel, and PRASA. Kwaza.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Dilibo. Honorable Ngobeni, Action SA. Honorable Ngobeni.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Earlier on this morning, I spoke about the city of Tshwane launching their new informal trade and township economy, a bylaw. That bylaw, Speaker, I did mention that it's actually bringing economic justice that is long overdue in the area of Tshwane. Now we're talking about economic development, and my plea to the MEC is to really join hands with the city of Tshwane, work side by side with them, encourage other municipalities to follow suit and maybe adopt the same approach that the Tshwane is approaching. Because one of the challenges that we have, Speaker, in this report that we are debating today is the township economy, which, if you look into the report in totality, you will actually pick up that it is the biggest failure of the department in this particular term that we are looking at. Targets to buy goods and services from township businesses were not met, and some were even dropped during the year. So for residents in township, this translates really to one painful reality that government spending is still not reaching local businesses. And MEC will agree with me that if township entrepreneurs cannot benefit from our government procurement, then economic inclusion remain just words on paper. So we really need to look into that particular area when it comes to this. There's no doubt, Speaker, that the department has improved from last year, and we will be lying if we just talk about the negative things that are in this report and we forget about some of the good things that has happened. If you look at Gauteng Enterprise Propeller and the Tshwane Automotive SEZ, they've delivered in terms of their KPI, and they deserve acknowledgement. If you look at the expenditure, the spending pattern of the department, you will actually realize that it has improved, and the overall performance of the department compared to last year, it has improved. So we can't take that away from them. We must congratulate them for that. But that doesn't mean there are no challenges. There are challenges. If you look at the 27 million that went unspent, it's a problem, because that money should have gone to the SMMEs in the township. Speaker, I will stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ngobeni. Honorable Evans.
Honourable Speaker, this 2024-2025 report highlights the department's efforts to drive economic growth, create jobs, and support township economies. While progress has been made, challenges persist. An urgent action is required to address inefficiencies and ensure the department fulfills its mandate. The department spent 98.46% of its R1,776,000,000 rand budget, achieving 81.82% of its targets, an improvement from 73% in the previous year. Notable successes from the different entities include the creation of 19,000 jobs through GGDA projects and the implementation of township economy initiatives. Despite these achievements, underspending in key programs like administration and economic planning remains a concern, largely due to high vacancy rates and delays in filling critical positions. The GGDA has been without a group CEO for 45 months, and the CEO position at Constitutional Hill has been vacant for 23 months. Additionally, economic infrastructure projects such as the Bayou Park and Garankuwa Hotel School face delays due to legal disputes and poor planning. The Patriotic Alliance urges the department to, one, address the high vacancy rate and fill critical positions by the end of the 2025-2026 financial year. 2, resolve legal disputes and improve planning for economic infrastructure projects. 3, provide detailed reports on the implementation of the Township Economic Development Act and the status of GEP's loan book. 4, strengthen efforts to create permanent jobs and improve alignment between budget expenditure and target achievement. Honourable members, while the department has made strides in economic development, the challenges highlighted in this report require immediate attention. We must hold the department accountable to ensure that its programs deliver tangible benefits to the people of Gauteng. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Honourable Evans. Honourable Moriarty.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Portfolio Committee is unanimous in agreement that the real performance assessment of the Department of Economic Development, its entities, and above all, the MEC that oversees it, should be a reduction in unemployment and the growth of the economy. The current expanded unemployment rate of 38.9% is 4 points in excess of the previous year's unemployment rate, which means that the situation has become worse, not better. This is an indictment on this department and its MEC. The growth rate of 1.1% is below the population rate of 2.6%, which means that we are all getting poorer, a further indictment on this department and its MEC. Now, the department will praise itself on various things in terms of achieving certain targets. Technically, this seems fair. However, when the final outcome means that we have gone backwards, not forwards, the only question that one should really ask is whether the targets were appropriate. Not whether they were met, but were they appropriate. Madam Speaker, the interventions brought to bear by the Department of Economic Development ought to stimulate the better economic and wealth outcomes so badly needed by the residents of our province. Beyond the achievements, there were crucial failures, and I give a few examples. Firstly, regarding the bungled appointment of the GGDA CEO, the report states that this position has now been vacant for 45 months. Secondly, this House resolved that the family tree contract should be investigated. This never happened, despite a series of promises, and I could venture a few more critical failures, but time doesn't permit. The MEC, led by his Premier, assisted by this department, likes to brag about special economic zones. An independent assessment tabled by Gibbs 2 months ago shows that of the special economic zones, there are only 2 that are truly SEZ, special economic zones. These are, and of these, Tasses has the most visible benefit, OR Tambo has strayed from its original mandate, and the effective cost per job is far greater than the benefits in terms of reducing unemployment. That's not my assessment, Madam Speaker. It's the assessment of independent analysts. More worrying, this department spent $1.75 billion, and not only has it failed to deliver the 2 critical outcomes, its performance is littered firstly with many incidents of corruption and maladministration, and these are recorded in answers to questions and in the report of the Gauteng's Ethics Advisory Committee. But secondly, there's been a wholly inadequate response by the executive of this provincial government towards ensuring that there are consequences for those who perpetrate corruption and maladministration. We see scapegoats getting punished, and people that have known political connections get off either lightly or scot-free. Madam Speaker, while this situation prevails, not only will corruption abound, but regretfully, more people will be without jobs, and all of us will be getting poorer as this current trend of performance by this department and its MEC continues. I thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Honorable Moriarty. Honorable Mfikwe.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Rising on the established protocols. First and foremost, let me take this opportunity to salute our MEC, Honorable Lebkham Maile, for the sterling performance and solid foundation he's laid for the department. 2024-25 performance here, Madam Speaker, reflects a strong governance and governance environment, growing economic contribution and effective implementation of programs aligned to the provincial economic recovery and transformation agenda. The ANC-led department demonstrated effectiveness in promoting investment, supporting SMMEs, driving township economy revitalization, and enhancing tourism outcomes and ensuring regulatory compliance across the economic landscape. Madam Speaker, the Gauteng Economic Growth and Development Plan of 2030 aims to transform the Gauteng City region into an economically inclusive and innovative hub. It addresses key challenges like sluggish growth, unemployment, poverty, spatial inequality, as well as climate change impacts. The 7th Provincial Administration had committed itself to working with the people of Gauteng to drive the following 10 strategic pillars. 1, reindustrialization, investment promotion, spatial transformation, infrastructure development, sustainable economic growth, SMME support, workforce development, and building a capable state. Additionally, it will benefit high-growth sectors like in the furniture, textile, and pharmaceutical sectors as catalysts of job creation and economic expansion. Madam Speaker and members of this August House, I am very elated to report that the ANC-led multi-party government, led by our esteemed Premier, Honorable Panyaza Lesufi, did well in implementing the above commitments to the people of Gauteng. This year, Madam Speaker, the GDED group delivered one of its best performance outcomes to date. Out of the 147 annual performance target, the department and the group has achieved 130, translating to 88% overall performance, up from 85% in the previous year. This trajectory of improvement is not accidental. It is the product of disciplined planning, resolute leadership, and effective oversight. The ANC-led department achieved clean audit outcomes, and the entities achieved 100% compliance with shareholder compact requirements. Every Auditor General recommendation issued has been fully implemented. The achievement sends a clear message, Madam Speaker, that the Gauteng Economic Development Group is a pillar of governance excellence and fiscal responsibility. The department has paid 100% of its supplier invoices within the required 15 working days, providing much needed liquidity to SMMEs and strengthening the value chain that keeps our economy moving. The performance of the entities tells a compelling story of targeted impact. The Gauteng Enterprise Propeller has formed the bedrock of SMME support system. True to its commitment, it has dispensed 77.7 million in direct loans to Gauteng SMMEs and a further 13.8 million in grants for stock and equipment. The Gauteng Growth and Development Agency has been a strategic spearheader for investment and industrialization in our province. Over the past year, the GGDA facilitated a record 59.2 billion in investments, a clear indication of growing business confidence. In this process, Madam Speaker, the effort has secured more than 19,000 jobs, with 68% of these jobs a direct result of these investments. So an automated special economic zone is a monument for intergovernmental cooperation and a clear result of ANC policy in action. Having completed phase 1 with the private investment secured, the TASES has so far created 3,466 permanent jobs, in addition to more than 5,200 construction jobs. Honourable members, Gauteng remains South Africa's gateway to the world. The Gauteng Tourism Agency delivered exceptional results. achieving a brand index score of 94.5%, far exceeding the target. Gauteng welcomed international arrivals, promoted 4 new airline routes. The agency facilitated bids for major events and enabled market access for tourism SMMEs. More importantly, Madam Speaker, the tourism sector contributed to new job opportunities, demonstrating the sector's ongoing recovery and growth. The GTA has successfully positioned our province as a destination of choice. International tourist arrivals and domestic travel has increased significantly. Gauteng Liquor Board and the Gauteng Gambling Board have not only been effective regulators, but also instruments of transformation and revenue generation. In advancing public safety and responsible economic activity, the Gauteng Liquor Board has issued 655 licenses within the 90-day regulatory period, conducting 13,017 inspections and collecting 73 million in revenue. The sponsorships legislation drive recorded 17,617 applications. This year, the department strengthened its industrialization agenda and expanded partnership that fuel economic inclusion. Through the entities, this department that is led by the ANC attracted and secured investments in domestic direct investment, foreign direct investment, and committed to the Val Special Economic Zone. We are pleased, Madam Speaker, that across the GED group, interventions have facilitated billions in trade, expanded township enterprise participation, positioned the province as a leading hub for manufacturing, logistics, and green industrialization. Across the group, we invested heavily in human capital development. Madam Speaker, individuals were trained, upskilled through the AIDC programs. Young people benefited from the Youth Accelerator program. This is an addition to thousands more who were reached through skills initiatives in the automotive and tourism sector. The department's efforts in green innovation also saw the implementation of 2 waste-to-energy feasibility studies and support for 10 green SMMEs under a resource efficiency program. On the retention and township economic revitalization, the township economy remains a cornerstone of the transformative agenda. Through the Gauteng Enterprise Propeller and departmental programs, we have seen the department supporting 1,541 SMMEs, giving them advanced loans, also dispensing 27 million in grants. Department further provided 7.8 million in blended finances for youth businesses and offered 2.5 million in equipment support to informal traders. Madam Speaker, successful hosting events like and proactive engagement in forums like the G20 have gone a long way in showcasing Gauteng's potential. G20 provided a rare opportunity to leverage global attention, not only to boost tourism or short-term revenue, but to anchor long-term infrastructure investment and industrial development. We are proud to note that through the G20 activities, the province has seen a 1 billion in revenue that came through that program. In the lead up to the event, Madam Speaker, Gauteng recorded over 6.4 million domestic trips, translating into more than 21 billion in domestic spending over a 12-month period. The first Gauteng Investment Conference, also coupled with engagement within the G20, has raised the profile of our province by attracting strategic partnership to the tune of 1.3 billion in just the past year alone. We are not only participating in the global economy, we are determined that our role within it and ensuring that Gauteng will be a gateway for more investments also into Africa. Madam Speaker, the Department of Economic Development has enhanced its governance framework to ensure high standards of financial management, compliance and accountability across its entities. Key measures would include rigorous internal controls, monthly financial reviews, and a unified governance framework which establishes standardized practices among its agencies. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, this report is a testament to an ANC-led government that is working an economy that is growing, a future that is being built with intention. Our role as the ANC is to ensure that where there is room for improvement through oversight, we guide the department to realize its target for the benefit of the peoples of Gauteng. The achievement of the department and its entities reflects a simple truth. Gauteng is on a growth path grounded in transparency, a growth path empowered by partnership, a growth path built on inclusive participation and economic justice. As we move forward, we recommit to build a high-growth, job-rich, globally competitive provincial economy, committing to accelerating township revitalization. We recommit to expand investments and driving structural transformation. Most importantly, Madam Speaker, we recommit to serving our people with integrity, agency, and vision, building a capable state. That is the ANC's vision in motion. We want to grow Gauteng together. With those words, thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mfikwe. Honorable MEC.
Very much, Honorable Speaker, colleagues in the Executive Council, members of the House. We extend our appreciation to all members once again for their contribution to this debate. And the Department of Economic Development is mandated to drive inclusive economic growth, trade and investment promotion, and broad-based transformation across our province. But I'll come back to this issue later on, when I respond to one or two issues that members have raised. In the 2024-2025 financial year, the GDED Group delivered one of its strongest performance outcomes to date, translating to about 88% overall performance, up from 85% of the previous year. This trajectory of improvement is not accidental. It is a product of disciplined planning, resolute leadership, and effective oversight. Every Auditor General recommendations issued to our entities was fully implemented, and these achievements send a clear message that the Gauteng Economic Development Group is a pillar of governance, excellence, and fiscal responsibility. We paid 100% of suppliers' invoices within 15 working days, providing much-needed liquidity for SMMEs, and Honorable Moriarty says this is not important, should not be celebrated. This year, we strengthened our industrialization agenda and we expanded partnerships that fuel economic inclusion. Through our entities, we attracted and secured investments worth 41.8 billion in domestic direct investment, 17.4 billion in foreign direct investment, and 2.8 billion committed to the Vaal Special Economic Zone. And across the DED Group, our interventions facilitated billions in trade, expanded township enterprises, etc. On the SMMEs, Honorable Madibazela, we supported 1,541 SMMEs. We have advanced about 82.3 million in loans. So this is the money we have, not the money we don't have. So we can't distribute what we don't have, which is what I'll come to. And we've dispersed 27.5 million in grants, provided 7.8 million in blended finance, offered 2.5 million in equipment support, and I think Honorable Mfikwe, and then the sponsorship registration drive recorded 17,617 applications received and processed. On consumer protection, we resolved 448 complaints, trained 383 SMMEs. So these are numbers, they don't lie. It's not made up by myself. Let me just deal with some of the issues, because I think it will not be correct not to. I think the weakness that both Member Moriarty and Member Madzebatel do is to try to conveniently talk about the state of the economy and not talk about important things that matters about the economy. Macroeconomic imperatives, microeconomic imperatives, fiscal policy, monetary policy, inflation, exchange rate, commodity prices, geopolitical dynamics, and I can go on and on. And I think that's intellectual dishonesty. So, honorable member, well, with your limitations, you know your limitations academically. So with your limitations, you are not telling the truth. You want to create an impression that the reason why there are these problems and there is unemployment is because of this department. It's not true. You are just being simplistic and you are just being what the DA is, which is a propaganda machinery which is driven by hatred for our people. So you can't then come here and lie, Honorable Muriati. Let me zoom into some of the issues you are raising. And I'm surprised today you didn't raise with confidence the issue of corruption at Gambling Board, because you claim that we don't deal with corruption. You raise the issue of family tree. You say we have not investigated. It's not true. You can just Google and check the press conference that I've had where we have announced that senior counsel, Mukari, is investigating that issue. So you are claiming, like the issue of gambling, and that's why, by the way, because you lied, you are now going to be appearing before the Integrity Committee. I took you there. And I know you think that I'm not pursuing the legal route. No, I'm pursuing. I was just busy last week. Before Christmas, you'll get your love letter, because we can't allow people like yourself to tarnish our good images. You have been doing it for a very long time, and we have been entertaining you. So we are going to attend to you properly on that issue. The issue of the SCZ, I don't know why you are continuing to spread propaganda and say we have been saying there are other SCZs and all that. We have said Gauteng is coming with a multi-tier approach. And we have said at all the times it's us who have reported on the status of the VAL and the Sidibeng SCZ in terms of how far they are. And that's why even in the state of the province, the Premier will be dealing with that issue again to report on progress. We have never said they are operational. We have never said that they have licenses. So because you strive on propaganda, you are continuing today to create an impression that we lied. We have not. We are with you in this house. If you are going to lie, we are with you in this house. We are going to attend to you every sitting, every committee meeting, every statement you make. You are not going to lie to the people the way you have been lying. We are with you. We are marking you man to man. So on the issue of, yes, toe to toe, we are, and you know I'm capable, Ms. Shem, you know. So the issue of the issues that are raised by Honorable Matsibadel, he says we must fund SMMEs. We are saying the money we have, it's not enough. And that's why we must collaborate with the private sector and create a state bank. His party says, no, don't do that. So who's fooling who? There is confusion in the DA. You have to be clear, because the resources that we have that are at our disposal, we are disposing them through the GEP. And that's why we also have other partnerships with the IDC, with the banks, because we are trying to mobilize more resources, because we understand the importance of these small, medium enterprises in our economy. And by the way, one of the biggest problems about township economy is its productive capacity. You've got all sorts of businesses taking place there, all sorts of businesses. But unfortunately, the economy is just consuming. It does not produce. And because it does not produce, the money does not circulate amongst our people there. And that's why we are saying it's no longer about the idea that we have introduced. It's good that we have introduced the idea. But now we want to take it to the next level and ensure that we bolster the productive capacity of those township-based enterprises. We agree, Member Ngobeni, with your issues around intergovernmental issues and all that, but we don't agree on the issues of job creation because, when it's convenient, you'll say government must create jobs. And by the way, we are under no illusion that government its role is to create jobs. We have always said that we have to create a conducive environment. And that's why when we look at the economic development budget, 1.7 billion, it's a facilitative budget. It's a budget that facilitates these investments. 1.7 billion is too little to be creating jobs. So when we report that 13,000 jobs, 19,000, is because these are the interventions through these facilitations we have made and we know of them, and we're coming back to report that these are the interventions that we are making. We are not going to lie and say all these jobs are created by us and all that. We understand our role. There's an issue raised by, I dealt with access to finance, the issue of industrial parks. And once again, there are industrial parks. By the way, the province doesn't own any industrial parks, by the way. But there are industrial parks that the province has deliberately invested in their renovations because we understand the importance of those in our communities. And I'm glad to have a discussion with Honorable Matsibadela on what more work are we going to do as the provincial government, despite the fact that we don't own any, especially in the townships. We want to work with SIDFA. They have some, municipalities have some, and we don't just want to renovate. There's a need for more infrastructure, as Honorable Ngobeni was saying, in terms of energy, in terms of water, and many other things, because then there will not be production, as I'm saying, in the townships if we are not able to invest in that infrastructure. But as for the Lamtutus, we're trying to talk about the economy, but just being simplistic because you are populist. Don't have time for you. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you ever so much, MEC Maile. Secretary, could you please read the 16th order, please?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Consideration of Economic Development Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the annual report of the Department of Economic Development, including its entities for the 2024-2025 financial year. Thank you.
Thanks. Honorable Albert.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I, Anton Albert, Chairperson of the Economic Development Portfolio Committee of the Gauteng Legislature, hereby presents for adoption by the Gauteng Legislature the Portfolio Committee on Economic Development Oversight Report on the annual report of the Gauteng Department of Economic Development for the 2024-25 financial year. Parts of the report not read must be deemed to have been read. This report aims to highlight key challenges and successes attained by the Department of Economic Development, herein referred to as the department. The committee noted that a budget of amounting to 1.7 billion rand was allocated for the 2024-25 financial year, and the amount spent total was 1.749.1 billion, translating to 98.46% expenditure. The variance in underspending of 1.54% is within the 3% threshold and amounts to 27.2 million in rand terms. Considering this, underspending can be attributed to two programs within the department, namely administration and economic planning programs. In the year under review, the department reported on targets related to the department and those which are related to the entities as well. Considering this, in the year under review, the department attained 18 of 20 set targets, which translated to 81.82%. In terms of percentage, the department increased its performance in comparison to the previous financial year, wherein only 73% of targets were achieved. On the attainment of targets related to entities, the performance varied as follows. The Gauteng Tourism Authority achieved 17 of 19 planned targets, which translated to 89%. The Gauteng Growth and Development Agency, the entity attained 32 of the 39 planned targets, translating to 82%. The Gauteng Enterprise Propeller attained all 16 planned targets, constituting 100%, and the Gauteng Gambling Board achieved 18 of its 20 targets, reflecting 82% achievement. And lastly, the Tshwane Automotive Special Economic Zone realized all 9 planned targets, translating to 100%. The unattainment of targets by some of the entities remains a concern for the committee, especially in areas related to the support of small businesses. This includes the finalization of economic infrastructure projects that are aimed at creating employment. The committee still reiterates that the agency oversight unit within the department should be well capacitated and play a crucial role in ensuring that the agencies execute their mandate in creating employment opportunities. Furthermore, the misalignment between expenditure and attainment of targets remains a persistent challenge, and with no end in sight, as the unspent funds amounting to 27.2 million rand could have been reprioritized and utilized to support SMMEs and make an impact in the implementation of the Township Economic Development Act through the utilization of various funding models. The committee remains concerned on the number of vacancies, in particular the vacant executive and senior management positions within the department and entities. This is owing to the fact that some of the entities, such as the GGDA, have been without a chief executive officer for a period of 45 months. This includes the position of chief executive officer of TIH that has also been vacant for a period of 23 months. Furthermore, the committee is also concerned with some of the senior management positions that have been abolished in the new structure, such as the Chief Director of Communications, a position that the committee views as strategic in nature and contributes to the marketing of the department in the public domain in the work that the department undertakes. The committee noted that some of the economic infrastructure projects have been mired with delays and therefore remain incomplete. These projects relate to the Visitor Centre at the Constitutional Hill and Biopark at the Innovation Hub. The committee will continuously monitor the above-mentioned projects until completion, as they are key to employment creation. This includes holding the department accountable on the contractors and professional service providers that they appoint to carry out the work related to delivery of infrastructure projects. This is because the committee has observed a trend that legal disputes between the contractors, professional service providers, and the department have in some instances negatively impacted the delivery of economic infrastructure projects. Lastly, all matters as raised by the Auditor General should be attended to by the department, including entities to remedy the findings observed with effect to the GGB, the GEP, the TIH, and GTA in the year under review, as these entities obtained unqualified audits with findings on various issues ranging from irregular expenditure, compliance with laws and regulations, internal control deficiencies which were identified, resulting in material findings on compliance with legislation. The committee will observe the implementation of mitigating measures with the view to correct the matters raised by the Attorney General, by the Auditor General. Findings and recommendations. First, the committee is concerned about the lack of information provided by GPE on loan disbursed for contract financing, including the repayment of such loans back to GEP, as this also relates to the loan book of the entity and the progress made on recouping the funds disbursed. The committee is concerned about the unavailability of a status or progress report on the achievements that have been attained through the implementation of the Township Economic Development Act since its enactment. The committee remains concerned with the progress made in all economic infrastructure projects that the department is responsible for, including the work undertaken at the Garankuwa Hotel School. The committee is concerned about the inability of the Gauteng Liquor Board to report independently, notwithstanding the fact that the GLB is a directorate within the department, however, plays a crucial role in collecting revenue for the province. The committee is concerned about the continued inability by the department to conduct a forensic investigation on family tree holdings on all the projects that have been undertaken by this implementing partner to identify any allegations of malfeasance. Added to this is the further allocating of work and budget for Family Tree to undertake work on behalf of the department. The committee is concerned about the lack of research-driven economic study in the quest of improving the economic outlook of the province. The committee is concerned with some elements that are related to the board of the GGB. These concerns relate to the appointment of the board members. The committee is concerned about the number of vacancies in the department and entities in various managerial roles. The recommendations are as follows. The department should appraise the committee on the progress made regarding contract financing, wherein loans were disbursed to SMEs who are conducting business with government and to which these businesses are expected to make repayments on the loans back to GEP. Therefore, a detailed report should be submitted to the committee on the progress made in recouping the funds disbursed for contract financing for the year under review. Furthermore, this report should also outline the status of the GEP's loan book, and this report should be submitted by the 30th of January 2026. Secondly, the department should provide the committee with information relating to the work that has been conducted by the department and municipalities in the province in support of TEDA, which speaks to employment creation, support of township businesses, and streamlining informal traders into the mainstream economy through the Act. The information to be provided by the department should also be geared towards outlining all the funding models, various partnerships that are currently in place and those that have failed, and lastly, budget allocations accorded for each of these partnerships in support of the implementation of TEDA since enactment. A report on this should be submitted by the 30th of January 2026. Thirdly, on economic infrastructure projects, the committee directs the department to play a central role in ensuring that projects continue uninterrupted in relation to the industrial parks and other economic infrastructure projects, and impresses that the department should drive the process in finding amicable solutions on legal issues that hold projects, such as the Biopark Phase 3, wherein the contractor and the PSP are entangled in legal battles. This directly leads to poor planning by the department in appointing service providers who may not have been vetted adequately to avert such challenges posed by service providers. In addition to this, a progress report on the Garankuwa Hotel School should be furnished to the committee, detailing how the department will manage the allocation of staff working at the school while the demolition process is underway, noting that there has been an approval of the demolition report. A detailed report must be submitted by the 30th of January 2026. The Gauteng Liquor Board should, from the fourth quarter of 25-26 financial year, report independently and in detail to the committee on the work it undertakes. This is despite the committee understanding the GLB is a directorate within the department. This will also allow the committee to identify and close any gaps related to alleged fraud and corruption that currently exist within GLB and assist the entity to enhance its operations as well. And this report must be submitted by the 30th of January 2026. The department should firstly provide rationality of continuing to do work with Family Tree, noting that the said partnership would be ending. However, as highlighted through responses for the 24-25 financial annual report, indicating that Family Tree Holdings continues to struggle to roll out the program and runs the risk of being terminated. Family Tree has only approved 2 transactions since inception, of which one was subsequently cancelled, thus only drawing an amount of 280,000 Rand towards the one approved client for disbursement, which is a 50% of the transaction value, the other 50% being disbursed by ABSA. Therefore, a second report should be submitted by the department on its inability to conduct a forensic investigation into Family Tree Holdings on all the projects that have been undertaken by this implementing partner in an effort to identify any allegations of malfeasance. The 2 reports should be submitted by the 30th of January 2026. The department should continue to report on job creation initiatives, and such the department should submit to the committee empirical research studies that have been conducted by the department in improving job creation initiatives in all sectors of the economy. Such studies will inform the department on how the province is performing on number of jobs created in comparison to other provinces in the country, and outline areas of improvement as well.
Member Muldi, you can wrap up and go to the recommendations.
Thank you very much.
To the bottom of the recommendations, yes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. In final, on audit outcome, the committee continues to hold that all findings raised by the AG should be addressed by the department. And in final, appreciation is expressed to all members of the committee for their commitment to the oversight process, as well as MEC Mahile and officials from the department. I commend them for their diligence and commitment shown during deliberations on the annual report of the Gauteng Economic Development for the 24-25 financial year. And gratitude goes to the following honourable members: T. Kunene, B.E. Letswalu, M.M. Fikwe, English Moriarty, O. Matsepatela, F.K. Ngobeni, R.L. Abrams, R.F. Ngobeni, L.J. Evans, A. Ali, Team Garni, N. Delebo, and further appreciation to alternate members S.J. Dos Santos, P. Makwala, and A. Salva. It's an honor to lead such a hard-working team, and thank you to all the people who have worked from the committee side, as always, and we will acknowledge them in general. Adoption. After due consideration, the Economic Development Portfolio Committee unanimously adopted the Gauteng Department of Economic Development Annual Performance Report for the 24-25 financial year, and in terms of Rule 1172C, read together with Rule 164, the committee presents to this House and recommends the adoption of the committee's oversight report on the Gauteng Department of Economic Development Annual Performance Report for the 24-25 financial year. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a seconder?
Thank you very much, Chair. I rise to second the report.
All those in favor say yes. Anyone protesting? No. The ayes have it. The report is adopted. Now we get to the last report. Injalangit, will the Secretary please read the 17th order?
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair. Public Accounts Standing Committee Oversight Report on the report of the Auditor General of South Africa to the Gauteng Provincial Legislature on the financial statement of the following 11 reports as follows. Office of the Premier, Department of Agriculture, Gauteng Provincial Treasury, Department of Economic Development, Gauteng Enterprise Propeller, Gauteng Tourism Authority, Gauteng Growth and Development, Gauteng Gambling Board, Gauteng Liquor Board, Tshwane Special Economic Zone, Cradle of the Human World Heritage Site, Dinukeng Project for the year ended 31st March 2025. Thank you.
Member Moody.
Thank you, Honourable Presiding Officer. I, John Moody, Chairman of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts, tabled the SCOPA oversight reports on Auditor General's reports and on the financial statements as was read out by the Secretariat. I request that these reports be taken as tabled and read. Thus, I will present a short consolidated report on all the oversight reports of the committee. In that regard, allow me not to go into the detail of the audit findings of the departments, as these are contained in the full reports as presented. However, I will make some relevant comments as well as raise areas of concern as raised by the committee and/or the Auditor General where necessary. The Office of the Premier. This office has received a clean or unqualified audit for 5 consecutive years. It is fitting that this office, as a pinnacle of provincial government, leads by example. The Department of Agriculture, Rural Development and Environment received an unqualified audit opinion with material findings on compliance with laws and regulations. This is an unchanged audit opinion from the previous 2 financial years. The AGSA identified findings of significant deficiencies in the following areas of audit: compliance with specific laws and regulations, internal control deficiencies, and other reports such as investigations. However, the AGSA did not identify any findings or significant deficiencies resulting in material irregularities. The department reported that it has implemented strategies to reduce litigation, which includes workshops aimed at empowering employees with knowledge of new laws, legal precedents, and court processes. These workshops will also address the issues of weak internal controls and investigations. The committee is, however, concerned that the department did not provide clear evidence demonstrating how the implemented strategies have and will reduce litigation into the future. Underspending of conditional grant, the Department of Environment, Agriculture and Rural Development had underspent the Comprehensive Agricultural Support Grant by 47.8 million rand. Gauteng Treasury. This is the 5th consecutive financial year that this department has received an unqualified audit. Well done. Department of Economic Development and Entities. This is the 3rd consecutive year that the department receives an unqualified audit. The AG raised the issue regarding irregular expenditure to the amount of 261 million in this regard, in this financial year. The committee is concerned about this trend throughout most of the departments and entities in the provincial government. Gauteng Growth Development Agency also received an unqualified audit, however incurred irregular expenditure to the amount of 645,000 rand due to technical evaluation irregularities. Gauteng Liquor Board also received a clean audit, the same as over the past 2 years. Well done. Gauteng Gambling Board also received an unqualified or clean audit, this being the 5th consecutive year of such positive audit outcomes. The Commission of Inquiry to investigate any corruption and unlawful conduct within the entity is still ongoing, and the Honourable MEC remarked on that earlier on in his response. Gauteng Enterprise Propeller received an unqualified audit opinion, which is an improvement as compared to the previous financial year. The AGSA reported that the entity incurred material impairments amounting to 240,990,828 rand as a result of irrecoverable financial support loans granted. The committee expects the entity to provide it with a report detailing the effectiveness of the credit policy in enhancing debt collection. We will be closely monitoring the progress in this regard. The entity did not give a good report. The entity did, however, give a good report on disciplinary matters concluded and in progress, as well as successful recovery of monies from corrupt dealings by officials who are also facing criminal charges. Once more, well done. Tshwane Automotive Special Economic Zone received an unqualified audit opinion with no material findings identified on the audit predetermined objectives and compliance with laws and regulations. This is the 5th year in a row that this entity gets a clean audit. The entity also achieved all of its 9 targets. Cradle of Humankind World Heritage Site received an unqualified or clean audit. Denokeng received a clean audit for the 3rd consecutive year. Gauteng Tourism Authority received an unqualified audit opinion with material findings. This is a regression. Unfortunately, since the last financial year, the financial statements submitted were not in accordance with the prescribed financial reporting framework as required by the PFMA, due to management not adequately implementing controls over daily and monthly processing and reconciliation of transactions. The committee will be monitoring the progress of this entity to ensure that there is no further regression, but an improvement in this 2025-26 financial year's outcome. Gauteng Gambling Board has received an unqualified audit outcome with no material findings identified on the audit of performance information and compliance with laws and regulations, the same as achieved last year. Performance information. Honourable Presiding Officer, in dealing with reports of all the departments and entities in this government, it has become clear that though we see an improvement in audit outcomes, regrettably with a few regressions, the amount of unauthorized, fruitless, wasteful and irregular spending is an area of serious concern. In most instances, such is attributed to a lack of internal controls and deviations from accepted accounting practices. Controls in supply chain management is weak. Accounting officers and senior managers are failing in the execution of their fiduciary duties and responsibilities. The committee has recognized the important role that internal audit and risk management should play in addressing these shortcomings during the financial year, so that corrective action can be taken in year and not ex post facto, as is the present case. That the portfolio committee be supplied with quarterly audit and risk reports when presented with the quarterly progress reports throughout the year. In other words, committees, that is your standing portfolio committees and SCOPA, to be receiving these, which is an essential outcome, but be focused upon impact, which should be our focus. We need to improve audit outcomes, Honourable Presiding Officer. That impact being clean and efficient governance, which leads to improved services to our citizens. Honourable Presiding Officer, in the interest of time, I will express the committee's appreciations and thanks to stakeholders, etc., when I present the final reports for adoption to this House on Thursday. I request that the concerns and recommendations of the committee with regard to the reports of all the departments and entities mentioned above be regarded as tabled. After due deliberations, the Standing Committee on Public Accounts, that is SCOPA, unanimously adopted the reports on the annual reports and reports of the Auditor General on the financial statements of the following Gauteng departments and entities: the Office of the Premier, Gauteng Treasury, Department of Economic Development, Gauteng Growth and Development Agency, Gauteng Liquor Board, Gauteng Enterprise Propeller, Cradle of Humankind World Heritage Site, Denokeng, Gauteng Tourism Authority, Tshwane Automotive Special Economic Zone, Gauteng Gambling Board, Department of Agriculture, Rural Development and Environment. In terms of Standing Rule 117, subsection 2C, read with 164, the committee presents to this House the above-mentioned reports for consideration and adoption. I thank you.
Thank you very much for saving us a full 9 minutes. Is there a seconder?
Yes, Chair, I rise to second. Thank you.
Member Shiniman seconds. All those in favor say yes?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, this is a yes that shows that you want to go home. All those not in favor say no? Okay, the yes have it, and the report is adopted. And that concludes the business of the day. See you tomorrow morning, 10 o'clock. The House is now adjourned.